Chapter 327. The field was deathly silent. The officers looked at this scene in disbelief. Some of them had thought that Instructor Su's close combat ability would be extremely strong, which was why they had agreed to this kind of challenge. However, they could never have imagined that Hua Xiaoxi, as an expert of the West Woods military district, would not even be able to withstand a single blow from Su Lu. After a series of breezes and drizzles, he was beaten into a stiff stick by Su Lu and fell from the air to the ground. Even if it had been a little longer, the officers would have been able to accept this kind of situation easily. However, they only heard a series of muffled sounds that sounded like raindrops hitting sand. Hua Xiaoxi retreated miserably and then the instructor kicked. Hua Xiaoxi flew up and fell down. They could see that Instructor Little Su seemed to be using the close combat techniques of the military, but it was extremely different in some aspects, especially the feeling when he attacked. Whether it was extending his elbow, knee, or entering the body, each of his actions was clean and efficient, but also extremely fast. He launched with a flick, retracted with a touch. He did not fully extend, but his speed was displayed to the extreme. This kind of close combat method always made the audience feel that Su Lu was like a girl who did not use his full strength. It was difficult for him to use his full strength, but the effect was exceptionally clear and powerful. The final result was so jaw-dropping. He had knocked down Hua Xiaoxi in a single exchange. This kind of close combat ability was a bit too strong. Looking at Su Lu, who was taking off his sunglasses, the officer's eyes finally began to show some kind of reverence and admiration, and also a bit of coldness. The two officers with cold gazes looked at each other and frowned, as if they felt that this matter was a bit more difficult to handle. Meanwhile, the members of Team 7 at the periphery of the crowd had already stood up from the stone steps by the tree. With complicated gazes they stared at Su Lu. At this time they experienced the evaluation that Bai Yulan had once made, and more or less confirmed the fierceness of their future direct superior. Su Lu took off his sunglasses and reached out to pull up Hua Xiaoxi on the ground. Earlier when he attacked he did not use even a sliver of the true power in his body. He completely relied on the 10 postures that were soaked into his bones and the battle instincts he had forged over the years. It was not difficult to defeat the opponent, but he did not cause any real damage to the opponent. "If you can beat me one day you can try using the mecha again," he said with a smile. The thought of not having to get on the mecha to reveal that he was not as strong as Madman Li made him feel very gratified. Hua Xiaoxi propped up his upper body and spat out a mouthful of sand. He hatefully said, "I underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, I would have been able to hold on a little longer." Soldiers were simple and direct. A loss was a loss. Hua Xiaoxi did not plan on persevering. It was just that he kept feeling that he had been knocked out of his head by the instructor's nagging combat skills. Otherwise, he would have been able to persevere for a while longer. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Su Li's extremely sincere smile. His words could not help but stop abruptly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Instructor Little Su's face without the sunglasses was so amiable with a smile, as if he did not look as hateful as before. No one knew that during the 2 months in the training base, Su Lu had been wearing sunglasses on his nose to hide his smiling, amiable, and harmless eyes. In order to play the role of a cold instructor, he could press the corners of his lips into a sheet of frost, but he still could not do anything about this pair of eyes. After Hua Xiaoxi shook his head and returned to the crowd, Su Lu swept his gaze over the officers around him and said with a smile, "Who else?" No one answered. Although some of the officers believed that their close combat abilities were much stronger than Hua Xiaoxi's, when faced with Instructor Su's seemingly chaotic but actually extremely incisive combat skills, they did not have much confidence in winning. More importantly, at this moment as they looked at Instructor Su's smiling face and thought about their mecha lessons these past few days, their hearts calmed somewhat. Just like Hua Xiaoxi, that urge to vent his anger that had been somewhat childish to begin with gradually faded away. In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "Can it be 2v1? Su Lu looked over with some confusion. To everyone's surprise, after Su Lu had displayed his close combat prowess, the officers who had still stepped forward to issue a challenge were from the 3rd Military Region. They were precisely the 2 people who had been sizing up Su Lu with cold gazes earlier. Perhaps they were very confident in their combat prowess, but strangely for some reason, they seemed to be constantly looking for a chance to attack Su Lu directly. The officers frowned, thinking to themselves that even with their military ranks, they were not real cadets. Challenging a little instructor and losing was already embarrassing enough, what more when it was 2v1. However, when they recognized these 2 officers, the words they had been about to say turned into ice and snow stuck in their mouths at the same time. The field was silent. The two officers who had stepped forward to issue the challenge had been abnormally quiet and dutiful in the past half-year at the base, but in reality, they were particularly eye-catching because these two belonged to the 3rd Military Region's trump card, the Iron 7th Division. Every time they thought of the federal military's most dazzling yet coldest young instructor, no one was willing to provoke them, even if the training officers were all geniuses in the military. Everyone knew how cold and heartless that Instructor Du was, yet he was an extremely protective person. If they were able to fight under this kind of commanding officer, it would undoubtedly be the most exciting and happiest thing. However, becoming enemies with the officers under him was definitely an unwise move. Su Li's eyes gradually narrowed as he quietly watched the two officers walk out from the crowd. Relying on the ability to see through people's hearts that Uncle Feng Yu greatly admired, he could clearly sense the cold and severe intent hidden under these two officers' ordinary faces. Unlike Hua Xiaoxi and the others who challenged him to vent their anger, these two officers clearly had other intentions. One of the officers said coldly, "We are cadets. We want to ask for guidance from Instructor Xiao Su. Please agree." Sulu was slightly taken aback. He used his hand to comb through his slightly messy hair and tossed the sunglasses in his hand to Zhou Yu. Then, when he raised his right hand and was about to say something, he found that he couldn't seem to find any reason to refuse this challenge. "What are your names?" He wasn't clear about the origins of these two officers. "Chang 1, Chang 2. The two officers replied in a low voice at the same time. The instructor gave us code names. From the day we entered the military until the day we retire, we only have code names." "What instructor?" "The 3rd Military Region's Iron 7th Division." Sulu had never heard of the Iron 7th Division, so he naturally didn't know that the instructor was such an untouchable and powerful figure. He only sank into deep confusion. He had never been to S3 and had even less of an interaction with the 3rd Military Region, so why were these two officers in front of him like fierce tigers filled with killing intent towards him? The two officers stood on the left and right. Suddenly they took a deep breath and all the joints on their bodies started to crackle. What was shocking was that their bodies seemed to swell up along with the crackling sounds, and their uniforms were extremely tight. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they subconsciously expanded their area. Including Hua Xiaoxi, all the officers stared at the field with suspicion and vigilance. They knew very well that the two officers who came out to challenge Su Lu were ranked at the top of the list for close combat in this assessment, and the 3rd Military Region's Iron 7th Division was also an ace troop that was famous for its close combat ferocity. What kind of level did the Special Forces personally trained by such an instructor have? Not to mention, the current state of the two Iron 7th Division officers showed meant that they had once learned some kind of technique in the training hall. With these two officers attacking one, would Instructor Xiao Su be able to hold on? Everyone felt a sense of danger pervading the field. Right now, there was no commanding officer or military police present, but presumably these two officers wouldn't dare to make a move. But for some reason, everyone felt that something dangerous was about to happen. The members of the 7th Division on the periphery had already stood up. They were all skilled soldiers in the forest and could faintly smell the scent of blood. In particular, Xiong Linxuan's pupils constricted slightly. Thinking of Bai Yulan's instructions on the sickbed, his palms subconsciously moved to the bottom of the stone steps and applied a bit of force that this time, Sulu was still thinking about where the gloominess and hatred in the eyes of the two officers came from. He lowered his head and was silent, his mind wandering. However, before his mind could calm down, a strong wind rushed toward his face. Chang 1 and Chang 2, these two Iron 7th Division close combat experts, stomped their thick-soled military boots on the solid surface of the field. The ground trembled slightly, and two wisps of light smoke rose into the air. The two of them were like fierce tigers leaping down from a cliff. In an instant, they closed the distance between them and Su Lu and attacked him, who had his head lowered in thought. One of them punched toward Su Li's chin, while the other moved close to his body and raised his knee to attack the base of his thigh. The attack was extremely ruthless, and the wind whistled as it broke through the air. This might have been a sneak attack and it might have been somewhat shameless, but with the challenge before them, Su Lu acquiesced. These two officers of the Iron 7th Division would always be able to find some excuse afterward. Furthermore, with the arrow on the bow and the fist in front of them, regardless of whether it was the audience or the person involved, they could only watch as this scene unfolded. Su Lu suddenly raised his head, and a trace of anger flashed through his slightly narrowed eyes. His anger wasn't because of the sinister and vicious attacks of the officers, but because he still didn't understand why they hated him. In a flash, his state of mind was as steady as a rock. Just like in the countless dangerous moments in the past, He calmly took a step forward. His body was like a nail nailed to the ground. At the same time he flipped his left hand and grabbed Chang Won's wrist, who was attacking his chin. His right leg swung to the right and slapped the inside of Chang Tu's knee with the outer edge of his thigh. If he had been dealing with an ordinary person with the reaction speed and skill he displayed at this moment, this would have been a perfect response. According to the usual development of close-range combat, Sulu would have closed in on his opponent again and used his iron shoulder to push one of them away. At the same time, his left hand would follow the opponent's elbow joint and stab the other person's armpit. One punch would numb the opponent's blood and make him unable to continue fighting. However, what Sulu did not expect was that although his left hand grabbed Chang Won's wrist, what his fingertips touched was like an old tree root. In particular, the fine muscles on Chang Won's wrist suddenly tightened and jumped horizontally, like the skin of an old tree root bursting. This made his 3 fingers unable to wedge into the other's muscle fibers. And when he leaned violently to the right, it was like leaning against a thick wall. Not only did he not push the other away, but he also exposed his right rib to Chang Tu's attack. Sulu would never underestimate any of his enemies, but he didn't treat these 2 officers as irreconcilable enemies. He hadn't used a single vicious move, hadn't mobilized a single strand of the violent power in his body, yet in the end he had lost the initiative. The 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division did not let go of this opportunity. A cold light flashed in their eyes as they attacked Suli's vital points. With 2 muffled sounds, the 3 people on the field quickly blocked a few times. Like 3 shadows, the shadows turned into concrete bodies in an instant. The situation on the field had changed completely. The 2 officers of the 3rd Military Region had broken through Suli's defense and used the exact same method to get close to him. They grabbed his wrist with one hand and blocked under his armpit with the other, waiting for the right moment to exert force. This was the most vicious close-range combat technique, the anti-joint technique. If these 2 officers were allowed to unleash their full strength, even if Su Li's shoulder joint was still intact, the cartilage in his elbow would definitely shatter into pieces. The 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division did not immediately press down on Sulu. They just maintained this posture, as if they wanted to show the surrounding officers what would happen if Sulu was defeated. They looked coldly at Su Li's face, who was right in front of them. They were not worried that Sulu would be able to win because no matter how big the difference in strength between the 2 sides was, they already had the absolute advantage. Using the simplest lever theory in physics, Sulu, whose arms were blocked, was unable to exert any force at all. The spectating officers had felt a strange sense of danger when the challenge started. However, when they saw that the 2 of them had defeated Instructor Xiao Su in one fell swoop, they thought that even though the 2 of them were Iron 7th Master's Ice Men, they still wouldn't dare to hurt an instructor as students. Thus they heaved a sigh of relief. Only Xiong Lin Quan, who was standing at the edge of the crowd, had the coldness in his eyes getting deeper and deeper. His 5 fingers that were grabbing onto the stone steps behind him started to exert force. His knuckles turned white, and he was actually able to lift the stone steps that weighed dozens of kilograms by an inch. The atmosphere was very silent, very strange, and very awkward. As an instructor, Sulu was completely controlled by 2 students. Although he was younger than these officers and had no experience in the military, nor did he have a record of killing people, he was still an instructor. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a little humiliated. Instructor said that strength is strength when speed is multiplied by strength. The limit of an individual's strength is constant. Chang Yi looked at his face that was close by, and his eyes were full of ridicule and indifference. He said in a lecturing tone, "The faster the speed, the lighter the strength of the punch. You're just playing with fancy moves, but we, the people of the Iron 7th Division, are not as weak as those guys." Both of his arms were blocked and his joints were restrained. Human physiology and basic physics confirmed that Sulu was completely restrained, so this Iron 7th Division officer was in the mood to appreciate his failure and ridicule his incompetence. "I admit defeat," Sulu said directly with a smile. He wasn't obsessed with winning or losing. On the contrary, he was obsessed with the opponent's hatred for him, and he really wanted to know how far the Iron 7th Division officer wanted to go. The officer didn't expect Sulu to admit defeat so easily. After a slight pause he said fiercely, I don't accept. You're an instructor. If we kill you we'll definitely have to go to military court. But I think if we just break your arms there shouldn't be too much of a problem." His eyes were cold and ruthless. He said in a low voice, "In close combat there are often accidental injuries like this, right?" The conversation in the field was very low and fast, so the officers in the crowd didn't hear it at all. They wondered why Instructor Xiao Su still didn't admit defeat. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "Since it's revenge, let me know the reason. Then I'll feel better, right?" "Park Ji-ho is someone that the Iron 7th Division wants," Chang-yi said coldly. "I'm from the same yard as him." Su Lu raised his head, an indescribable emotion flashing through his eyes. Almost at the same time, the two Iron 7th Division officers' eyes flashed fiercely. Their muscles tightened and they clamped their arms around his elbow joint, pressing down hard. Not all the people in the crowd were combat experts, but as outstanding officers that the Federation focused on grooming, they definitely had a sharp and accurate eye. When the two Iron 7th Division officers lowered their shoulders and crossed their legs, at least half of the people in the crowd could see what they were going to do next. It was just a very common camp challenge. The winner was already decided, but who would have thought that it wasn't over yet? In these past 2 months, the officers had hated MX Mecha class to the core. However, after passing the assessment, they no longer hated Instructor Little Sue for wearing sunglasses and pretending to be cool. Deeply educated in discipline and self-control, they knew very well that upholding the original challenge agreement today was more of a tradition of steel in the military camp. In some ways this was just a game between men. But these two people from the Iron 7th Division were actually going to break Instructor Xiao Su's arm in front of everyone on the field. Could it be that the soldiers raised by Commander Du of the Iron 7th Division were so cold and cruel that they weren't even afraid of the military law? Or could it be that because they had the Iron 7th Division as their backing, they didn't care about the military law at all? In the midst of the shock, Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately started to move. But there was one person who reacted faster than them. Outside the crowd, there was a crisp sound as the stone steps were lifted up by someone. Xiong Linquan roared as he held the heavy concrete steps with both hands. Like a deity, he shook the crowd and rushed over before the other two. He valiantly smashed the stone steps down. With a muffled boom, the heavy concrete steps smashed into the ground, creating a crater. In the blink of an eye, the stone steps, which weighed who knew how many kilograms, were shattered by the huge force. Debris flew everywhere and dust flew everywhere. However, Xiong Linquan, who had rushed over like a god, spread out his hands and stared blankly at where the stone steps had landed. He blinked in shock, and didn't feel that the web between his thumb and index finger had been split open and was bleeding. There was a suffocating silence in the field because his thunderous attack missed. 3 meters before the stone steps landed, the three people who were tangled up with each other still maintained their previous postures, as if they hadn't moved at all. The only reason they were able to dodge this terrifying attack was because at the last moment, someone still had the strength to force the other two people to take 3 steps back. There was only one person who could do this. The pupils of the two Iron 7th Division officers shrank as they stared at Su Li's face in horror. When they attacked with all their might, they found that Su Li's arm didn't break as they had imagined. It didn't even bend. This completely violated the physiological structure and physics of the human body. Su Li's arm seemed to be cast from iron. Su Li's eyes were unusually bright. He looked at them and said sincerely, "After you get out of the hospital, tell your teacher that his reasoning is bullshit to me. I'm fast enough and I'm strong enough." Chapter 328. Xiong Linquan smashed down the stone stairs. Su Lu, whose arms were restrained, dragged the two officers of the Iron 7th Division back a few steps in a flash. Logically speaking, he was unable to exert any strength, but he was able to use the strength of one person to move the bodies of 3 people. This only proved that he was in control of the situation the entire time. It was only now that the two officers of the Iron 7th Division knew that they had encountered a real iron plate. In the previous fight between Su Lu and Hua Xiaoxi, he had only displayed the most accurate and fast aspects of close-range combat. His true strength had been hidden the entire time. With a single misjudgment, the two officers immediately fell into a predicament. They had already pressed down on Su Li's elbow joint with all their strength, but it had no effect at all. It was like 2 insects wailing and waving their caliceri, but they couldn't leave a single mark on a thick iron rod. Su Li's tone was very normal. He was indeed very strong. He had trained with Uncle Fengyu for so many years. After coming to the capital ring, other than Madman Li, he had never met anyone who could face him head-on. The ruthless anti-joint technique was completely ineffective. The two officers of the Iron 7th Division had a flash of fear in their eyes. Changwon's face was pale. A hint of despair and desperation flashed through his eyes. His hands gave up on the idea of suppressing Instructor Su Li's elbow joint. Like 2 poisonous snakes, they wrapped around his arm. With a whistling sound, he raised his fist and punched straight at the corner of Su Li's eye. At this moment he still hadn't given up and used a ruthless move that was enough to kill. Previously, Su Li's fingers had been repelled by the muscles on Chang Won's wrist. He couldn't grasp it because Chang Won had learned some thrusting kung fu in the Iron 7th Division and the Body Cultivation Hall. His body was very strong, but more importantly he hadn't used his true terrifying strength. At this moment, a stream of heat gushed out from behind his waist, spreading to his limbs and torso. Every pair of muscle fibers were rubbing against each other, and every cell seemed to be expanding and breathing. Strong and unparalleled strength filled his entire body. How could he give his opponent a chance to counterattack? With a flip of his palm, his thumb and index finger were like two iron pincers. They gripped the joint of Chang Won's upper left arm. Gathering strength at the tip of his finger, it suddenly shot out. With a ripping sound, it tore apart the sturdy military uniform and viciously clawed into the other's shoulder joint. A wave of intense pain and numbness rushed into Chang Yi's mind at the same time. The fist that was viciously aimed at the corner of Su Li's eye was still in midair, but like a viper that had been frozen to death, it went limp and limp. Since he had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't stop. Su Lu expressionlessly took a step forward. With two muffled thuds, one knee struck the inside of Chang Won's knee. At the same time his right hip pushed Chang Tu some distance away. Compared to Chang Won, the other officer appeared to be more well-behaved, so Su Lu didn't use too much force. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum of the collision to raise his right leg again. Just like how he had kicked Hua Xiaoxi earlier, it strangely drew an arc outside his body and viciously chopped down on his thigh. These movements seemed ordinary, but Su Lu executed them with incomparable speed. Furthermore, the rhythm of each movement was very beautiful. It was simple and smooth to the extreme, making it impossible for his opponent to react. These were the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him, and they had been integrated into his blood. During battle he did not need to use his brain to think at all. Relying on the situation in the field and his instincts, he naturally displayed them. However, this fierce kick was not taught to him by Uncle. It was more than 2 years ago when he saw Captain Tian's sharp kick on the ancient Bell spaceship. His heart trembled and he pondered over it day and night. Only then did he combine the intent of this kick with the 10 postures, which became his favorite attack method. However, this kick was qualitatively different from the one that had hit Hua Xiaoxi earlier. This was because Su Lu had channeled all the mysterious power in his body into his tibia. When he kicked Hua Xiaoxi he did not use much force, so Hua Xiaoxi was sent flying. However, this kick was already as sharp as a knife. Its speed and power were extremely terrifying. Chang Tu, whose thigh was hit, felt a huge force hit him. His body could not fly at all, so he had to bear the full brunt of this force. With a heart-chilling crack, Chang Er let out a muffled groan, his face pale. He was not kicked into the air, but like an old tree that was blown down by a huge gust of wind, he fell heavily onto the ground, unable to get up again. After kicking Chang Tu down, Su Li's other hand was still tightly gripping Chang Won's upper arm joint. Blood was faintly seeping out from his fingertips. Since Su Lu already knew the reason for this ruthless Iron 7th Division officer's ruthlessness, he naturally would not hold back. However, this was a training base after all. The other party was a Federation officer, so he did not think of killing him on the spot. Otherwise he would probably end up in prison again the moment he stepped out of Allure. At this time, Chang Won still did not know that his companion had lost his ability to fight. He felt his right arm joint being gripped by the other party's iron clamp-like hand. He was unable to mobilize his strength. A strong sense of unwillingness and viciousness made his mind a little dizzy. He raised his leg and kicked at Su Li's lower abdomen. His empty left hand viciously stabbed at Su Li's eyes. In the beginning, these two Iron 7th Division officers only wanted to humiliate Su Lu by breaking his arms during combat training. Once he realized that something was amiss, Chang Won became bold. He did not care about Su Li's identity as an instructor and used an absolutely forbidden move. This included the punch that had been aimed at the corner of Su Li's eyes, as well as the current kick and stab. No matter which action it was, it could have taken Su Li's life or left him with irreparable damage. Looking at the two fingers that were getting closer and closer to his eyes, Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened. A hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He retracted his left hand as fast as lightning and then struck out horizontally. Back in Linyuan, Mad Manly had thrown 3 horizontal punches, but Su Lu had taken all 3 of them head-on. Today, Su Lu was also using this kind of unreasonable horizontal punch. He did not care about the fingers in front of him or the military boots that were about to reach his lower abdomen. He threw out a brutal and terrifying punch. Absolute strength and speed were like the occasional torrent of rays that wreaked havoc among the stars. No matter what kind of intricate techniques or insidious responses the opponent had, they would all be blown into disarray by this kind of absolute realm. It was an indescribable tragedy. Amidst the tearing sounds, the sleeve of Su Li's military uniform on his forearm was torn into pieces by the force of the pulsating force. The two fingers that were thrusting toward Su Li's eyes like a viper first met the horizontal punch. As expected, the knuckles shattered with a crisp sound. Chang Yi's eyes were full of fear. He did not pay attention to the intense pain in his left hand. With a roar, he pulled back his right arm to block his cheek before the fierce fist could reach his face. However, if Su Lu could block Madman Li's horizontal punch, how could this officer of the Iron 7th Division be able to block it? With a loud boom, Su Li's horizontal punch struck the other's vertical arm. Chang Wen's body trembled violently as he stumbled back 7 steps. However, in the end he was unable to withstand the powerful torrent of energy and fell to the ground in a tragic manner. He rolled backwards like a rolling gourd, rolling all the way until he was out of the crowd of dumbfounded onlookers. After rolling for more than 20 meters he finally stopped. His limbs went limp as he lay on the ground and fainted. How much strength was needed to send someone more than 20 meters away with one punch? There was a deathly silence. Xiong Lin Quan, who was still bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger, looked at Su Lu in disbelief. He felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. He thought that not only was Lao Bai right, but he also seemed to have underestimated Supervisor Su's strength. Su Lu pulled back his fist and looked down. He wiped the traces of blood from his fingertips on his military uniform and walked toward Chang Yi, who was outside the crowd. Chang Er was at his feet. His thigh was at least fractured, but his life was not in danger, so he did not need to worry. Seeing Instructor Xiao Su walk toward the unconscious Chang Yi, the military cadets had shocked and complicated expressions. They did not know if Instructor Xiao Su had been angered by these two officers of the Iron 7th Division and was not willing to give up. He wanted to beat them to death. Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu looked at each other and forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts. They walked to Su Li's side and whispered a few words. Su Li shook his head and walked to Chang Yi's side. Looking at the unconscious officer, he said, "Call the medical team over." Chang Yi, who was unconscious on the field, had 2 fingers on his left hand that were completely shattered. Placed beside him, they looked as ugly as the chicken claws sold in the black market. What was even more frightening was that the upper arm that he used to protect his face was already fractured, and the power contained in Su Li's punch had passed through his arm bone and caused his lower jaw to be slightly deformed. A few broken teeth flew out with blood. It was truly a tragic sight to behold. This triggered Su Li's ruthless state of mind. Even though he had tried his best to protect his face, it was a pity that his face, which could not be considered handsome, could not be preserved. Fortunately, the medical and logistical support in the training base was very strong, so he probably would not die just like that. The fight on the field naturally caused a huge uproar in the training base. The 2 officers who had passed all the examinations and were about to participate in the graduation drill had been beaten by their instructors in school. One of them had a fractured thigh bone, while the other was seriously injured and unconscious. No matter what, this was a major incident that required investigation. The National Defense Department authorized the base to conduct an independent investigation. The base's investigation naturally would not pay attention to the fight between Instructor Su and Hua Xiaoxi. Instead, the focus of the investigation was placed on the latter. Su Lu was not worried about the results of the investigation because it was the officers who had initiated the challenge. Furthermore, he strictly abided by his duties as an instructor. He had never thought of returning a heavy blow. Even though the other party had disregarded the difference in military ranks, fought 2 against 1, and even tried to seriously injure him after gaining the upper hand. During the entire process of the fight, it was not until the officer named Chang Yi used lethal and ruthless attacks again and again that the ruthlessness in his heart surged to teach the other party a lesson. He firmly believed that he was in the right. The results of the follow-up investigation also proved this point. There were a total of 50 people on the field who had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. Even if the 17 people of Team 7 were not included, there were still many officers who testified to the base's investigation team. Instructor Su had not done anything wrong in this matter. He had only been forcefully dragged into danger by the other party, so he had no choice but to use a heavy blow to protect himself. The officers had always held great opinions and contempt for Su Lu. However, at this time, the contempt had disappeared without a trace with the ability Su Lu displayed. They were the most outstanding officers in the Federation. Naturally, they were not willing to violate military discipline in order to punish Su Lu. Moreover, soldiers had their own personal integrity. However, other than 5 officers who maintained their silence, everyone else stood on Su Li's side in the investigation. One day later, the 2 injured officers of the Iron 7th Division left the base and were sent by military aircraft to the Army General Hospital for treatment. The results of the base's investigation were not conclusive. Su Lu was called by the base's commanding officer to have a talk. He was not reprimanded. What puzzled him was that the 2 officers who had caused trouble were not disciplined either. Because they were selected by the Iron 7th Division, even the base did not want to cause any more trouble and reported the disciplinary action? Su Lu sat at the innermost table in the cafeteria with a thermal lunchbox in his hand. He couldn't help but frown as he thought about the news he had heard from the Zhou family. After this incident, he called Zhou Yu and asked her to help investigate the relationship between Park Ji-ho and the Iron 7th Division. During the fight, the officer of the Iron 7th Division, Chang Yi, thought that he was going to win and coldly said that they were going to avenge Park Ji-ho. Thinking about this, Su Lu became a little vigilant. He often thought about the hatred the Park family had for him in the District Procurator General's office. Especially when he remembered the saliva of Park Ji-ho's younger sister and the frosty words of Park Ji-ho's widow in the car. He knew that the hatred of murder would never disappear. He couldn't rest assured until he figured out the true relationship between the Iron 7th Division and Park Ji-ho. Zhou Yu was the daughter of the Minister of National Defense. Under the personal guidance of Lady Tai, she had traveled extensively in the past few years. It was easy for her to investigate this matter. In just one night she called back. It turned out that the Park family had been living in S3. Park Ji-ho's father used to be a logistics officer in the Iron 7th Division. After he retired from the military, the whole family moved to S1. When Park Ji-ho was young, he had lived in the Iron 7th Division's compound and had a good relationship with the people in the division. More importantly, Park Ji-ho had entered the 2nd Military Academy under the name of the Iron 7th Division. His performance in the academy was excellent. As long as he completed the National Defense Department's all-rounder training program, he would definitely return to the Iron 7th Division after a year of training in the Nutshell Company. In a sense, the Park Ji-ho that Su Lu killed at the entrance of Husan Road was the Iron 7th Division's main training target. Zhou Yu warned Su Lu on the phone that he should keep a safe distance from the Iron 7th Division in the future. This was because the trump card division of the 3rd Military Region was famous for being very protective of their own people. Su Lu didn't understand. His backer in the Federation was really powerful. Could it be that there was really someone in the federal military who was willing to cause trouble for him? Zhou Yu didn't explain too much on the phone. After all calls in and out of the base were monitored, so there were many things that couldn't be explained. She just seriously reminded Su Lu that the Iron 7th Division was a special force in the federal military. It was very strong, and the commander of this division, Commander Du, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really got into a fight, even her father wouldn't be able to say anything. Iron 7th Division? Su Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. Killing Park Ji-ho wasn't something that he planned. It was the other party's plot to harm him, and they ran into his knife. The knife flashed at the entrance of Husan Road. Park Ji-ho was dead and he was still alive. In the eyes of the Park family and the Iron 7th Division, he was probably a shameless murderer who used the Tai family to escape justice, and Park Ji-ho was an innocent military officer who died at a young age. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little dignified and unhappy. He didn't feel guilty about killing Park Ji-ho, but he also didn't really want to provoke the Iron 7th Division. Even if Zhou Yu didn't warn him, he would have stayed away from the Iron 7th Division in the future. All the courses of the training plan had been completed, and there was going to be a small-scale tactical exercise the day after tomorrow. The instructors from the Federation had already left the base. Only Su Lu hadn't received any further orders from the Ministry of Defense, so he had to stay at the base for the time being. Tonight was the base's banquet. More than 30 military officers were talking loudly in the cafeteria. They were gobbling down food, drinking wine, and hugging each other's shoulders. They were very enthusiastic. After more than half a year of training, these military officers had developed a lot of feelings for each other. They used to be comrades, but now there was a sense of camaraderie. They all knew that they were going to be sent to the front line in the West Woods soon. After today's departure, they didn't know when they would see each other again. Perhaps they would never see each other again. Naturally, there was a lot of emotion and reluctance. Tonight in the cafeteria, who knew how many military regulations had been violated? However, the base understood the emotions of these military officers. especially when they knew that these people would become high-ranking military officers after they left. They didn't want to cross the line, so they acquiesced to their nonsense. As they drank and drank, even Team 7, who had been watching from the sidelines at the beginning, was pulled into the drinking competition by these military officers. In the words of the military officers, although you guys are a little rough, you're really good at fighting. You guys haven't been classmates for a long time, but in the future if you want to join my army, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. No one paid any attention to Sulu, who was sitting in the deepest corner. Sulu didn't care either. For him, his 2+ months of life at the training base was just a promise he made to President Pabre and the Ministry of Defense. Or rather, it should be said that it was a job. He ate by himself with the lunchbox in his hand. At this moment, Lan Xiaolong came over with 2 plates of food and 2 wine glasses. He said with a smile, "It's so lively over there. Why are you pretending to be lonely here?" Sulu smiled and said, "I like liveliness, but it seems that liveliness has never liked me." Lan Xiaolong thought for a moment and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about that Iron 7th Division." Sulu was silent for a moment and said, "I've offended this teacher too much this time. I'll have to stay away from him in the future." Lan Xiaolong poured him a glass of wine and said, "Let me tell you a piece of bad news. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, the headquarters of these military officers will send people to pick them up. The Iron 7th Division will also send people." Sulu narrowed his eyes. The Ministry of Defense values this training very much. Lan Xiaolong looked at the wine glass and said with slight worry, "The Iron 7th Division will send people to pick them up." But the teacher Du Changqing. Chapter 329. Division Commander Du Shaoqing. Sulu was both unfamiliar and familiar with this name. Before these few days, he didn't even know that the 3rd Military Region had an unbreakable Iron 7 Division, much less that the division commander of the Iron 7 Division was called Du Shaoqing. But after Zhou Yu's warning over the phone, he had developed a natural sense of vigilance towards this name. Du Shaoqing. These 3 words were written as thin as bones, but they were filled with the aura of steel. When read aloud, these 3 monosyllabic words seemed to have some sort of lethality when they came out of anyone's mouth. Even Lan Xiaolong, who said them with a hint of worry, still felt this way. Sulu was silent for a long time. The reason why this division commander's name could make him feel so emotional was all because of those 2 fearless officers and the tolerance the base had for the Iron 7 Division. Combined, it seemed that when people mentioned this division commander, their emotions would become somewhat unnatural, and they would feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. But this was just a division commander. Just as he was about to ask Lan Xiaolong about the Iron 7 Division, the officers who were making a ruckus suddenly quietened down. This was because Zhou Yu had just walked over to the table in the corner with a glass of wine in his hand. Everyone quietly watched this scene. Everyone laughed and drank while Sulu sat alone in the corner. This couldn't be considered a deliberate exclusion. It was just a natural boundary between the instructor and the students. Moreover, the 2 sides hadn't gotten along very well in the past few months. But Zhou Yu's action seemed to be breaking some sort of boundary. Zhou Yu smiled and lowered his body, clinking his glass with Su Li's, and said, "These past 2 months, you've been teaching them attentively. They're actually very grateful, but they just can't bring themselves to come over." Sulu didn't think about the Iron 7 Division again. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's just work." Zhou Yu had once followed the entire development of the MX Mecha in the Nutshell Engineering Department, so he naturally knew that Sulu had really given his all in these 2 months, teaching all he knew about the MX Mecha to these officers. The federal military didn't have a standard tutorial for the MX Mecha in the first place. What Sulu did was beneficial to the federal military, but its effects could be maintained for a long time. Sulu looked at him and smiled. In the past 2 months, Zhou Yu had not had much personal contact with him. He knew very well that this was some sort of unspoken rule in the military camp, so he did not understand why the other party wanted to break this rule today. Zhou Yu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled warmly and said, "We're about to graduate. There's no need to worry about anything else. Regardless of what others think, I still have to thank you. You're the one who doesn't need to thank me. With your understanding of MX, you'll be able to grasp it immediately even without these lessons." Sulu downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. His chest felt slightly spicy, and he exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. Pursing his lips, he smiled and said, "Just like how you were in the First Academy's Mecha faculty. You're still number 1. Zhou Yu broke the invisible dividing line in the canteen. After a moment of silence, A person whom Sulu had not expected also walked over with a wine cup in his hand. This officer had a serious expression on his face. He lightly clinked his cup with Sulu and said in a deep voice, "Commanding Officer of the Westwood Special Mecha Battalion, Wuxia. Thank you, Instructor Su, for your hard work these past 2 months." Sulu stared at Wuxia's dark face and was speechless. The spicy feeling in his chest turned into warmth. He smiled but didn't say anything. He only drank the full cup of wine that Lan Xiaolong had poured for him and drank with the other. Hua Xiaoxi gave him a formal military salute and then turned around to return to his own table. There wasn't any irreconcilable hatred to begin with. The stiff mood between Su Lu and the officers was mostly caused by the unique atmosphere in the military camp. This kind of mood came and went quickly. The officers had already noticed that after the assessment, Instructor Little Su no longer wore those damn sunglasses. His smile was so amiable that it was as bright as the sun. When they looked back, they realized that the sarcastic and mean instructor in the past was just a mask that he had deliberately put on. And after Su Lu perfectly demonstrated his ability from theory to actual combat, the humiliation and shock they had received in class was gradually thrown to the back of the officers' minds. With this kind of situation as a prerequisite, Su Lu only needed an opportunity to break the silence between him and the officers. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi's toasts were precisely this opportunity. A small and thin officer walked over with a smile and said, "First Military Region's Mechanical Automation Research Institute, Captain Lin AI." After saying this captain drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, gave a military salute and then turned to leave. Second Military Region's 11th Automated Army Group, Major He Lei. Federal Fleet's Circular Base, Captain Mizaru. With this as the beginning, after a moment of contemplation, more and more officers walked over with wine cups to toast Su Lu. In the end they actually formed groups of 2 or 3. There was an endless stream of people who came and went to toast. Other than the solemn and formal introductions of the troops and military ranks they belonged to, during the process of toasting, Su Lu and the officers were silent. They didn't say a word, but their eyes were filled with smiles. Su Li's eyes were smiling like 2 crescent moons. Their gazes met, and there was an indescribable tacit understanding. Lan Xiaolong smiled as he poured wine for Su Lu. His cup was never empty. After a round of toasting, the 2 bottles of strong wine he had brought over had long been finished. The crowd around the table gradually dispersed. Lan Xiaolong looked at the gradually intoxicated Su Lu and couldn't help but sigh in praise. Wine doesn't make one drunk, but one gets drunk. The friendship between teacher and student, the relationship between teacher and student, you've taught so many future cornerstones of the Federation. In the future, on the battlefield, just how abundant of a capital will this be? It was unknown what kind of emotion it was, but it made Su Lu feel that the cafeteria was filled with a solemn and warm feeling. He drank close to 2 gin of strong wine, and his drunkenness had long entered his brain. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers who were at the peak of their lives. He thought that perhaps in a few more days, they would follow their respective troops to the front lines. In the battle against the Empire's invaders, they would spill their hot blood in exchange for the peace of the Federation's people. These faces, whether fat or thin, beautiful or ugly, perhaps would never be seen again in the future. With this thought, hot blood poured into his chest. If it were someone else, perhaps at this moment, they would have slammed the table, stood up, and gathered the officers in front of them. They would loudly and powerfully speak about youth, hot-bloodedness, and sacrifice. However, Su Lu was just Su Lu. He couldn't do this kind of thing. He remained silent as usual. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers. He put the bottle to his mouth and drank the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp. His chest wasn't carefree, but at least it was somewhat satisfying. However, there were still 5 officers in the cafeteria. They sat silently at their small tables. They didn't take advantage of the alcohol to play with those officers, pour out their hearts, or curse the Empire's dogs. Instead, they coldly watched all of this. Lan Xiaolong stared in that direction. He moved close to Su Li's ear and said softly, "The 5 officers who didn't toast are all from the Iron 7th Division." The officers from the Iron 7th Division naturally wouldn't toast to Su Lu. However, whether it was because of the Iron 7th Division's strict discipline or some other reason, the 5 officers at the table didn't even pay attention to the other officers. It was a bit strange in the cafeteria. What shocked Su Lu wasn't the strange atmosphere but Lan Xiaolong's reminder. He originally thought that the Iron 7th Division only sent 2 officers to the base for training. At this time, he had already beaten them to the Army General Hospital. He didn't expect that there were actually 5 officers from the Iron 7th Division in the base. The Federation specially organized an anti-terrorism exercise and carefully selected 30 officers to participate in this secret training. It was hoped that these people would be able to independently support a side of the war in the future. However, just the Iron 7th Division alone took up 7 of the spots. How many divisions were there in the federal military? The Iron 7th Division alone took up 1/5 of the quota. Su Li's heart was filled with endless shock. What kind of division was this? How strong was the training level and military quality of this division to be able to achieve such shocking results? To be able to train such a division? What kind of person was Du Shaoqing? Thinking about the matter between himself and the Iron 7th Division, and how he had just destroyed 2 officers from the Iron 7th Division who had limitless futures, Su Li's drunkenness actually subsided a little. His eyes were still bright, but he narrowed them even more. Lan Xiaolong saw his mood and asked with a frown, "You don't know about the Iron 7th Division?" Su Li shook his head. When Lan Xiaolong realized that he was not a real soldier, he showed a look of understanding. From Lan Xiaolong's description, Su Li learned about the shocking history and exceptionally strange current situation of the Iron 7th Division. The 7th Mechanic Division of the 3rd Military Region, during the Second Defensive War of the Federation, ushered in a bloody battle at the Huiming Corridor in the West Woods. Facing 3 reorganized brigades of the Empire, the division alone completed an unbelievable mission on administrative planet 5460, which bought precious time for the Federation's main forces to surround the Empire. However, the 7th Division paid a huge price for this, suffering heavy casualties and losing a large number of people. It could be said that the entire division was buried in that planet filled with blood and smoke. During the post-war reorganization, the 7th Division, whose division commander and company commander all died on the battlefield, almost had its designation revoked. However, at this time, the Federation's news channel broadcasted a tragic video recording of the Iron 7th Division's sniper attack. This caused a huge uproar within the Federation. The Veteran Association, which had already begun to show its power at that time, organized an angry demonstration that directly surrounded the Parliament Hill and the President's residence. Under this kind of pressure, the federal military had no choice but to withdraw the order to revoke the 7th Division's designation. Instead, they announced that they had begun to rebuild the division. Whether it was equipment or personnel, they allocated to the 7th Division according to the status of an absolute ace. They also gave the Mechanic Division the title of Iron 7th Division. The glory of the Iron 7th Division spread throughout the universe until the god of war, Li Bofu, left his division. Only then did the 1st Military Region's 17th Armored Division completely overwhelm the Iron 7th Division, establishing its position as the Federation's #1 division. The once glorious Iron 7th Division, due to certain reasons, gradually disappeared from the Federation's people's memories. Why is that? Su Li held the beer bottle tightly and listened to Lan Xiaolong's narration seriously. His mood fluctuated along with the bloody history of the Iron 7th Division. His vigilance and resistance toward the name Iron 7th Division gradually turned into a trace of disappointment. There are many theories, most of which are related to the evaluation of Battle 5460. Many big shots in the military have always had doubts about the process of that battle. Later, due to the pressure of public opinion, they rebuilt the division, but they didn't want to pay attention to it anymore. It seems to be a scar on our history. Lan Xiaolong said faintly, "Those big shots are long dead. No one knows the truth of history." However, just as the Iron 7th Division was stationed in S3 for decades and was so lonely that only the name of the Iron 7th Division remained, Du Shaoqing, who had graduated from the 1st Academy, came to this forgotten corner. The story of the Iron 7th Division began once again. Chapter 330. Du Shaoqing was 37 years old this year. After he graduated from the 1st Military Academy, he was directly recruited by the Department of Defense and transferred to the 3rd Military Region. He requested to enter the 7th Mechanic Division and become the commander of the division's independent battalion. S3 had always been located on the side of the capital ring. It enjoyed the wealth of the Federation and was far away from the flames of war and political struggles. Its people were simple and peaceful, and it gradually became a star system that was ignored by the people of the Federation. The 7th Mechanic Division, which was stationed in the capital of the administrative planet of S3, was naturally ignored and almost forgotten by the people because they were disliked by the upper echelons of the military. However, just 1 year after Du Shaoqing officially entered the 7th Mechanic Division, in a routine military exercise organized by the 3rd Military Region of the Federation, the 7th Mechanic Division that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone brightly. In more than a month of comprehensive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division gave the headquarters of the 3rd Military Region a huge surprise. Mobility test, quick reaction ability, automatic digital combat ability. There were a total of 17 test indicators, and the 7th Mechanic Division actually obtained first place in 15 of them, obtaining an uncontested and overwhelming victory. At that time, the unit that represented the 7th Mechanic Division in the comprehensive military exercise was the independent battalion led by Du Xiaoqing. After this battle, it was as if the dust on the 7th Division had been washed away by someone. With strict discipline, daunting and arduous training, and the explosive advancement of the commanders at all levels, the 7th Division had become an intimidating steel fighting machine. After that, in 3 consecutive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division obtained consecutive victories easily and silently, shocking the entire 3rd Military Region. Even the Department of Defense expressed concern. After that, the 7th Mechanic Division began to represent the 3rd Military Region to participate in large-scale military exercises organized by the Federation. Whether it was the Interplanetary Support Landing Battle or the Deep Strike Battle, the 7th Mechanic Division displayed their incomparable combat ability, crushing their brothers and sisters like dry weeds. Other than these large-scale military exercises, the soldiers that the 7th Mechanic Division sent to participate in the Federation's small-scale training, military camp competitions, and anti-terrorism exercises would always obtain victory coldly. Ever since Du Xiaoqing came to the 7th Mechanic Division, the division had always gotten first place in every federal military assessment that they participated in. They had never gotten second place once. The federal military was as strong as a forest. It was not difficult to get first place in so many exercises. However, if they got first place every time, it could only mean that the training level of the division and the commanding ability of the commander were excellent to the extreme. During the drill, the Iron 7 Division displayed incomparably strict military discipline and incomparably powerful combat ability. The federal military watched in shock as the 7th Mechanic revealed his brilliance and approached the name of the Iron 7th Division step by step. As for the rest of the troops, they watched this scene with vigilance, unease, and admiration. Getting first place in 37 military exercises in a row had firmly engraved the name of the Iron 7th Division in the federal military's honor book. No one knew if there would be a division that could do this in the future, but in the past tens of thousands of years of history, there had never been a division that had been able to win like the Iron 7th Division for 8 years. The 3rd Military Region, which did not have a very high position in the federal military, no longer cared about the questionable Battle 5460 and the bad impression that the military had of the 7th Mechanic Division. Based on the achievements of the Iron 7th Division, the 3rd Military Region did not hesitate to treat the 7th Mechanic Division as their trump card. Whether it was equipment or honor, the 7th Mechanic Division gave them everything they had. During these continuous maneuvers, the 7th Mechanic Division truly gained the reputation of the Iron 7th Division. Du Xiaoqing also rose from a battalion commander to a regiment commander. Finally, at the age of 33, he became the youngest division commander in the history of the Federation. He even broke Li Pifu's record. No one had any doubts about this. Although the Iron 7th Division had never shown its sharp fangs at the front line of the West Woods to this day and had never obtained any real military exploits. But when the Iron 7th Division was mentioned, the trump card troops of the various military regions who had encountered the division in maneuvers would think of the Iron 7th Division in the mountains and on the mineral planets. It was as condensed as a fist, scattered like a gust of wind, roaring and howling. It was an iron-blooded division with a cold steel will in its strict and solemn demeanor. These trump card troops were really frightened by the Iron 7th Division in many maneuvers. They absolutely believed that if a division like the Iron 7th Division was sent to the front line, it would be easy for them to achieve their own great military exploits. And Du Xiaoqing, who had personally trained this kind of division, of course he was qualified and only he was qualified to be the commander of such a division. Su Lu held his empty wine glass and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He thought about how Du Xiaoqing was able to turn a division that had been deliberately abandoned by the military into a well-disciplined and terrifyingly well-trained Iron 7th Division. He led this division to achieve such a fierce military exploits. He was really not an ordinary person. He could really be said to be extremely talented and had extraordinary perseverance. Or maybe he was just like Li Pifu, a peerless military genius. If he was remembered by such a person, it would not be very good news. When Lan Xiaolong was telling these stories, a few people were sitting around the table. The combat personnel of Iron 7th Division did not toast to Su Lu. Instead, they brought their lunch boxes to the table, which seemed to indicate some kind of attitude. Xiong Linquan frowned and looked at Su Lu. He suddenly said, I know that the Iron 7th Division is very fierce, but Du Xiaoqing is just one person. He wants to become the second army god? He doesn't even know if the Empire will agree. If he really has the ability, he should take the initiative to go fight a few battles in the West Woods. Over the past year, the seniors of Iron 7th Division had heard a lot about Su Li's achievements from Bai Yulan. They found it hard to believe, but after seeing it with their own eyes in the training base, it had a certain impact on their minds. They knew very well that in the years to come, Su Lu would always be the supervisor of Iron 7th Division. They would be Su Li's men. Although they still could not say that they were very close to Su Lu right now, when they saw him worrying about the Iron 7th Division, they subconsciously mocked him a little. After all, in front of outsiders, they had always been on Su Li's side. The Iron 7th Division had been dazzling and imposing in the military all these years because of a series of achievements. However, they did not have a reputation in the Federation. It was precisely because of this that the Iron 7th Division's biggest problem was that they had never been to the front lines in the West Woods. Therefore, Xiong Linquan's question was tantamount to directly asking a question about the Iron 7th Division's most vital part. The soldiers of the Federation valued honor above all else. The 5 officers of the Iron 7th Division who had been silently eating in the distance heard Xiong Linquan's question. A hint of anger flashed across their cold faces. One of the officers suddenly stood up and angrily rebuked Su Li's table. My division commander has written a letter in blood requesting to fight 103 times. Who dares to say that my division doesn't dare to fight? Hearing this powerful and resonant sentence, the people at Su Li's table fell silent. Xiong Linquan opened his mouth, but in the end he did not retort. After all, this involved the most important issue of a division's reputation. Instead, it was Lan Xiaolong who said with a smile, Don't tell me that the soldiers under Division Commander Du are all like your 2 colleagues who were carried away? From the looks of it, Division Commander Du is just SOSO. The officer who had stood up to debate for the Iron 7 Division had a frosty expression on his face as he said in a cold voice, Division Commander Xiaoqing graduated first from the 1st Affiliated High School of the capital 1st Affiliated High School, entered the 1st Military Academy first, and graduated first from the 1st Military Academy first. A member of the Federation's Trinity Association, the youngest division commander in the Federation. If this is all there is to it, then who can bring it out to compare? This officer's voice was very cold, but there was a hint of fanaticism in it. The indifference was directed at Su Li's table, but the fanaticism showed the admiration and reverence that the Iron 7th Division officers had for this division commander. The best high school in the Federation was the Capital University Affiliated High School, and the most difficult school to get into was the 1st Military Academy. The Federation had a population of more than 10 billion, and these 2 most prestigious schools had gathered countless geniuses and elites. Previously, when this officer repeated Du Xiaoqing's resume, this division commander had actually gotten first place 3 times in a row. According to the simple life before the catastrophe depicted in the movies, this kind of excellent result was equivalent to getting first place in the 3 examinations, which was extremely rare. The Trinity Association's history was exactly like this. Until today, there were only a dozen members of the Federation's Trinity Association, and most of them were already old men. It was no wonder that when this officer talked about his teacher, his back was ramrod straight and his face was full of pride. Hearing this, Su Li's table was shocked into silence, thinking that Du Xiaoqing's resume was really a mess. Even Lan Xiaolong's lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't say anything, because he really couldn't find a loophole to attack this impeccable division commander. Su Lu was also shocked, but what surprised him was the Iron 7th Division officers' fanatical reverence and worship for their division commander. Based on his rough understanding, he always felt that this kind of situation in the military wasn't a good thing. The Iron 7th Division officers' eyes were as cold as ice, but this kind of calm that was about to freeze represented their pride and glory. Although they didn't show any contempt or disdain, they made the people standing opposite them feel a sense of pressure and displeasure. Su Lu had drunk a lot tonight, so he was a little excited. Feeling the coldness and disdain of the Iron 7th Division officers, he shook his head and said, I happen to know 2 people who are qualified to enter the Trinity Association. One of them is now a secretary and the other one is in prison. He smiled, looked up at the officer and said, So this doesn't mean anything. I think your division commander Du doesn't want you to talk about his childhood every day. The officer's expression stiffened, and when he was about to say something, Su Lu said seriously, If you don't believe me, you can ask around and see if I'm lying. The two people he was talking about were Secretary Shen Li and Shi Qinghai from the back mountain of Macho. One was the person in charge of the Tai family, and the other was the person who had manipulated the presidential election and assassinated Macklin. It was not a disgrace to Du Xiaoqing's status as a teacher. However, he only said that one was a secretary and the other was in prison. This made the people of the Iron 7 Division very angry. The 5 Iron 7th Division officers realized that Instructor Su didn't seem to be lying. After a moment of silence, they saluted and left the busy cafeteria. Su Lu looked at the 5 officers who didn't fit in with the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but frown. Lan Xiaolong asked, "Is what you said true?" Su Lu paused for a moment before he realized that he was asking about Secretary Shen and Mr. Shi. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I rarely lie." Chapter 331. There are many theories. Some say that the Iron 7th Division's performance is too strong. Coincidentally, the situation between the Federation and the Empire has been relatively calm in the past 10 years. If they were to use the 3rd Military Region's Trump Card Division to fight in the West Woods, it would seem that they value the Empire too much. It was already late at night. The early autumn breeze blew on Su Li's hot cheeks, waking him up a little. After getting drunk in the cafeteria, Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu forcefully dragged him out and were now walking towards the instructor's apartment. Lan Xiaolong shrugged, but this habitual action almost made Su Lu vomit. He heard the major of the 83-84 mocking, Trump Card Division? The war god set the strategy of fighting in the West Woods years ago in order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army in a relatively calm environment. The Trump Card Divisions of the 4 military regions, the Iron Army, which one of them isn't yelling and rushing to the West Woods? Why don't I see the Department of Defense keeping them as a last resort? I don't agree with you. The Iron 7th Division's performance in the various military exercises is indeed too strong. When I was in school, the instructors once discussed this issue. The Federation believes that good steel should be used on warship rams. Iron-blooded troops like the Iron 7th Division have always been suppressing their pride and anger, not allowing them to be deployed, just so that they can be the vanguard of an expedition against the Empire in the future. Zhou Yu said. He had graduated from the 1st Military Academy, so the discussion of those professors and lecturers made some sense. Even if what you said makes sense, even though I don't like the Iron 7th Division, I still have to admit their combat effectiveness. Lan Xiaolong's expression was a little lonely. We don't know why the Federation didn't allow them to fight in the West Woods. Su Lu let out a drunken burp. He was too lazy to speak, but when he heard the words that entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. From the attitude of the officers in the training base, the soldiers of the Federation respected and distanced themselves from the Iron 7 Division. The feelings of admiration and discomfort were tangled together, but very few people were like Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan earlier, directly expressing their dissatisfaction. Lan Xiaolong changed the topic and said mockingly, "Regarding the issue we discussed, there's always a rumor going around. Why the Federation didn't allow the Iron 7th Division to go to the West Woods?" "What rumor?" "Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District." Lan Xiaolong smiled mysteriously and said, "He used to be a classmate of Du Xiaoqing, but I heard that Commander Zhong hated this person so much that he directly flipped out to the Ministry of Defense and firmly refused to allow the Iron 7th Division to fight in the West Woods." When Su Lu and Zhou Yu heard this for the first time, they couldn't help but be shocked. They thought to themselves, how could a great general of the Federation directly go against the orders of the Ministry of Defense just because of some personal feelings? But after thinking about it silently, it seemed that only this kind of seemingly unreliable rumor could explain why Du Xiaoqing couldn't find any opportunity to set foot in the West Woods even though he had been outstanding for more than 10 years. The Zhong family of the West Woods was the only one of the 7 major families of the Federation that had military power. The current head of the family was Little Watermelon's father, Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District. There were 4 major military academies and 4 major military districts in the Federation. However, when people talked about the 4th Military Academy and the 4th Military District in the West Woods, they were already used to calling them the West Woods Military District and the West Woods Military Academy. Commander Zhong controlled the military power of the West Woods region, and the Zhong family secretly controlled the politics and economy of the West Woods region. If it wasn't for the glory of the charter that spread throughout the universe, this big shot who seemed to have a corner of the universe was completely like a warlord. Probably only this kind of local tyrant could brazenly exclude Du Xiaoqing from the West Woods for so many years. When Commander Zhong gets angry, the president can't do anything, and the Department of Defense can't do anything either. This is probably the biggest helplessness of Du Xiaoqing's life. Lan Xiaolong said with slight sarcasm, but Du Xiaoqing can be considered a stubborn person. With his ability to manage an army and command strategy, how could he only be promoted to Major General this year? For the past few years, the 3rd Military District has been trying to promote him and transfer him to the headquarters. Even the Joint Chiefs of Staff are interested in transferring him to the capital to train him well, but this person is determined not to agree. He just wants to stay in the position of commander of the Iron 7th Division. The drunk Sulu listened to these words in a daze. He remembered some of it and forgot some of it. He just felt the alcohol rush to his head and fell asleep. After getting drunk, he fell into a dark and sweet dream. In his dream he saw a lot of things. Shi Qinghai had been locked up for a lifetime. When he was released from prison, his hair was already silver, but he was still flirting with the female officer guarding him. Li Wei was holding a machete and looking at the crowd on both sides with a face full of fear. On one side of the crowd was the calm Lady Tai, and on the other side was the kind Madame Zhong. He didn't seem to know which side to walk to. Sulu also dreamed of a head of purple hair, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a certain young genius girl with big breasts. In his dream there was also a very faint beautiful face, but he couldn't remember who it was. He also dreamed of an old butler wearing a black suit. During his time in the black prison of Fox Fort, he often saw this old butler. Although he could clearly recognize that the other party was the incarnation of some great existence in his dreams, he was already fearless. He walked over with a smile on his face. However, this old thing was somewhat abnormal today. His face was so solemn that it made one's heart palpitate. It seemed that in the next moment he would turn into countless rays of white light that would envelop Su Li's body and slowly devour it like some single-celled organism, leaving not a single bone behind. Su Lu was very frightened in his dream because he knew that he didn't have many methods to resist the other party. However, he forcefully concealed his fear and forced a smile. He extended his non-existent hands to touch the old butler's wrinkled face. At this moment, the old butler's frosty face finally disappeared. He became like a mischievous child. Using his pair of eyes full of wisdom and absolute calmness, he showed Su Lu what the taste of a shrewd and ruthless craftiness was like. In the end, the old butler's face became as white as a sheet of paper, as white as a snowy mountain. However, he wore the military uniform of a major general. His figure was as straight as a cedar tree in the mountains, emitting a bone-piercing chill that Su Lu woke up and quietly looked at the sky outside the window. He wasn't sure if this dream was auspicious or inauspicious. He didn't know if the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations underground would always silently watch him like this. However, he knew very well what the officer who appeared in the end represented. It represented the big trouble he was about to encounter soon. That teacher named Du Xiaoqing. However, he was fearless. After experiencing so many trials and storms, it would probably be difficult for even the most outstanding figure in the Federation to disturb his state of mind. After washing up, he began to call the relevant departments of the Federation government. He called Zhou and that Madame Zhong. He was in the training base. He was worried about his two friends. Other than calling, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. Time passed quickly as the radio waves flowed through the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the graduation ceremony at the training base. The Federation government attached great importance to the military officer training this time. In order to evaluate the results, they specially arranged a temporary military exercise. They transferred 3 fully mechanized divisions and handed them to the military officer students who were about to graduate. This allowed them to demonstrate their combat ability in all aspects. On this day, there were specks of yellow in the lush mountains behind them. With the feeling of autumn, they welcomed countless important figures and Federation soldiers who had come from afar. All kinds of military spaceships and planes arrived with a roar. Accompanied by a dense group of combat helicopters, they landed on a special airport. For a moment, military flags fluttered, military songs resonated, and the sound of footsteps rang out. Countless military officers from the departments directly under the Ministry of Defense and various military regions came to watch the ceremony. Su Lu and the members of Team 7 stood in the shade to the side of the rostrum. Looking at the high-ranking military officers on the rostrum, they were surprised to see a lieutenant general and several major generals. The military exercise officially began. The holographic screen on the rostrum, with the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, accurately displayed the situation of the military exercise in the mountains and the fields. The purpose of this military exercise was to show the results of the training, so the higher-ups of the federal military were not nervous. They even took advantage of the time when the military exercise was advancing to the designated area to receive all the military officers who participated in the training. Sulu was naturally among those who were received. What made Team 7 and the rest of the military officers extremely shocked was that the lieutenant general on the rostrum, who was also the deputy commander of the 1st Military Region, was incomparably friendly when he personally received Sulu. Even the major generals behind him were sincerely encouraging him with warm words. Sulu himself knew the reason, so he could naturally guard his heart and not show a trace of arrogance. In fact, he had nothing to be proud of. What made him vigilant was that except for Lieutenant General E, the other high-ranking military officers looked at him with admiration in their eyes. There was also a trace of extremely complicated and strange emotions. The military god left Philadelphia for the first time in order to enter the military prison of Chingching to see this young man. This matter was not a secret among the higher-ups of the federal military, and the military officers on the rostrum were all very clear about this. They knew that Sulu was a person with a strong backer, but they also knew that there was some trouble between him and the Iron 7th Division. They were all very curious about what would happen when Sulu and teacher Du Xiaoqing, who was as cold as ice, met at the graduation ceremony. Sulu received the order of commendation from the military officers and returned to the team under the shade of the trees. Lan Xiaolong, who had been standing behind him, said softly, "Du Xiaoqing is here, but he has never liked to show his face in public. Today he is mainly here to pick up his own soldiers. I will tell you when I recognize them." Sulu shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and quietly watched the situation on the holographic screen. His smiling face was extremely calm, but his heart began to become vigilant because he felt a pair of emotionless eyes looking at him. Behind the rostrum, a major general slowly retracted his gaze and stood indifferently with his hands behind his back. Stars shone on the shoulders of his well-ironed military uniform. This person wore a pair of black leather gloves and polished military boots. His posture was extremely tall and straight, and his standing posture did not deviate an inch. The details were impeccable. However, whether it was the stars on his shoulder or the reflection of his gloves and military boots, nothing could hide the brilliance of this person's body. This middle-aged general's eyebrows were like unsheathed swords, but they were slightly covered by the shadow of the standard military cap. His whole body exuded a sense of perseverance and calmness, not like an iceberg but like a cedar tree on an iceberg. In this noisy drill ground there was a great sense of transcendence. Such a person was naturally Du Xiaoqing. Chapter 332. Du Xiaoqing, the youngest commander in the history of the Federation, the famous general of a generation who had infinite expectations placed on him by the military, stood meticulously in an inconspicuous corner of the rostrum, but he attracted the attention of most people. Since ancient times, all famous generals had fought bravely on the battlefield. Without mountains of bones, fireworks like death rays, and without actual battle achievements, who could be called a famous general? However, Du Xiaoqing successfully overturned this rule. In the past 10 years, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had never set foot on the front lines of the West Woods. However, in countless military exercises, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had perfectly demonstrated their powerful combat ability and commanding wisdom, vividly displaying their unique and fierce characteristics. The strategic advisors of the federal military and the major military academies, on the other hand, highly praised his military command theories. They acknowledged that he was the first general in the military who could perfectly combine macro-strategic intentions with specific tactical deductions after the military god Li Bufu. Du Xiaoqing, who had never failed in his military career, and whose art of commanding had been written into the teaching materials of the military academy, was certainly a famous general of a generation. Unfortunately, the biggest flaw of being a famous general was that he didn't have the opportunity to be stained with the blood of the people of the Imperium and the dust of the West Woods. This was definitely the biggest regret of Du Xiaoqing's life, and also his goal. However, there was still a lot of time left for him. If the war between the Federation and the Imperium broke out again, the Iron 7 Division would have to be on the front lines one day. But right now, he could only wear the hat of a military genius and wear the title of a famous general, stay in the capital ring a little lonely and angry, and participate in these meaningless military exercises and graduation ceremonies. The coldness emitted by the well-ironed military uniform and shiny military boots was probably a true portrayal of this commander's inner feelings. Glancing at Du Xiaoqing from the corner of his eyes, Su Li's eyes quickly blinked. Such a peerless figure was like a tiger locked in a laboratory, unable to roar and run in the forest. After a long period of depression, it was likely that he would become even more dangerous. At this time Lan Xiaolong also saw Du Xiaoqing on the stage. The veins on his forehead bulged and then disappeared. He said in a cold tone, "Do you know why this military genius is not willing to be promoted to the 3 military regions and not willing to go to the Ministry of National Defense? That's because he wants to lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods, or even to the Empire. He wants to be a commander and lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods, or even to the Empire. He wants to make a name for himself. Otherwise, everyone will flatter him and say that he's a famous general. The best place for the general to return to should be on a burning warship." Sulu looked at the major general on the stage, who was like a cedar tree, and thought for a while. He then slowly said a Federation proverb, "It's not strange that he has this kind of stubbornness. That's because the god of war was fought by our division's commander. When this commander Du first joined the army, every step he took seemed to be following the steps of his old commander. He copied his old commander completely." Lan Xiaolong said coldly and mockingly, "In fact, a lot of people have already seen that Du Xiaoqing wants to be the second god of war of the Federation. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier, and a general who didn't want to be a god of war probably wouldn't have a bright future." Sulu had heard too much about the achievements of the Iron 7 Division in the past few days. He knew that Du Xiaoqing was a person with amazing talent and a strong will. If he hadn't been suppressed by the big shot of the Zhong family in the West Woods, he probably would have already made outstanding military achievements. It wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up with the old man in Philadelphia. Lan Xiaolong was silent for a while and then suddenly said with a hint of sadness, "I was in the 17th Division when I joined the army. Back then, when the commander sealed up the marshal's uniform, the 17th Division accepted the military order to become a regular ground force and was transferred to the Hongdu Garrison District. The designation was changed to 8384. Before the designation was changed, the Federation held a joint military exercise. In fact, it was just to send off the 17th Division. During the exercise, all the brother units gave us face. At that time, our division was filled with sadness, so we didn't do much. Only the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region looked like they had taken an aphrodisiac when they saw our division. Their faces were dark and they chased after us like ghosts." What happened in the end? It was the first time that Sulu knew about this. He turned around and asked in surprise. "Our division lost." Lan Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and said in a heavy tone, "The 17th Division has always been the first division of the Federation. It was an undefeated division that was personally created by the old man. Even in the territory of the Empire, it had never tasted defeat, let alone a mere military exercise. But, in the last military exercise before the designation was changed, we lost. We lost to the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region. At that time, Du Xiaoqing wasn't the commander of the Iron 7 Division. He was the military officer in charge of tactical deduction in his division." Lan Xiaolong raised his head and stared at Du Xiaoqing and the officers of the Iron 7 Division in the distance with disgust. He said coldly, "In order to build up his reputation, he took advantage of the fact that our division's morale was still unstable to beat us at the 17th Division's farewell ceremony. After we were transferred to the Garrison Division, there was no way for us to win back. This Commander Du is really shameless to the extreme." Sulu was silent for a long time. The competition between the various divisions in the military had always been extremely cruel. If that military exercise was said to be a farewell ceremony for the 17th Division and a ceremony for the retirement of Army God Li Pifu, then Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division actually won. On one hand, it showed the combat ability of the Iron 7 Division. On the other hand, it also showed how terrifyingly strong this Commander Du's desire for victory was. To be able to personally defeat the 17th Division that was trained by Army God Li Pifu was probably the thing that Du Xiaoqing looked forward to the most. "Although our division is a bit weak right now, no one will forget when this matter is mentioned." Lan Xiaolong looked coldly at the Major General on the stage and said, "One day we will get back this face and avenge our teacher." At this time, Sulu finally understood why Lan Xiaolong always showed a very targeted disgust towards the Iron 7 Division and Commander Du Xiaoqing. He was not like the other Federation officers who were respectful and distant, but also couldn't hide their admiration. The Iron 7 Division defeated the 17th Division, but I don't know if this commander can catch up to that old man in Philadelphia, he thought as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Xiaoqing's tall and straight figure on the stage. While the two were quietly discussing the military exercise codenamed graduation day, had also entered a heated phase. The color blocks that represented different troops on the giant screen gradually spread across the barren hills in a gradual manner. The simulated environment of this military exercise was a small occupied administrative planet at the edge of Westwood, and the troops that would be playing the role of the Empire's army was a division of the Iron 7 Division that had been dispatched from the distant 3rd Military Region. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation map on the holographic screen and the real-time feedback of the military strength fluctuations. Naturally, he thought of the officers that he had spent a few months with. Today, these officers were randomly assigned to form a battlefield command headquarters and led their own troops to carry out the established tasks of the military exercise. They were originally outstanding military talents, and they had also received comprehensive training. Whether it was commanding or tactical courage when leading the attack, there was no problem. However, when he thought that their opponent was the Iron 7 Division, Sulu was a little worried. After all, he was also one of the instructors and he really hoped that they could produce a good result. However, the situation of the military exercise did not develop as he had hoped. Sulu was not a professional officer, and he had not received any relevant education. However, judging from the data fed back from the light beam and the frosty faces of the generals of the Federation, he knew that the troops led by the graduates were not in an advantageous situation right now. The image of the mountain captured by the precision satellite appeared on the holographic screen after the data was restored. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the soldiers wearing dark-colored digital camouflage uniforms on the holographic screen. He was deeply shocked by the cold aura that the other party exuded. The soldiers hidden in the fortifications in the mountains, whether it was the mobile battalion piloting the M5 mechas or the low-altitude attack troops hidden in the forest, whether it was the deployment and transfer of troops or the attacks, all of them were exceptionally accurate. The army of thousands appeared on the holographic screen like a single person, accurately and perfectly executing every order. Was this the strength of the Iron 7 Division? What shocked Sulu the most was that this iron-blooded army was like a single person, but its brain was not in the command center at this time. Instead, it was like a bystander looking at the holographic screen indifferently and did not issue any orders. He subconsciously looked at the rostrum. The generals on the rostrum were silent and cold. Compared to them, Commander Du Xiaoqing, who always had a cold expression on his face, seemed to be more normal. The commander was not here, but the Iron 7 Division was still able to display such amazing combat power. How crazy and meticulous did their daily training and tactical deduction have to be? At this time, Sulu noticed that an officer walked up to the rostrum. He walked behind Du Xiaoqing and whispered a few words. Du Xiaoqing nodded slightly with a cold expression. The lieutenant colonel smiled slightly, took out a pair of sunglasses and handed it over respectfully. Seeing Du Xiaoqing put on the sunglasses under the sun, it added a sense of coldness. Sulu frowned deeply. Could that lieutenant colonel be Du Xiaoqing's bodyguard? Sulu knew that the bodyguard of the Minister of Defense was just a colonel, and Du Xiaoqing was just a division commander. How dare he use a lieutenant colonel as his bodyguard? Too arrogant. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. However, he knew that the federal military felt guilty towards Du Xiaoqing and the Iron 7 Division because of Commander Zhong's outburst in the West Woods and forced the Iron 7 Division to obtain military merits. Naturally, they would not pay attention to these details. On the rostrum, Du Xiaoqing slowly took off his gloves and put them in his left hand. His right hand touched the lower beam of his sunglasses. The curves on his face seemed to have been carved by a knife. He still stood straight, displaying the bearing and demeanor of a professional soldier. I've been pretending to be cool in the training base for more than 2 months. I thought that I had grasped the essence of it, but after seeing it today, I realized that my level is still far from it. Looking at Du Xiaoqing, the role model of a professional military officer, Sulu couldn't help but feel endless emotions. However, for some reason he felt a sense of discomfort, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Right at this moment, a burst of rapid discussion came from the rostrum. On the screen, the two sides of the military exercise had already come into contact on the Eastern Front. The battle was about to start. The color blocks that represented the military strength began to disintegrate and collapse, especially at the hilly terrain on the side. Both sides placed their special mecha battalions there. The heavy alloy mechas crushed the green and yellow forest, fiercely clashing together. The battle was extremely intense. Chapter 333. Sulu looked at Du Xiaoqing and thought about how the other person seemed to have a natural cold and majestic aura as a professional military officer, compared to the awkwardness he felt when he drew mountains instead of hills. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Although his voice was low, it still fell into the ears of the members of Team 7 next to him. From the beginning of the military exercise, the members of Team 7 had been standing in a scattered manner. When they heard Su Li's sigh, including Major Lan Xiaolong, everyone's spirits were lifted. They nodded like they were pounding garlic. They thought to themselves, who couldn't tell that you were faking it when you were pretending to be cool in class? But the teacher on the stage wasn't pretending to be cool, he was really cool. If the military officers and students who were currently braving the rain of bullets in the mountains and commanding the troops in battle heard Su Li's sigh, they would definitely have the same opinion. After the military exercise finished, the two sides began to make contact with each other in the predetermined terrain. The situation became extremely intense. The high-ranking military officers and their attendants on the rostrum followed the path on the stage and walked underground. There was a large empty room underground. The mechanics of the Federation's General Assembly base installed and repaired 37 large light screens and related electronic equipment yesterday. They temporarily acted as the headquarters for the graduation military exercise. A faint light fell into the space of the headquarters. The images on the light screen constantly changed. The Federal Central Computer was directly connected through the network. Using its supercomputing power, it presented all the details of the military exercise in real time for the military officers who were watching the exercise. Looking at the fierce contact battle between the two sides on the light screen, the military officers and officers in the headquarters discussed animatedly. The staff officer of the 1st Military Region who was in charge of the military exercise was busy in front of his workbench. The underground space was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere. Su Lu, who was standing inconspicuously in the corner, narrowed his eyes as he observed all of this. However, a very strange thought appeared in his mind. The high-speed electric current and data flow in the terminal workbench in front of him was that old man's clone. However, what he saw now was only electronic equipment, and there was no trace of the old man in the tuxedo. When he was young, Su Lu had always wanted to participate in the mechanic officer examination of the Ministry of National Defense. For this, he had specially studied some tactical teaching materials of the federal military. However, he was not a professional soldier after all. Looking at the professional terms and terms that kept flashing on the 37 light screens, as well as the numerical curves that kept decreasing and increasing, he could not understand at all what stage the military exercise had progressed to. Lan Xiaolong glanced at his side profile and saw his awkwardness. He lowered his voice and explained a few words. Only then did Su Lu roughly understand the current development of the military exercise. The Iron 7th Division, which was playing the role of the Empire's army, had gained the upper hand in the military exercise. They forcibly seized a high ground in the area 192, 220, 345 and occupied a considerable advantage. During this process, although the military officers deduced the opponent's tactical intentions in advance, they couldn't stop the advance of the Iron 7th Division. They could only watch as a big hole was torn open on their side. The Iron 7th Division was an exceptionally strong force. They were used to winning, but they would never be blinded by victory. Instead, they would develop absolute confidence and courage. Such a terrifying force had never been on the battlefield in the West Woods. Under the long-term dissatisfaction and anger, the commander of the Iron 7th Division and the ordinary soldiers all had a flame in their heart. Every time they participated in the Federation's military exercise, they wanted to spew out this flame so that it wouldn't burn their organs. They treated every military exercise as a real battle. They wanted to make up for the regrets of the entire force with the difficulties of their brothers. They wanted to prove to the Federation that they were the strongest division in the Federation. They didn't deserve to be placed in the peaceful and lonely S3 galaxy. They should go to the West Woods and even go on an expedition to the Empire. In countless military exercises, the Iron 7th Division had always won an overwhelming victory in the end. It had to be said that this had something to do with the overall fighting spirit of this division. During the military exercise, the Iron 7 Division's attacks were exceptionally fierce, causing people's hearts to turn cold. They had defeated countless of their brothers' troops, and had also established an unquestionable prestige and respect for this division and Du Shaoqing. What was even more frightening and respectable was that the Iron 7th Division didn't only know how to be fierce and inflexible. This Iron Blood Division had strict tactical discipline, sharp command, and strong practical experience. Every regiment and battalion seemed to have their own thoughts. Under the premise of a big goal and strict military orders, they could also show an extremely flexible and adaptable ability. This ability could even be demonstrated in a class segment. Every component and segment of the Iron 7th Division was as cold as ice. They were like machines that didn't know fatigue and fear, but they were also very agile. Under the control of Division Du Shaoqing, they were like living steel monsters, giving people a feeling that they were unstoppable. Su Le looked at the hologram worriedly as he listened to Lan Xiaolong's detailed explanation. He was very worried about the students in the mountain. Although the Iron 7th Division today was playing the role of the Empire's army, and logically speaking, the Military Exercise Command Center wouldn't let them win an overwhelming victory. Moreover, Du Shaoqing wasn't personally commanding, but looking at the current situation he felt that something was wrong. Everyone in the Military Exercise Command Center probably had the same feeling. Although these professional officers had long been used to the invincibility of the Iron 7th Division in the military exercise, the other side today was an outstanding officer specially trained by the Federation to prepare for a fierce war with the Empire. In the end, it still ended up like this. The highest-ranking lieutenant general in the room, Deputy Commander Yi, had a gloomy expression. The generals and senior officers behind him also stopped talking and were silent. Occasionally, someone thought of something and subconsciously turned to look. Du Shaoqing was sitting in a chair in the corner of the command center, drinking a cup of coffee. He didn't take off his sunglasses and his chin was slightly lowered. It seemed that he didn't care about the outcome of this military exercise at all. This was probably the temperament and confidence of an ever-victorious general. After a simple lunch at noon, the Military Exercise Command Center began to busy themselves with work again. But at this time, Lieutenant General Yi's expression was much better than it was in the morning, and the atmosphere in the command center gradually relaxed. The reason for this change was that the situation of the military exercise shown on the 37 circular holograms was developing in a direction that comforted the federal military. In the face of the Iron 7 Division's ferocious and cold offensive, although the joint column under the command of the military officers was in an extremely difficult situation, after paying an extremely heavy price, they finally stopped the enemy in the area of the Lonely Mountain Range. Lonely Mountain was the code name of the military exercise simulation sand table on the graduation day. In fact, it was an area of mountains and valleys 70 kilometers behind the base. Both sides of the military exercise had to achieve their respective tactical objectives, so this area was of utmost importance. According to Su Li's understanding, the Military Exercise Command Center named this area Lonely Mountain because in the border area of the West Woods, on a planet that was first occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there was a lonely mountain. The military officers were divided into several small groups to command the joint column of the military exercise side. After all, they were the best all-around talents in the Federation. After being caught off guard by the ferocious offensive of the Iron 7th Division in the beginning, they gradually calmed down and fully displayed their excellent commanding skills. However, the cooperation between the various groups was still a bit stiff and rusty. Any small detail on the battlefield could affect the final outcome of a battle. The reason why the joint forces were able to hold off Iron 7 Division at Lonely Ridge was because the Special Mecha Battalion of the joint forces had taken the risk of cutting in from a 30-degree angle. The Special Mecha Battalion, which had 8 MX mechas, had successfully evaded the electronic surveillance and destroyed the reserve armored force camp that Iron 7 Division had purposely left there in one fell swoop. The heavy black silhouettes of the alloy mechas were like silent giants. With agility that did not match their bodies, they quickly advanced on the rugged mountain path, splitting up and launching surprise attacks. The generals in the Military Exercise Command Center watched the screen and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was the first time the Federation's new MX mecha had displayed its true power in a large-scale battle. It completely overturned everyone's previous impression of mecha being cumbersome and powerful, and achieved very clear results. The Black MX mecha leading the charge of the Special Mecha Battalion's tactical movements were extremely precise and fierce. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he watched the mecha's movements. He immediately determined that the pilot inside was definitely Hua Xiaoxi. He had taught them for more than 2 months and was so familiar with the mecha movements of these officers that he could replay them in his mind. Naturally, he could tell who the pilot was through certain movement habits and details. Hua Xiaoxi was the joint first in the mecha assessment, so he naturally had to assume the role of the main attacker of the mecha battalion. 8 MX mecha meant that 8 officers were not in the command center of their respective units. Instead, they were charging on the front lines of the battlefield. He had watched for a long time before discovering that Zhou Yu was not among these 8 MX mecha. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. Although Zhou Yu was very good at mecha piloting, at the same time he was also the #1 in the tactical deduction test. he was only slightly worse than Yuan. For this military exercise, he must have stayed in the command center of the joint column to be in charge of commanding the entire column. Thinking about how Zhou Yu was currently commanding the joint column to block the cold and terrifying attack of the Iron 7th Division at Silent Hill, and then thinking about how the MX mecha that was incomparably close to him would definitely shine brightly in this military exercise, Sulu was like a rock. He couldn't help but feel a sliver of pride in pride. Unfortunately, he would not be able to learn the ability to command troops from this military exercise. Every profession has its own specialization, Sulu thought to himself somewhat self-deprecatingly. If he had been the commander on the battlefield, any one of these officer cadets whom he had scolded for so long would have been able to annihilate the troops he was leading. This was the difference between them. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of that teacher who had not personally commanded today. Glancing over from the corner of his eye, he saw Du Shaoqing sitting solemnly in his chair, his expression as cold as ice. But for some reason, Sulu felt that there was an invisible curve at the corner of the other's lips, expressing some sort of disdain and contempt. The graduation drill used a real simulated battlefield, using a 17% ratio. The relevant battle scale, firepower calculation, and time were all calculated according to this ratio, representing 1/6 of the real battlefield environment. When it was close to evening, the graduation drill officially ended. A total of 5 tactical objectives had been set for this military exercise. Under the brilliant display of the MX mecha and the precise and calm command of the officer cadets, the combined column had made a strong counterattack in the latter half of the drill. In the end, they had completed 2 of the objectives with the help of the attack group at the last moment. And the Iron 7th Division, which had gone into battle in a conventional manner, was as strong as ever. This iron-blooded troop completely ignored the unexpected blow they had received in the latter half of the drill, silently and even somewhat calmly completing 3 of the tactical objectives. The calmness of the Iron 7th Division was particularly evident during the process of the troops returning to camp after the drill. The screen in the command hall was clearly broadcasting the scene over there. From the senior officers of the Iron 7th Division to the most basic gunner, the expressions on their faces were calm, cold, and proud. This kind of pride seemed to be forever on their faces, this kind of calmness seemed to be something they would never forget. A troop that was used to winning was indeed very frightening, just like their teacher. The people in the military exercise command center were already quite satisfied with this result, and traces of a smile appeared on Lieutenant General Yi's face. The federal military had long been used to the victories of the Iron 7th Division. Today the combined column under the command of the officer cadets had not lost too badly. Although the defensive line would definitely have collapsed if they had held on for a standard day, this was still the most evenly matched military exercise in many years. These officers that the Federation had focused on grooming did not lose face for the military. After the military exercise ended, the various participating troops left the base one by one. Sulu looked at the military transport ships that covered the sky and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It was said that the Federation was lacking in crystal resources, but for the sake of a military exercise, they were able to transport thousands of people from S2. It seemed that in order to prepare for war with the Empire, the Federation really was willing to pay any price. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at the officers lined up in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. At this time the instructors were all standing on the other side. He was only the instructor of the mecha class, so it was naturally not convenient for him to stand out and say anything. However, his mood was revealed through his expression. Although he was young, these officers in front of him were still considered his students. This was probably a sense of achievement that came from being a teacher. The officers did not try to hide the smiles on their faces. Although they were all proud people, they had enough reason to be proud of the fact that they were able to fight so well against the Iron 7th Division after forming a team at the last minute and commanding troops they were not familiar with. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi were the focal figures among the officers because in this military exercise, Zhou Yu had been responsible for the overall tactical deduction, while Hua Xiaoxi had been responsible for the most dangerous ambush. The 2 of them had contributed the most. Hua Xiaoxi's eyebrows were raised in unspeakable joy. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, maintained his gentlemanly appearance, smiling in response. Right at this time, the slightly chaotic ranks suddenly quietened down, because the general in charge of inspecting and summarizing had already walked over. What was completely unexpected was that the person who had walked over was actually the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing. The field instantly fell silent. The officers straightened their chests, the emotions in their eyes burning. If they could be praised by Du Shaoqing, It would be an irresistible honor for any officer. The monotonous sound of footsteps rang out. Du Shaoqing, wearing sunglasses, walked over with a cold expression. 3 officers from the Iron 7th Division followed behind him. When he reached the right side, the 3 officers stopped in their tracks. Du Shaoqing did not stop. His shiny military boots stepped slowly on the ground, as if landing on the hearts of the officers. He walked from the left to the right of the formation, then stopped. He looked coldly at the officers, his thin lips slightly parted, and his words were as sharp as knives. Known as the most outstanding officer in the Federation, after 8 months of training, all you end up with is a bunch of trash. Chapter 334. Everyone was still silent, but some of the officers' faces were slightly red, and a hint of struggle flashed through their eyes. They felt a strong sense of humiliation and anger, but no one dared to say anything. This was because they were in the military camp, and the person who had said those words was a major general, and the person who was rudely reprimanding them was Du Shaoqing. The lines of this young military general's face were very clear, just like the tactics he used to command the Iron 7th Division. Through the lenses of his sunglasses, one could faintly see his extremely deep eye sockets, just like the strict military discipline of the troops he led, deep and inviolable. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were proud and indifferent, and as a division commander, Du Shaoqing brought this temperament to the extreme. Coupled with his well-ironed general's uniform, his appearance and posture left a deep impression in people's minds. He had an exceptionally iron-blooded charm. No one in the federal military dared to deny this charm. In formal situations, no one had ever seen Du Shaoqing smile. Only the coldest and most ruthless people, who treated others and themselves to the extreme, could single-handedly train a troop like the Iron 7th Division. But many people knew that in private, Division Commander Du's favorite thing to do was to play the violin on the balcony of the barracks. The military camp was a place where the hierarchy was particularly strict. As a division commander, Du Shaoqing, no matter what he said or did, these officers who were much lower in rank than him could only listen obediently. Even if they were not convinced, they could only blush and straighten their backs even more. No one dared to voice out their doubts. The Federation government now particularly appreciated the Iron 7th Division, and the military also relied heavily on Du Shaoqing. After today's military exercise, he was the one who gave the speech, which already showed a certain inclination. Today, when war was about to begin, a sharp and cold military knife like Du Shaoqing could not be hidden in its scabbard forever. Even if the fierce man from the Zhong family in the West Woods tried to suppress him, he would not be able to hold down the handle of the knife. The strict discipline and silence displayed by the trainees at this time could not melt the ice on Du Shaoqing's face. His sharp eyes slowly scanned the surroundings through the lenses of his sunglasses, and coldly said, "For a preset military exercise like this, regardless of the outcome, it has no meaning to the Federation soldiers." With one sentence, he had made the graduation speech organized by the Federal Military Japanese Army a piece of shit. Probably only this major general, who had thousands of eyes on him, dared to say such words. However, his words also erased the most awe-inspiring capital of the Iron 7th Division in one stroke. When others heard it, they could not refute it at all. Du Shaoqing quietly looked at the officers in front of him. Only he knew that these words were from his heart. The stage of a soldier could only be the real battlefield. Even if the Iron 7th Division led by him could always maintain the victory of the military exercise in the next 100 years, what was the point? If he could not set foot in the West Woods, defeat the imperial armies, and make a real contribution, his title as a famous general was only a famous general on paper. He could not even beat the fierce tiger from the West Woods whose surname was Zhong, let alone catch up with the old man from Lake Feiqing. Thinking of this, Du Shaoqing's expression became even colder. The lines on his jawline were abnormally stiff. He coldly reprimanded, "The Federation has only successfully assembled 27 MXs. This time we transferred 8 MXs to you. You actually fought like this. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed?" Du Shaoqing did not seem to be satisfied. He coldly looked at the crowd and calmly said, "After fighting with the 7th Division and seizing 2 tactical targets, do you feel very satisfied? Before the battle, you are already thinking about losing. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed? Even these 2 targets were given to you by my subordinates." Du Shaoqing reprimanded in a deep voice, "I don't want to give you any face. I also don't care about the military exercise command center's plan. The sand table is the battlefield. Today the 7th Division didn't let you lose too badly. It has nothing to do with you. I was just thinking about those normal soldiers who were carelessly commanded by you. As a military officer, I don't want to see the soldiers at the bottom lose all hope in the future command system of the Federation military. Fighting a fake battle, yet you still need the opponent to deliberately show mercy. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel that you are trash? Ashamed, trash. Each sentence was sharper and heavier than the last. Especially what Du Xiaoqing said at the end. Today, the joint column under the command of the military officer had taken 2 tactical targets, and it was actually the Iron 7th Division that deliberately let them win? The military officer cadets clearly knew that at the beginning of the military exercise, they found a lot of objective difficulties for themselves. They did not have the courage to try and defeat the Iron 7th Division. After being pointed out by Commander Du, they no longer felt as proud as before. Instead, they felt a little ashamed. But when they heard the last sentence, they felt very indignant. This was the result of the battle that they fought for. How did it become the Iron 7th Division letting them win? The military officers stood even straighter. It was as if there was fire in their eyes. But under the strict military discipline, still no one dared to stand out. You know how to be angry, it means that you still have a sense of shame. You are not considered trash that can't be saved. Although you are not far from being useless. Du Xiaoqing looked at everyone coldly. His hands that were holding the black leather gloves were behind his back. He said lightly, "Zhou, step forward." Zhou was slightly shocked. He took a step forward from the formation and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and saluted. His movement was extremely clean and neat. He was a gentle gentleman. Facing this cold and dignified Major General, he could not help but be extra cautious. He wanted to make sure that the other side would not be able to find any mistakes in the details. The second tactical deduction from the anti-terrorism drill? Du Xiaoqing had not walked past him before, so he casually glanced at him. "Yes, General." Zhou answered loudly with an expressionless face. The second tactical deduction. Du Xiaoqing said indifferently, "Let me ask you, if the 7th Division gave up on the backup and didn't provide any support when your mecha battalion went straight to the bottom of Silent Hill and attacked your camp with the armored brigade, what would you do?" The atmosphere in the middle of the silent field suddenly changed. This was because all the military officers, including the instructors standing outside, could hear that this division commander Du Xiaoqing, who was known for his tactical deduction, was actually going to verbally test the military officers' brains today. He wanted to use this to prove to everyone that the 7th Division had gone easy on them today. This was to give these military officers a heavy blow to their confidence. Zhou, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. His eyes suddenly lit up and he replied in a clear voice. "The instructor said that the MX mecha is best at surprise attacks and decapitation. Our army will need 34 minutes to rush down to provide assistance, and 12 minutes to return to the camp. Within 46 minutes, the 7th Division's armored brigade will not be able to pass through Area 452. 124, why not?" Du Xiaoqing looked at him coldly. "Because the road is not easy to travel, General." It was rare for Zhou to be so playful. It seemed that even someone as gentle and polite as him felt a bit of disgust towards the aggressive Du Xiaoqing. When he heard Zhou mention the instructor, Sulu was smiling with his head lowered. Hearing this, his smile widened. Du Xiaoqing was not affected. He was not angry, but he did not laugh. He asked coldly, "Why is it not easy to travel?" Zhou was slightly taken aback. He replied, "The area is all mountainous. The armored brigade is not suitable to advance quickly in this kind of terrain. Also, the 7th Division's commander should have considered that it is easy to be attacked by individual weapons in this kind of terrain. The casualty rate is too high. There is no need to consider casualty rates in war." Du Xiaoqing said coldly, "To the side of Area 452. 124, there is a temporary road used by the main assembly base for maintenance of the radar station. Although it has been out of use for 20 years, the armored brigade can still force its way through without any problem." As soon as these words were said, the originally silent scene was instantly filled with gasps. Who would have thought that Du Xiaoqing would actually know of a maintenance road that had been out of use for 20 years? Perhaps even the logistics officer of the base would not be able to describe the location of this road so casually. Zhou's eyes narrowed. He felt a trace of nervousness and disbelief. His brow furrowed, and after a moment of silence he said, "The map provided by the Exercise Command Center did not indicate this road. You officers have been in this base for 8 months, Du Xiaoqing reprimanded in a low voice. The 7th Division only received the order for the exercise 3 days ago. The 7th Division came from System S3. They only used 3 days to find this abandoned road, but you guys don't know about it. Is this an excuse? Zhou Yu frowned and thought for a long time. He confirmed that if the 70th Division's armored brigade had been able to use this road, the situation of today's military exercise would have been greatly reversed. But who would have thought that the people of the Iron 7th Division would actually know the terrain of the military exercise area better than they did? Preparation for the battlefield was indeed the most important thing. Could it be that the other side had really gone easy on them today, and that was why the troops under his command were able to get a barely passable result? Thinking of this, Zhou Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. He said very seriously, even if the armored brigade was able to use this road that we don't know about, how could they have discovered the location of the Joint Army's camp? I've already set up 3 layers of electronic interference barriers beforehand, and the satellite signal filtering and disguising has also been completed. He raised his head to look at Du Shaoqing's cold profile and said, and the armored brigade's disguise radius is not large. After I discovered them, the MX mecha that had returned to help would have been able to coordinate with the heavy infantry to disperse them before they could reach me. Why couldn't they have discovered your camp? Forget about the things you learned in Number 1 Academy. Du Shaoqing said coldly, those electronic barriers of yours are as densely packed as an old woman's underwear. I don't know if it's because you're afraid of the cold or because you're afraid of exposing your body, but you actually set up so many layers. There's a very simple principle on the battlefield. It's just like being a person, the thing that you want to protect the most is the most vulnerable and most important part of your enemy. A thick sense of mockery flashed across his face that was not covered by the sunglasses. Any civilian equipment would have been able to discover the strangeness of your area. Even if they didn't know what you were hiding, they would still know that it was your weak point. Cold sweat gradually seeped out of Zhou Yu's back. He suddenly raised his head and retorted, you're gambling with the armored brigade's life. If I deliberately used 3 layers of electronic barriers as a disguise to lure the armored brigade into the ambush, Du Shaoqing unhappily waved his hand and cut him off. He said coldly, all of your soldiers are tied up at the eastern line of Silent Hill. How would you have extra soldiers to set up an ambush? Even if the armored brigade didn't find your camp, once they came out from there, they would be able to circle around your camp and coordinate with the main force of the 7th Division. How many people do you think will be able to survive today? The most important thing is. Du Shaoqing looked at Zhou Yu indifferently. He increased his tone and said with a pressuring tone, your camp is right there. A soldier must dare to gamble on the battlefield. A soldier who doesn't have the will to gamble is destined to be a failure. Zhou Yu slowly lowered his head. He furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a long time. Then he raised his head firmly and said, even if the armored brigade comes, I can still use the 44-man assault formation to retreat. As long as I can hold on until the mecha camp comes back, this battle can still be fought. 120, 447 area. How much power do you have left? One of the 7th Division's divisions is watching over there, Du Shaoqing said coldly without hesitation. Zhou Yu thought for a while and replied, but 120, 446 area is still in my hands. The highest altitude here is 1,245 meters. Your assault helicopters won't be able to do much damage. Du Shaoqing said expressionlessly, your MX is on the way back. Although the 70th Division's M52 is a little slow, it's not like they can't walk on the mountain road. Zhou Yu was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. There was no terminal computer, no holographic screen, no map coordinates, no firepower deployment data, and no modern tools. The most talented division commander in the Federation and the best tactical deduction expert in the new generation of military officers were just using his memory and understanding of the troops on the battlefield to make verbal deductions. The field grew quieter and quieter. Only the voices of these 2 people could be heard. It was as if there were golden spears and armored horses colliding in the air, making crisp and silent sounds of collisions. There was also the faint smell of smoke from the explosions of gunpowder. However, Division Commander Du Shaoqing's tone was always cold and indifferent. Moreover, he didn't need time to think before making any deployment. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, took longer and longer to think and his voice became more and more labored. The federal military recognized Du Shaoqing as the number 1 person in terms of strategic intelligence and tactical command. For Zhou Yu to be able to argue verbally with him was already very impressive in the eyes of everyone present. However, looking at the cold-faced division commander wearing sunglasses, everyone felt an incomparable chill in their hearts. They wondered what exactly Du Shaoqing's brain was made of. The few lieutenant colonels of the Iron 7th Division who came with Du Shaoqing had calm expressions. They had seen too much of their division commander's shocking military intelligence and had long gotten used to all of this. On the contrary, they instead felt a faint admiration for Zhou Yu, who had been verbally deducing tactics with his division commander until now. Back when he was at the Westwoods Preparatory Military Academy, Zhou Yu was already regarded as a genius, completely overshadowing his already excellent brother Zhou Jin. He was sent by the 4th Military Region to the 1st Military Academy to study history and battle examples. He was incomparably diligent, and that was why he had achieved what he had today. However, what made him feel incomparably oppressed was that the division commander he was facing today, Du Shaoqing, was actually as cold and unapproachable as a snowy mountain. Every virtual command that came out of this person's thin lips was like a noose that tied people to death, making it difficult for him to breathe and cold sweat trickled down his back. What made him even more fearful was that Du Shaoqing's tactical commands were not only sharp and forceful, they were also meticulous in taking care of the details. There was not the slightest gap, and his calculations were extremely precise. It made people feel a sense of defeat and they actually gradually lost all of their confidence. The joint column will definitely lose. I admit that the Iron 7th Division showed mercy today. After a long silence, Zhou Yu reluctantly admitted defeat and gave a military salute. Return to your unit. Du Shaoqing said coldly, but the eyes hidden behind the sunglasses flashed with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that there would actually be a talent in this batch of officers. In just a split second he had the thought of transferring Zhou Yu to the 7th Division. He glanced coldly at Zhou Yu, who had already returned to his unit, and suddenly remembered that this young officer seemed to be someone from the Tai family. Teacher Du Shaoqing had always been cold and self-controlled, but he was also a person with great ambition and ambition. A successful general needed countless outstanding subordinates, and without question, Zhou Yu had this potential. He believed that he was a tolerant person, and also believed that the melting pot known as the Iron 7th Division would definitely be able to attract truly outstanding professional soldiers. It was because of this innate calm and self-confidence that even though he had clearly thought of Zhou Yu's background, he was only slightly taken aback, and did not have the slightest hesitation in his desire to take this person into the Iron 7th Division. Tolerant was only tolerant of those who were willing to be accommodated. Towards those who were unwilling to be accommodated, Teacher Du Shaoqing had always been as cold as winter. His blade-like gaze swept past Su Lu through his sunglasses, and then he quickly retracted it. If you know that you are trash, then there is still room for improvement. Du Shaoqing looked at the extremely ugly expressions of the officer students and said coldly. Just as the entire field was deathly silent, preparing for Teacher Du's storm-like reprimand, an extremely untimely voice suddenly rang out. Spending so much effort to win against a piece of trash who just graduated from school, it's really meaningless. As these words were spoken, the entire field fell silent, and a chilling sense of danger arose spontaneously. The military camp was strictly governed by military hierarchy. When a major general was lecturing, who would allow a subordinate to casually interrupt? Earlier, the officer students had been thoroughly reprimanded, their faces flushed red, but they could only puff out their chests. Now, someone had actually appeared out of nowhere and said such a thing. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Moreover, these words were clearly directed at Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division. Previously, Teacher Du had said that the military exercise of the Federation was meaningless, so this person had said that Du Shaoqing's victory over Zhou Yu was just an armchair strategist. What was even more frightening was the hidden meaning in this person's words. Teacher Du had coldly and harshly condemned this group of officer students as trash. Then you worked so hard to win against a trash. What was that? These words were not spoken by Su Lu. The military camp was a place filled with the smell of iron and blood. The reprimands of superiors were all loud, and there were many people who scolded even more harshly than Du Shaoqing. There were all sorts of obscenities. Speaking of which, when Su Lu had been an instructor, he had also often scolded people as trash in class, but people were just so strange. Su Lu always viewed these officer students as his own students and scolded them himself. Hearing Du Shaoqing's incomparably cold reprimand, he felt exceptionally uncomfortable in his heart. However, he knew of the problem between himself and the Iron 7th Division, especially after feeling Du Shaoqing's cold gaze sweep over him twice earlier. Although he wanted to protect his calf under the difference of military ranks, he could not do so. He could only remain silent. But Major Lan Xiaolong, who stood behind him, could not hold back the hint of dissatisfaction and mockery in his heart. After his slightly mocking voice rang out, the entire field instantly fell into an even more absolute silence than before. The 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division standing on the left side of the formation suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. These 3 officers had been silent the entire time. Their military posture was perfect. Even after standing for such a long time, their eyebrows didn't even twitch. They looked like 3 ice sculptures that were cold and indifferent, keeping people thousands of miles away. But at this time, these 3 officers were like fierce tigers that had suddenly awakened. 3 pairs of blade-like eyes stared at Lan Xiaolong's face at the same time. Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. He slowly turned his head and also looked in that direction. There was no way the military camp would allow this kind of insubordination to happen. Lan Xiaolong had been stationed here for a long time in Garrison Unit 8384, and had endured until he became a major. However, he had more or less an undisciplined aura, just like the members of the 7th Combat Group behind Sulu and Sulu. Even when the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division glared at him with angry eyes, Lan Xiaolong still had an indifferent expression on his face. He even raised his eyebrows. But when Division Commander Du Shaoqing also turned his head, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was a little confused. This division commander was clearly wearing sunglasses, but why did he feel like his gloomy gaze was about to pierce into his heart? One of the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division was the guard officer Du Shaoqing, Shimin-jin, who had previously made Sulu exclaim at Du Shaoqing's arrogance. As a lieutenant colonel, he was willing to serve as Du Shaoqing's guard officer. Naturally, he was incomparably loyal. Shimin-jin strode in front of Lan Xiaolong. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like rain was about to fall. He moved a few centimeters in front of Lan Xiaolong and scolded him loudly, "Which division are you from? Don't you know the rules? Who allowed you to interrupt when your superior is scolding you? Where are the military regulations that you learned? Tell me your name." Lan Xiaolong's ears were about to be deafened. Feeling the spittle on his face, he was a little displeased. However, he was suppressed by the other party's ferocious roar and anger. He looked at the gloomy face in front of him and believed that if Du Shaoqing wanted to kill him right now, this guard officer would definitely pull out his gun and shoot him without hesitation. In order to maintain military discipline, Commander Du Shaoqing naturally wouldn't execute Lan Xiaolong for his actions. However, he would definitely make him suffer a lot. He might even be locked up in a dark room for half a month. However, Lan Xiaolong didn't regret this. As a member of the 17 Mechanics Division, how happy was it to be able to mock Du Shaoqing to his face. Furthermore, although his temperament was undisciplined, he still had the perseverance of the Federation soldiers. He looked at Shimin-jin indifferently and didn't say a word, waiting to be punished later. At this moment, there was a slight movement behind him. He was pulled behind someone. He looked over in shock and found that it was Sulu who had protected him in front of him. It was like an old hen protecting her child. "He's Major Lan Xiaolong, a member of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team," Sulu explained to the guard officer in front of him. He had a headache about the trouble Lan Xiaolong had caused. The members of the Iron 7th Division had been looking for a chance to vent their anger on him. If he stepped in, wouldn't he be giving the other party the best reason? However, the members of the 7th Division were all orphans without a mother. With a wave of his hand, the old man in Philadelphia removed them from their official military status and put them under Su Li's command. As the supervisor, he had to step in at this moment. "Since you're not a training officer, why are you here now?" Shimin-jin looked at Sulu and continued to scold him loudly. His expression was dark. Sulu replied sincerely, "This is an order from the Ministry of Defense. I don't understand what's going on either." Shimin-jin frowned and said coldly, "He's your subordinate? Who are you?" Base Mecha Instructor Sulu, currently the supervisor of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team. Shimin-jin's expression was dark and he said disdainfully, "As expected, the kind of instructor produces the kind of students. The kind of supervisor produces the kind of cowardly soldiers." Hearing these words, Su Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. The 2 small flying knives seemed to have the thought of flying. Shortly after, he took a light breath and said seriously, "It's not up to you to judge whether my soldiers are cowards or not. I may not be a good supervisor or a good instructor, but I think the students participating in today's military exercise are all not bad." Hearing these words, the expressions of the students standing in a row, who had initially been somewhat ugly, softened slightly. They all thought in their hearts that Instructor Xiao Su was usually a jerk, but in front of outsiders he actually gave them face. However, they did not expect that this thought had already placed them in the same category as Su Lu. They had even copied Su Li's way of calling himself young master in class. As for the combat personnel of the 7th Combat Team, most of them were from the 17th Mechanic Division. They had an irreconcilable enmity with Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division. Hearing Su Li's words made them very happy. Furthermore, they were originally non-military personnel, so they had less to worry about. Xiong Linquan purposely made himself not look at that ice-cold instructor Du Shaoqing and said faintly, "Our soldiers are indeed quite cowardly. It's just that we often go to the West Woods to kill the Empire's people." Xiong Linquan's words were undoubtedly a loud slap to the face of the Iron 7th Division's officer. The stern look in Shimin-Jin's eyes gradually deepened. He stared at Su Lu in front of him and said coldly, "You really have guts. You're a lieutenant colonel and I'm also a lieutenant colonel. Why should I act pitiful and resentful in front of you?" From the moment the 7th Division appeared in front of him, Su Lu instinctively felt a sense of danger. Du Shaoqing had reprimanded everyone mercilessly, and his anger had already accumulated to a certain extent. At this moment, looking at the gloomy face of the guard in front of him and hearing his words, the 2 throwing knives on his forehead finally flew up. He replied indifferently. Shimin-Jin was slightly stunned. He did not argue with him about the military rank. Instead, he looked at Lan Xiaolong who was behind Su Lu and said coldly, "You've violated the rules. Have your man come out." In the military camp, this request was not unreasonable. However, Su Lu was not a professional soldier, and his personality also determined that he would not hand Lan Xiaolong over today. However, in the face of strict military discipline, what could he do? Earlier, when Teacher Du and Student Zhou Yu were conducting tactical simulations, this subordinate of mine only wanted to participate in the discussion. He did not intentionally interrupt the senior officer's conversation. I don't think he needs to be disciplined. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and actually said such a thing. "You guys are from the 17th Division?" Right at this moment, Du Shaoqing's cold and oppressive question came from the other end of the line. "I don't know how to fight." Su Lu learned from Teacher Du's experience of pretending. Tomorrow he'll show it a little. Chapter 335. Hearing his teacher's words, Lieutenant Colonel Shimin-Jin's expression turned solemn. He quickly put away his angry and dark expression and calmly turned away, exposing Su Li's body to everyone's eyes. Su Li's heart chilled slightly. This guard's change in expression so quickly could only mean that his previous roaring and anger had all been an act. The Iron 7th Division was just looking for a reason to deal with him. Su Lu himself was a youth who occasionally got angry, so when faced with Shimin-Jin or even Du Shaoqing's anger, he would not be afraid. However, today's opponent was a general whose rank and authority were far above his, and who had always maintained a calm mind and a cold hostility. This matter was somewhat troublesome. "Lieutenant Colonel Su, as an instructor, do you have your own opinion on the tactical deduction for this military exercise?" Du Shaoqing said coldly. His speed was normal and even his tone was normal. Just by pointing out Su Li's rank, he naturally had the air of a military camp. Su Lu had thought that this iron-blooded teacher would come to find trouble with him, but he did not expect the other's first words to be like this. Hearing the calmness and self-restraint in Du Shaoqing's words, as well as a natural sense of majesty, he silently thought that some of the truly important people in this world were probably used to their words, and no one dared to refute them. Therefore, there was naturally some kind of unquestionable coldness and valiance in their words. "I'm teaching mecha, not deduction." Su Lu lowered his head slightly and said calmly, "If you want me to do tactical deduction, even if you give me 3 divisions in front of the Iron 7th Division, they will only end up dead." In a person's life who knew how many conflicts they had to go through before they could reach their goal. However, the prerequisite for competing with others was that you had to have the ability to compete, except for some issues that involved principles and could not be challenged. The Iron 7th Division was not Macklin, and they were not the Empire's invaders. Su Lu knew that his tactical command was a blank piece of paper full of question marks, so at this time he calmly and naturally retreated 90 kilometers away. Du Shaoqing, who was facing Su Lu from a distance, felt slightly silent and lonely. He did not think that Su Li's answer would be so simple and direct. Facing the hint of flirting that he deliberately released, she actually willingly admitted defeat. How could a person with such a soft waist be valued so highly by the marshal and that person? However, at this time, Su Lu raised his head and defended the officers. "It's just that today was the first time the MX was used. The students have no experience and the troops they commanded were not their own troops, so of course, they were not as strong as the Iron 7th Division. Although they failed, I feel that their performance was not bad. In the future, if they spend more time on the battlefield, they will not lose face for the Federation. As soon as these words were said, the officers, who had been in low spirits, could not help but straighten their chests. There was an additional trace of gratitude in their eyes as they looked forward. Looking at Su Lu, who was standing quietly in the group of instructors, Du Shaoqing's deep eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Because these words were originally intended for everyone to hear. The Federation and the upper echelons of the military had intended for him to carry out the final summary inspection work. Naturally, there was a deeper meaning to this. They were tacitly allowing and even encouraging him to establish his own authority in the military. In the previous lecture, Du Shaoqing had given these officer students a torrent of abuse, but in reality he knew better than anyone else that these officer students had endless potential. He knew what kind of role they would play in the Federal Army system in the future battlefield. Harsh lectures and ridicule were not his goal. His goal was to subdue these arrogant fellows. In his vision, he would crush all of these officers' arrogance with a storm. Then he would change the topic. When they were at their lowest, he would give them confidence and beat their hearts and minds. Like the spring breeze after a storm, he would capture their hearts and minds. Only then would he be able to leave the great name of Du Shaoqing in the hearts of the future young forces of the federal military. Seeing himself as the spring breeze, as the sun, Du Shaoqing's state of mind was very normal. He believed that he had the qualifications to become the unsetting sun of the federal military in the future. Now that he was a famous general of the Federation and the commander of the Iron 7th Division, he was already the target of admiration and worship in the eyes of the Federation officers. With a little beating, he would naturally be able to easily achieve his goal. However, after a series of tactical deductions, he suppressed the most famous Zhou Yu until his face turned slightly pale. The entire audience was silent. Just as Commander Du Shaoqing was about to change the topic and appease the crowd, someone extremely untimely and impudently disrupted the course he had planned. Then there was another person who stole his lines. What made him even angrier was that the person who stole his lines just had to be that very unpleasant person, Su Lu. The clear sound of footsteps rang out in the quiet field. Pa pa pa. The sound of the hard military boots hitting the ground was crisp but not loud. However, what was strange was that when all the officers, including Su Lu, looked at Commander Du, who was slowly walking over from the end of the line, they felt that his footsteps were exceptionally heavy and powerful. It was as if a heavy black mecha was walking out of a smoke-filled valley. Du Shaoqing walked to the center of the line and stared at Su Lu through his sunglasses. He didn't say anything for a long time. Su Lu took 2 steps forward and gave a military salute. He also didn't say anything. The smile on his face was completely gone. He calmly and solemnly narrowed his eyes. It was as if the sun was about to set and was burning his retinas. He felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of deathly silence and the feeling of almost confrontation made all the officers in the field feel a strong pressure. The trainees were very worried about this bastard, Instructor Xiao Su, but they didn't have the right to stand up and say anything. The instructors wanted to say a few words on behalf of Su Lu, but under this kind of pressure, no one dared to stand up. Even those undisciplined and strong members of Team 7 behind Su Lu were intimidated by the cold aura exuding from Du Shaoqing in this instant. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. A cold general of the federal military, the youngest major general, just by standing at the front of the line, he was able to exude a boundless sense of pressure. After a long silence, Du Shaoqing finally opened his mouth to speak. The words that came out of his thin lips were cold and sharp. A lieutenant colonel and a mecha instructor. You admit that you don't know anything about tactical deduction, but you stand up for your students and challenge my judgment. Was it the Ministry of Defense or the Joint Chiefs of Staff who gave you this guts and this authority? The military camp was a simple and direct world. Even though Du Shaoqing was the youngest division commander in the Federation, the only major general, the most standard professional soldier, and the most idol-level figure, once he was enraged, he still walked the simple and direct path without so many twists and turns. His words were not as sharp as knives, they were like a bucket of ice water that had been splashed directly onto Su Li's head, sending a chill down his spine. Su Li clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head slightly. The dim light of dusk shone on his resolute and calm face. He didn't say anything to retort, keeping his head lowered so as not to meet Du Shaoqing's eyes, but he also didn't give off the feeling that he was surrendering. It was probably this attitude that caused Du Shaoqing's mood to darken. He glanced at the members of Team 7 behind Su Lu and said coldly, You are no longer part of the 17th Division, you are just a bunch of trash. Don't embarrass the marshal. Sulu wasn't moved by these words, because he wasn't part of the 17th Division to begin with. However, the faces of those fellows behind him were filled with anger. Du Xiaoqing, however, didn't look at them anymore. He turned his head to stare at Sulu and scolded him coldly, "Trash is trash. You are also trash." Hearing the word trash, Sulu vaguely caught on to something. Other than Park Ji-ho, who had died at Hushan Road, and the 2 Iron 7th Division officers who had been heavily injured by him and couldn't participate in the graduation parade. Du Xiaoqing's intention to humiliate him probably had something to do with this. But was this because of his pride as an ace officer of the Federation, or did it have something to do with that old man in Philadelphia? I don't know why the Ministry of National Defense would take in a criminal, Du Xiaoqing said darkly, but you actually used the name of an instructor to heavily injure 2 officers of my division during training. Do you really think that the military court won't dare to do anything to you? That I won't dare to do anything to you? Du Xiaoqing's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like the sound of a cannon as it blasted into Su Li's ears. Su Li didn't want to go against this strong military man, but when he heard these words, his eyebrows that had already fluttered once raised again. The interaction between people was a very strange thing. If you didn't like someone at first sight, you would not like them for the rest of your life. This was probably the reason why the tiger of the Zhong family in the West Woods kept suppressing Du Xiaoqing. And Sulu also had the same feeling when he saw Du Xiaoqing. The coldness of this major general made him very uncomfortable. If a general scolded a lieutenant colonel in any other situation, anyone could only silently accept it, let alone the person who scolded him, was Du Xiaoqing of the Iron 7th Division. But Sulu was just an ordinary lieutenant colonel. Du Xiaoqing's cold and oppressive aura could make everyone quiet, but it couldn't really press his head down. It should be known that in the room of the military prison in Qingqing, even the lightning-like gaze of the military god of Philadelphia couldn't break his big heart, let alone other people. So he raised his head, and his slightly squinted eyes were unusually bright against the beautiful sunset in the west. He answered, "Reporting to Commander Du, I didn't use the name of an instructor to suppress your subordinates so that they wouldn't dare to fight back, so I took the opportunity to heavily injure them. The investigation report of the base is already out, you can read it yourself." After a slight pause, Sulu turned his head and looked directly at the sunglasses on Du Xiaoqing's nose bridge. He said loudly, "Those 2 officers once passed on the teachings of the instructor, that a person's strength is the combination of speed and strength. And those 2 officers also said at the scene of the challenge that the 7th Division often suffered heavy injuries in close combat training, and asked me not to worry about it. So they were heavily injured. This is the result of the fight. If the commander doubts the investigation report of the base, you can let the close combat experts of the 7th Division, or you can try it yourself." The calm and loud voice echoed in the field. Everyone's expression was very interesting, especially the members of the 7th Division and the training officers. Instructor Su's words couldn't be said to be heroic, nor could they be said to be powerful. However, when he said it in such a normal way, the expressions of Du Xiaoqing and the other officers of the Iron 7th Division slightly froze at the same time. They had probably never seen a lieutenant colonel who dared to speak to Du Xiaoqing like that. "Very good, at least you have some guts." Half of Du Xiaoqing's face was gloomy. He raised his right hand that was holding a black leather glove and pointed it at Su Li's face. He said, "Violating military regulations and talking back to your superiors. How can a free and lazy person like you be qualified to be a soldier of the Federation? The military camp is not a world for people like you. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one day you violate the regulations on the battlefield, I will personally destroy you." At this time, Instructor Du's voice was extremely low. Probably only the 2 people involved could hear it, but Sulu could feel a real sense of danger and coldness in this voice. He knew that Du Xiaoqing was speaking the truth. Although he had never found the real reason, he believed that if in the future on the battlefield of the universe, the other party would not hesitate to destroy him if he found some excuse. This feeling of extreme danger made the hair on Su Li's neck stand on end. Just like in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, just like in the foundation building surrounded by mountains in the 4 states, when he encountered fatal danger, his often smiling eyes would grow brighter and brighter. It was like seeing the first ray of starlight after breaking through the gray clouds of the Donglin region. What could he do when he was coldly reprimanded and threatened by a major general who held military power? There seemed to be only a difference of 2 ranks between a major general and a lieutenant colonel, but there was a deep and almost insurmountable gap between a general and a field officer. Many ambitious professional soldiers eventually fell in front of this abyss. Faced with Du Xiaoqing's indifferent ridicule and humiliation, Su Le seemed to have no choice but to listen. However, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. How could he return to calmness? It was at this moment that he thought of Little Watermelon's father, the Westwoods tiger who had suppressed Du Xiaoqing for an entire 10 years. When faced with Du Xiaoqing and his 7th Division, there was no other way but to be unreasonable, to be incomparably overbearing and violent. Su Le's narrowed eyes were almost as bright as the new moon in the sky. He stared at the black leather glove waving indifferently in front of his nose and suddenly said, "Lambskin?" The black leather glove in Du Xiaoqing's hand slowly came to a stop in the evening wind. Bureau HTD doesn't care? The Federation's laws are always a little higher than the military regulations. A hint of a sincere smile appeared on Su Le's face. Violating the regulations, contradicting the superiors, being free and undisciplined, does that mean you don't have the qualifications to be a soldier of the Federation? Then how can someone who brazenly uses lambskin as a glove and violates the Federation's Wildlife Protection Act be qualified to be a teacher? Du Xiaoqing looked coldly at Su Le. His expression was as cold as ever, but there seemed to be a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Who in the Federation didn't know that Commander Du of the Iron 7th Division was the role model of a soldier, the standard role model? His style of attire was unparalleled, and his sunglasses and black leather gloves were his style of dress. As a major general, who would dare to question such privilege? Hearing Su Le's words, Du Xiaoqing was slightly angered. He said indifferently, "You can ask Bureau HTD to come find me as long as they dare to interfere with my business." These words were very imposing and arrogant. The Iron 7th Division had always been an imposing, arrogant, and protective force. Their commander was even more so. Su Le's question was clearly asking for humiliation. Du Xiaoqing's indifferent words revealed a hint of disdain and mockery that couldn't be hidden. About injuring an officer of the Iron 7th Division, contradicting the superiors and violating the regulations. Su Le looked at Du Xiaoqing's sunglasses and said calmly, "You can ask the legal department, no, the Ministry of Defense to come find me, as long as they dare to interfere with my business." Whatever Du Xiaoqing said, Su Le said the same thing. Normal Federation laws couldn't control the commander of the Iron 7th Division, but could the military regulations control Su Le? This was a resounding slap to Du Xiaoqing's face. "You have privileges, but I have a father-in-law who is the scapegoat, and a distant relative beside Feiqing Lake. As the saying goes, unreasonable and unreasonable in the end, isn't this what it means to be angry?" Du Xiaoqing's face finally changed. The cedar tree on the mountain began to loosen. Snow rustled and fell and endless coldness rose. However, just as this major general was about to flip out, Su Le said something that directly slapped him in the face, and also didn't allow him to apply the ointment. He looked straight ahead, his line of sight passing through Du Xiaoqing's ice-like shoulders and side face to look at the last trace of sunset in the distance. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't go crazy anymore. Otherwise, if you really force me to go crazy, what good will it do you? You are a big shot. If you are beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating will it be for you? How can you be the second army god of the Federation in the future? I believe you know that I can fight very well. Your bodyguards didn't have time to shoot. The point is, you are standing too close to me." Su Le withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Xiaoqing. He said softly, "If I beat you until you are disabled, at most I will not be a soldier and be sent to Qingqing to be locked up for a dozen years. I don't care, and you should have investigated me. I can still be pardoned for killing Macklin. I didn't want to be a lieutenant colonel. It was that person in the official residence and that old man who asked me to be a lieutenant colonel." Su Le lowered his voice and finished this long paragraph, which was rare for him. Then he took a deep breath and said with narrowed eyes, "Reporting to Commander, please allow me to not flip out." No one present heard what Su Le said. They only noticed that Commander Du Xiaoqing had retracted his hands behind his back and clenched them tightly. The black lambskin glove on his left hand was clenched so tightly that it was somewhat deformed. Du Xiaoqing stared at Su Le's face and was silent for a long time. When the anger in his heart gradually turned into a kind of cold emotion, he smiled slightly and said, "Good, very good. You are indeed the second person who dares to threaten me to my face after that savage in the West Woods." Everyone was silent. Night fell and everyone was shocked and confused. Commander Du Xiaoqing of the Iron 7th Division had never smiled in his entire life in the military camp, but today he smiled. What was his current state of mind? Chapter 336. Power, glory, and wealth were all things that Sulu liked, but he didn't feel that they were indispensable. Some of the things that he truly cared about had already been blown away by the wind in front of the Parliament building, while the other parts were firmly reborn in a certain building or a dark prison cell. Those things that he cared about the most were not things that could be forcibly taken away by external forces. Thus, for the current him, he had nothing to lose, so he naturally had nothing to fear. His eyes narrowed, and the strict social order and certain unbreakable rules of the military camp were crushed by his eyelids. Back in the day, the Fei Qing brute had once caused the empire's emperor to bleed and fall in a fit of anger. The Federation's ancient proverb had a similar saying. Du Shaoqing wasn't the empire's emperor, and Sulu wasn't Li Pifu, but Sulu truly did have a bit of the swift and fierce aura beneath his cheerfulness, as well as the ability to launch an explosive strike. This displayed a deterrent force. Teacher Du's status was dignified, cold, and tyrannical. He had great ambitions and great aspirations, so he naturally couldn't fight with an unreasonable barefoot man like Sulu. This was a natural imbalance and weakness. Sulu had helped the Federation choke a poisonous seed of the Empire to death. However, after the incident, many of the Federation's top politicians, as well as the upper echelons of the 7 great families, developed a strong sense of vigilance toward him. They even wanted to erase his existence, precisely because of this reason. For a stable society, someone like Sulu who had the strength to challenge a certain order, and dared to do so, was not a good thing. The stable structure that human society relied on was the order and arrangement of social strata. Someone who threatened this order absolutely could not be allowed. Even that old man from Fei Qing, if he wasn't a military god who had established outstanding military service for the Federation, if he wasn't surrounded by truly vicious empire invaders at the other end of the universe, it was likely that the Federation would have long acted like a living creature, trying to expel the mutated cells in its body. Lady Tai knew that Su Li's threat to the Federation didn't only lie in his intentions and ability, but also in a deeper layer of relationship. Thus, her desire to erase Sulu was stronger than anyone else's. However, as of now, Sulu was still alive and well. Du Shaoqing smiled for the first time in the military camp. His smile was filled with faint self-mockery, because he was very clear that Su Li's threat was indeed something that he was very afraid of. Facing an expert who did not care about rules, using military rules to pressure him was simply impossible. Since that was the case, how could he fly into a rage? But in the end, Du Shaoqing was still Du Shaoqing, a famous general with a slight self-deprecating smile. He was more frightening than ever before, but he was able to forcibly suppress the madly growing anger in his heart and did not lose his composure at all. He just stared at Sulu in front of him and then slowly took off his sunglasses. Deep in his eye sockets, his gaze was deep and cold, like a deep mining pit on some mineral planet. Methane and snow were accumulated there, reflecting the bright background of the universe, giving people a feeling that they couldn't bear the coldness. I heard that you were the one who successfully developed the MX? Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes and said, as a famous general of a generation, being able to judge the situation and be brave enough to make a decisive decision was a form of true military wisdom. In just a few seconds he had calmed down and accepted Su Li's threat that neither side would fly into a rage. The officers present all knew of Su Li's important role in the development of the MX mecha, so they didn't show any shock at these words. Sulu let out a small sigh of relief. Just as he was about to explain something, he heard Du Shaoqing continue calmly. In the first test battle of the MX mecha on Ka Chifeng, you completely defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng. I think that your understanding of the MX mecha should be number 1 in the Federation. Under the influence of President Sieg and Lady Tai, the details of the MX mecha battle at the Old Moon base had always been kept a secret. The Federation's military only knew that in that battle, the Nutshell Engineering Department had won against the Federation's Academy of Sciences, and the MX mecha had been finalized. However, they never knew who those 2 extremely powerful mecha pilots were. In the training base, Zhou Yu had known the truth, and the members of Team 7 had also vaguely understood some of it from Secretary Bai's mouth. However, most people did not know this. Right now, hearing Instructor Du say it calmly, they finally understood that their mecha instructor was actually someone who could defeat the successor of the Lees of Philadelphia, that crazy genius. The lined-up officers stared at Instructor Little Sue in shock, somewhat unable to believe their own ears. Thinking back to how they had been trying to use mecha to challenge their instructor these past few months, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and fear. Sulu knew why Du Xiaoqing would bring up his most outstanding achievement at this time. He looked at the other, frowned slightly and said, "Reporting to instructor, this is a Federation secret. 3 days ago, the details of the battle at Kachifeng have already been declassified." Du Xiaoqing looked at him expressionlessly. A strange feeling grew in Su Li's heart. He wasn't sure what the cold and callous instructor in front of him meant by saying all this. "Right then," Du Xiaoqing continued coldly, "I heard that you were personally recruited into the army by the Lord Marshal?" In the past few decades, the Federation had only had 2 marshals. One was the current president, but no one would directly address him as the Grand Marshal. The other was the actual marshal. Although that old man had already resigned from all his military positions many years ago, returning to the shores of Lake Philadelphia to watch the water, the mountains, the snow, the fish, and the world, everyone in the Federation, especially the soldiers, would respectfully refer to this old man as the marshal whenever they mentioned him. Du Xiaoqing's words shocked the officers present even more than the 2 facts he had revealed earlier. Sulu looked at this person's deep gaze in slight surprise, but he could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from behind him. To be personally chosen by the great war god and specially recruited into the army, this was more glorious than any other kind of glory. The officers looked at Instructor Su with shock and curiosity. Even the excellent military posture they had been maintaining all this time was somewhat scattered. Du Xiaoqing looked at Su Lu expressionlessly. He was forced by this seemingly ordinary man to the point that he couldn't flip out. The anger in his chest turned into a stifled knife, almost cutting his heart and lungs. He directly admitted that the other party had the qualifications to make him unable to flip out, and then announced to the crowd. Then the teacher changed the topic and returned to the topic at the beginning. "You previously thought that the students didn't use the MX machine, and you are undoubtedly the most experienced soldier." Du Xiaoqing said lightly, "Marshal Li admires you a lot. If you say that you don't know how to make tactical deductions, who would believe that? If you were the one attacking today, how would you attack?" The words were as cold as ice, but no one could stop them. Du Xiaoqing's strategy was amazing, and no one could compare to his detailed deductions. He had actually used the commanding techniques on the battlefield at this moment. "If I can't use military rank to suppress you, I'll use logic to suppress you." In just 3 sentences, Du Xiaoqing had pushed Su Lu to the front of everyone's burning gazes, pushing him to a certain height. "You are the developer of the MX mecha, you are the strong person who defeated Madman Li, you are the person personally groomed by the Great Marshal." If Su Lu still said that he didn't know how to respond at this time, who would believe him? With Su Li's personality, if he didn't know how to respond, he wouldn't. He wasn't particularly afraid of losing face, but at this time, Du Xiaoqing had connected him to the Lis of Philadelphia, so he couldn't help but be cautious. The reason he could survive and leave the dark military prison was all because of that old man. Although he viewed that old man as a distant relative in his heart, he knew very well that the upper echelons of the federal military all saw him as someone the great war god would focus on grooming. Otherwise, why would Deputy Commander E be so cordial with a small fry like him during the ceremony this morning? It had nothing to do with protecting the glory of the Lis of Philadelphia. Su Lu just didn't want that old man's vision to be questioned by Du Xiaoqing. He also didn't want to become a silent rock after throwing a tantrum, so he wanted to answer Du Xiaoqing's question about the military drill. The heavens pitted him. Su Lu was really a rookie when it came to military tactics. Even if Du Xiaoqing wasn't personally in command today, how many generals in the Federation dared to say that they could break through the joint defense of the Iron 7th Division? How could he break through? After a moment of silence, Su Lu raised his head to look at Du Xiaoqing and said, "I don't know how to make tactical deductions, so I will let Zhou Yu continue to be in full command, just like how the situation developed during the day. Then use your method to gamble with your life and bet where your division headquarters is." In the beginning, he had not been confident enough in his words, but after a few sentences, he remembered that he was just messing around anyway. He straightened himself up and said, "The M-Series mechas of the Special Mecha Battalion are all stationed in the command center. I won't bring them with me. As long as Zhou Yu can bet where the headquarters of the 7th Division is, give me 8 MX series and I will break through your headquarters. Give me 8 MX series and I will break through your headquarters." How bold and arrogant were these words. It even made people feel that they were ridiculous. The MX mecha's performance was indeed excellent, and its surprise attack power was extremely strong. However, when facing an entire division of mechanics, how could it be possible to break through the layers of defense and attack the other's headquarters? Strangely enough, when the officers heard Su Lu say this, they didn't show any mocking expressions, but instead fell into deep thought. Just like how Du Xiaoqing had been able to stand up straight and give off the feeling of a cedar tree pressing down on their heads, making them not dare to speak, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. To be able to operate a MX mecha to defeat Madman Li, to be able to gain the favor of the Federation's god of war, no matter how outrageous the mecha surprise attack Sulu said was, they couldn't help but ponder it. Sulu knew that he was indeed speaking nonsense. He didn't know how to make tactical deductions, so he didn't have the ability to make any of his own judgments when it came to commanding. His only source of confidence in the military camp came from the swift and agile attack style of the MX mecha. To break through the combined defense of the Iron 7th Division, he had no way at all, so he could only let Zhou Yu continue to be in command, and then repeat Du Xiaoqing's murderous command judgment, and then make a strange move, saying that he would use 8 MX series to break through the enemy's headquarters. In any case, it was all said with his mouth, so there was no way to prove that he was lying. Sulu thought in his heart. At this moment, the spirit of Mr. Shi the rogue little brother Wei the Jianghu Wei, the former rogue orphan, possessed him. Very good, very funny. Du Xiaoqing looked at Sulu and said coldly, "Who in this world can do it?" "Marshal Li did it before," Sulu replied after a moment of silence, but in his heart, he was thinking that the uncle should also have this ability. Back then, Li Pifu had controlled the M37 mecha to launch a surprise attack thousands of li away and kill the Emperor of the Empire. Compared to controlling the new MX mecha to break through a division and destroy a division, it was undoubtedly many times more difficult. A glimmer of light appeared in Du Xiaoqing's deep eyes. He had originally been prepared to say that the marshal was already old, but when the words reached his mouth, they became the following sentence. "Still having the marshal on the battlefield is in itself the greatest humiliation of our Federation soldiers. Who else but the marshal can come up with such a ridiculous tactical design like yours? Do you really think you can?" Sulu lowered his head slightly and was silent for a long time. Suddenly he thought of the brilliance that spread throughout the universe and said softly, "Maybe I can." The field was silent, awkward silence. The officers woke up from the shock of Su Li's 3 brilliant battle achievements. After some thought, they confirmed that Instructor Su's tactical deduction could not be said to be daring, it was pure nonsense. Even if he was given 80 mecha, he still might not be able to get close to the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters. However, at this time, when they heard that Sulu actually really thought that he could, they could not help but feel awkward. In the gradually darkening night and in the strange atmosphere, Instructor Du Xiaoqing laughed once again. His slightly mocking smile contained undisguised coldness and disgust. As a representative of the academic faction of the federal military, he had always believed that on the battlefield, strategy and tactics were the key to determining victory and defeat. An individual's bravery would always be the bravery of an ordinary person, unable to determine the overall situation. It was precisely because of this unbreakable belief that Du Xiaoqing was somewhat dismissive of Sulu and the new MX mecha that the federal military valued so much. Today's graduation demonstration seemed to have proven his belief. However, at this time, Sulu actually dared to say that he could defeat the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters with just 8 MX mecha. What kind of ridiculous and irresponsible nonsense was this? Did he need to use ironclad facts to educate this shameless person in front of him? Du Xiaoqing stared coldly at Sulu. Most of the participating troops had already left, and Iron 7th Division was only left with a full battalion. However, he believed that even a well-trained full battalion would be enough to trap and kill 8 MX mecha. "Looks like you're really stupid when it comes to tactical deduction." Du Xiaoqing took a deep breath and thought about the instructions of that big shot in the capital before he left. He decided to let Sulu off the hook for now. After saying this, he turned around and left, still as cold as ever. On the other hand, a few of the officers of the 3rd Military Region looked at Sulu with disdain as if they were looking at the biggest idiot in the world. Sulu didn't angrily call for the other to come back and compete with him. Instead, he was somewhat glad that Iron 7th Division didn't allow him to hold another military drill to see if his tactical deduction could succeed. His military boots were already soaked. Relying on 8 MX mecha to fight an entire battalion of mechanics, that was really an idiot. Even if the Special Forces mixed 8 MX mecha, they still wouldn't be able to defeat a division headquarters. You really dare to talk nonsense. To everyone's surprise, from the side of the rostrum, a group of black officers walked over. Surrounded by those generals, they were the Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing and the 1st Military Region's commanding officer, General Miles. Du Xiaoqing, who was just about to leave, paused and stopped in his tracks. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the crowd, General Miles smiled and said, Shaoqing, didn't the 7th Division still leave a battalion behind? Let this guy try to defeat a battalion. Chapter 337. The Federation attached great importance to the military officer training this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort and used the few crystal mines in the first place to transfer the troops to participate in the battle from afar so that the military officer students could use them as chess pieces. These officer cadets were, in a sense, the future of the Federal Army, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps they would fall in space before they became generals, or perhaps they would be mediocre on the battlefield in the future. Thus, although the military placed great importance on this, they were careful not to make too much of a spectacle. Today, the highest-ranking general who had personally come to watch the graduation drill was only Deputy Commander E of the 1st Military Region. Who would have thought that the Defense Minister and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, these two top brass of the military, would quietly come to the base several hours after the drill had ended? What were they doing here? Seeing Minister Zhou and General Miles being accompanied by a group of officers, everyone present could not help but feel shocked and confused, countless thoughts running through their minds. This was especially so for Division Commander Du Shaoqing, who had been preparing to leave. His grip on his gloves and sunglasses tightened subconsciously, and his sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly. The arrival of two military bigwigs made him feel confused, especially General Miles' words earlier, which made the veins on his forehead pop out and disappear. Let his own personal guard battalion play a game with Sulu? Try breaking through a battalion? The cold and proud Du Shaoqing felt that he and the 7th Division were being disrespected, and many feelings of displeasure welled up in his heart. However, the other party was the highest-ranking general of the federal military, so he silently saluted and then stood to one side, not saying anything. Of course, Du Shaoqing, you can't do it yourself. If you personally command that special attack personal guard battalion of yours, that would be bullying, said General Miles as he looked at Du Shaoqing. Hearing this, Du Shaoqing's expression cleared slightly, and his mood improved slightly. He was indeed somewhat curious about this legendary mecha expert Su Lu. Although he had seen the recording of Su Li's battle, he had never seen him up close. Especially after seeing Su Li's tough attitude earlier, his mood had already darkened to the extreme. Now that there was such a chance, he could try to beat this person up a little and use iron-blooded facts to educate this person. This was very rare. After a moment of silent consideration, Du Shaoqing said in a low voice, Shimin, fight well. Don't embarrass the 7th Division. Behind him, the eyes of Shimin Jin, a bright light flashed through his eyes. He saluted and loudly said, I promise to complete the mission. Admiral Myers nodded. The military had a deeper level of consideration for this military exercise, which was why he and Zhou Yingxing had suddenly come to the base after the military exercise. However, even if it was to achieve that strategic objective, they could not let Du Shaoqing personally command. As the Federation's most promising Major General, using him to spar with these cadets was really like using the main cannon of a battleship to fight mecha. It was a bit of a mountain out of a molehill, and it was also a form of disrespect to Division Commander Du Shaoqing. Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing stood calmly beside General Miles, not saying a word. From the moment he had appeared, Su Lu had been staring at him. Thinking about how he had forced Du Shaoqing to the point where he could not flip out, he could not help but feel that life was really strange. Just as he was thinking of taking the blame for his father-in-law, this person really came to take the blame for him. Thinking too much, Su Lu only came back to his senses when he heard Shimin Jin promise to complete the mission. His lips parted slightly, and his eyes subconsciously narrowed. From the beginning until now, it seemed like no one had asked for his opinion. It should be known that if such a small-scale military exercise was really designed, the person who would be piloting the MX to attack the opposing division would be him. However, even Du Shaoqing had no choice but to temporarily restrain his coldness and arrogance in front of the federal military's will. How could he object? With just one sentence from General Miles, the base, which had already become quiet, began to bustle again. The staff officers of the 1st Military Region Staff Officer Unit once again returned to the Military Exercise Command Hall and began to design and adjust the Military Exercise Data Model. They were so busy that they did not even have time to eat dinner. As these staff officers designed the military exercise plan, they also felt that it was hilarious and ridiculous. Using 8 MX mechas to attack an entire battalion. With this sort of power difference, no matter how perfect the Military Exercise Command Center's plan was, it would not be able to achieve a complete balance. Most of the participating troops had already left the base on military aircraft. The main forces of the Iron 7 Division had already embarked on their journey back to System S3. In today's military exercise, the MX Mecha had already demonstrated their formidable combat prowess. If this had been a normal military exercise, the staff officers might have really believed that these 8 MX Mecha would be able to take down an entire battalion's defensive line. But the problem was that the last battalion left in the base was the Iron 7 Division's most ferocious all-mecha defense battalion. All the officers of the Federation knew that the strength of the Iron 7 Division was mainly due to Division Commander Xiaoqing, followed by a group of outstanding officers led by Shimanjin, and the most ferocious of all was the All-Mecha Defense Battalion. In many military exercises in the past, the Iron 7 Division had never mobilized the defense battalion by the division commander's side. Once this battalion was mobilized, it meant that the other side had indeed performed extremely well. But at the same time, the military exercise was about to end. The Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was nominally an entire battalion, but in reality, if you included the mechanical repair company and the individual logistics system, this battalion was extremely overstaffed. When these military staff officers had nothing to do, they had done some calculations on their combat power. If the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was fully mobilized, they would actually have the combat power of an independent regiment. The time for this sudden small-scale military exercise was set for the next morning. However, the military staff officers busied themselves for half the night and still couldn't come up with a plan for the military exercise. This was because in the past military exercises, there had never been such a strange design. After a long time of frustration, the staff officers of the Military Exercise Command Center decided to revise the original plan. After consulting with their superiors, they added in a data simulation. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, they designed their own virtual military force. Only then did they barely manage to pass the military exercise plan. One side of the military exercise was the Iron 7 Division's Defense Battalion and a virtual support team. The other side was the virtual battalion commanded by the officer cadets and the 8 MX mechas led by Su Lu. While the staff officers were busy, Su Lu and the officer cadets were eating dinner in the cafeteria of the base. After the sudden confrontation in the afternoon, the members of Team 7, who called themselves the 17 Mechanics, had already shed their initial suspicion and uneasiness towards Su Lu. Under the lead of Xiong Lin Quan, they clamored and yelled as they sat at his table. As for the other officer cadets, their impression of Instructor Xiao Su had also undergone a fundamental change. They all sat at the table beside him with smiles on their faces. Thus, the scene in the cafeteria was very interesting. With Su Li's table as the center, 50 to 60 soldiers sat neatly in a circle. Although everyone had smiles on their faces, those smiles were actually very forced. Tomorrow morning, these officer cadets would once again walk onto the simulated battlefield of the military exercise, and Su Lu would have to lead the 8 MX mechas to complete that seemingly impossible mission. Today the military transferred 3 mechanics over. Although the 2 reserve divisions are only used to set up the simulated battlefield and exert pressure, they can't be deployed to the lonely mountain area. But after all, we are commanding 3 divisions. If we lost so badly against the Iron 7 Division, I have even less confidence in commanding tomorrow morning. Zhou Yu put down the utensils in his hands and said with a complicated expression, Commander Du's tactical deduction has no loopholes. Although Shimanjin will be commanding tomorrow, in reality, the Iron 7 Division is still his division regardless of whether he is there or not. I can't find any loopholes in their plan. As for the surprise attack by the MX mechas, if it was a true surprise attack, perhaps there would be some chance of success. But this impromptu military exercise has already clearly indicated that you are going to launch a surprise attack, so the other side will definitely be prepared to deal with it. There is no way we can succeed in this kind of ridiculous military exercise. Su Lu lowered his head and ate silently, not saying a word. He could feel the atmosphere in the cafeteria. The officer cadets had never had the experience of commanding a large unit by themselves, especially freshly graduated students like Zhou Yu. No matter how talented he was, the gap between him and Instructor Du Xiaoqing could not be closed. At this time, everyone no longer had much confidence in themselves. After General Miles somewhat unreasonably confirmed the impromptu military exercise, Su Lu noticed that Du Xiaoqing was looking at him coldly. With his ability to judge people's hearts, he actually felt a trace of murderous intent. The burning Jinqi in his body immediately began to circulate, becoming extremely sensitive. Su Li's mood was somewhat gloomy and slightly angry. Although Du Xiaoqing had not been able to fly into a rage today, which had caused him to lose face, and because of Park Ji-ho and other matters, it was difficult for him to coexist peacefully with the Iron 7 division. But the other party had actually wanted to kill him. This made him feel incomprehensible and uneasy. Just as he was about to comfort the student who was forcing a smile, he saw Secretary Jiao walk in and use his eyes to signal for him to follow him out. Minister Zhou wants to see you. Secretary Jiao had met Su Lu a few times and was no stranger to him. He also knew that the person in front of him often went in and out of the Shishanzhou family. Su Lu was slightly startled. He did not understand why Minister Zhou wanted to see him at such a tense time before the military exercise. Was he not afraid of the speculation and discussion within the military? In the high-rise suite of the training base, Zhou Yingxing took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and calmly waved his hand at Su Lu, indicating that he should sit on the sofa beside the bed. This big shot who had suddenly risen to power in the Federation, whether it was in charge of logistics in the General Assembly base, or cautiously holding his tail between his legs as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Defense, or now that he had become a real big shot with great power in the federal military, his expression was always so calm and peaceful. There was not the slightest change because of his rise in rank and power. Su Lu sat down and looked at Zhou Yingxing in front of him. He suddenly thought of a year ago at the Milky Way Public Cemetery when they first met. They should not have been familiar with each other, but because of the black pot they became familiar with each other. Looking at the white hair on Zhou Yingxing's mane, Su Lu felt a little emotional. He thought that Minister Zhou probably had to bear a lot of pressure between the government and the back mountain. Teacher Xiaoqing is talented, courageous, and capable, so it is natural for him to be proud and cold. As a soldier of the Federation, you have to admit that he is a model soldier. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is difficult for you to find fault with him. Zhou Yingxing looked at him gently and said, "The President and the new members of the Parliament all admire him." After casually mentioning this powerful minister did not say anything else, nor did he blame Su Lu for his performance today. In the past year, Su Lu had often gone to the West Mountain compound to eat, and had also had a few deep and simple conversations with the other in the study. He had gradually gotten used to this style of speaking, but he was extremely sensitive to some hidden meaning in Minister Zhou's words. It was difficult to find fault with Du Xiaoqing. Did this mean that some people in the upper echelons of the military had been trying to find fault with the Iron 7th Division? On the surface, the data shows that only 27 MX mecha have been made, but in reality the General Assembly Base and the Nutshell Engineering Department have already made 230 MX mecha. Minister Zhou calmly changed the topic and said, "The relevant military mechanics have also been receiving training in Hong Kong. The ones in charge of the training are Shang Qiu, whom you know, and those companions who worked with you all those years ago." Su Lu nodded. The Federation had sent Shang Qiu and the others to train mechanic engineers, while he was sent here to train pilots. With both sides working together at the same time, the actual large-scale equipment of MX should be able to be brought forward. It was just that he did not really understand why he had to train so harshly in their mecha abilities when the training officers were trained according to the standards of their commanding officers. Why did the military not let him train the original pilots of the various units? Fitting out a new mecha is a comprehensive project. It cannot be rushed. Zhou Yingxing's brows showed signs of fatigue. He said, "But no one knows how much data the Empire has on those two corridors. When will the first shot be fired in the West Woods, so the military must hurry. The department has seen the teaching materials you wrote in the base and admired them very much, especially your statement that the pilots themselves should also be excellent mechanics. The Federation cannot immediately train tens of thousands of ready-made mechanics. If the people who operate the mecha have a deeper understanding of the mecha, this problem can be solved. After some modifications to your teaching materials, they will be sent to the 4 great military academies." Zhou Yingxing seemed to be in a better mood. He looked at him with a smile and said, "I knew you could design mecha, but I didn't expect your theoretical level of mecha operation to be so good." Su Lu was a little embarrassed. He had never formally learned how to operate mecha. He had only memorized a lot of it in Yue University. Coupled with the advanced testing system in H1, he had been able to rely on his deep knowledge of mechanics and his understanding of the MX to come up with this set of teaching materials. He had not expected that this set of teaching materials, which he had been forced to write, would actually be used by the military. In the past, the official data stated that there were only 400 M-series mecha. How many are there really? Su Lu thought back to what Minister Zhou had said earlier, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He had a close relationship with this important person in front of him. He could not help but want to know the big question he had when he was reading the weapons magazines in Donglin. 3,400 units. And it's still increasing at the rate of 20 units a day. Minister Zhou rested both his hands on the sofa and replied with a smile, the MX is a brand new system. The main assembly base and nutshell don't have enough production lines and the cost is too high. The old M-series mecha will still play a big role in future battles. Hearing this number, Su Li's heart shook. So the Federation had been hiding its true strength all this time. And looking at the trace of emotion and satisfaction on Minister Zhou's face, he remembered that this general had always been in charge of the Federation's logistics system. The astonishing number of mecha and the powerful ability to deliver supplies should be the condensation of the other's life's work and his greatest pride. Everyone knew that logistics were the key to war. And the Federation had appointed a general with a logistical background as the Federation's Minister of Defense. No matter how much of this involved the strong recommendation of Macho Yingxing and President Pabre's balancing act, it at least proved that the Federation was changing some big concepts. Summoning him here in the middle of the night naturally couldn't be just to talk about some Federation secret numbers or daily life. Su Lu thought to himself that tonight's conversation would definitely have something to do with the MX mecha. These training officers and the Japanese military exercise this time are actually the plans drawn up by the Joint Chiefs of Staff after the MX mecha standard was officially confirmed half a year ago. Minister Zhou looked at him calmly and asked, do you know the true purpose of this military exercise? Su Lu shook his head. War is a war of people and also a war of equipment. A revolutionary weapon will bring about a revolutionary change in the thinking of war. Unfortunately, the MX appeared too late, and the war is just around the corner. There isn't much time for the federal military generals to gradually discover the importance of the MX and gradually change the inherent tactical guiding ideology. To change the established thinking they learned from the 4 major military academies is a very difficult thing. This bend, no matter who tries, it will be very difficult to turn it around. But we need to consider what kind of situation we will face if the Empire's new mecha has already been successfully developed. Zhou Yingxing said with a serious expression. In the future, the frontline commanders must learn a completely new commanding ideology in terms of attack and defense. Attack, they must maximize the mobility of the MX mecha. Defense, they must learn how to face the highly mobile close-range attacks of the new mecha. All the generals in the military must have a deep understanding that in the future battlefields of the planetary continent, the mecha is the most important thing. Zhou Yingxing's tone was calm, but it carried a trace of an air that brooked no resistance. This was the long-term plan of the top brass of the federal military, the crystallization of their collective wisdom, and also the general trend of the federal army's reform. The reason why I didn't let you train the original pilots but instead train these commanders is to spread this attitude towards the MX mecha to all the troops through these officers. In the future, when this batch of officers grows up, they will become staunch supporters of the theory of mecha dominance. This is also the mission President Pabre and the military has given you. Hearing these words, Su Lu could not help but feel his mind waver. He had not expected that he would actually be involved in such an important matter. He pursed his lips and then said seriously, the students have learned very well. In today's military exercise, the Special Mecha Battalion led by Hua Xiaoxi has already displayed the capabilities of the MX mecha. It's still too far from the requirements of the joint conference. Zhou Yingxing shook his head coldly and said, Zhou Yu clearly had a 70% chance of getting to the opponent's command center. They clearly knew where the MX's deep penetration ability was. But they were still limited by their inherent tactical discipline and ideology. They only dared to attack the backup mecha base of Iron 7 Division, not daring to directly attack the division headquarters. The division headquarters might have failed because they were facing the Iron 7 Division. But in this military exercise, the Joint Conference had originally hoped to display the capabilities of the MX mecha to shake the old ideology of the spectating officers. Unfortunately, the MX's capabilities were only partially displayed. The officers present and watching from afar were not truly moved. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly and sighed softly. He said, without being moved from the depths of one's heart, it is very difficult to adjust the strategic thinking of an army. This is especially true for this group of academic officers, led by Commander Xiaoqing. They still firmly believe that strategy is the most important thing on the battlefield. Of course, the Joint Conference will definitely not oppose this ideology, but they will need to make adjustments. In fact, one of Commander Xiaoqing's personal guard camps is filled with mecha. He understands the importance of equipment better than anyone else, but he has always been proud of his daily training and commanding, so he subconsciously does not want to admit this point. Zhou Yingxing said calmly, "This is also the real reason why Admiral Miles and I came to the base. After your impromptu military exercise ends tomorrow, there will be a senior general meeting immediately. The 4 main armies and the Federal Fleet will be connected remotely." Su Lu stared blankly at the department head sitting on the sofa. Only now did he realize that the impromptu military exercise in the early hours of the morning was not because of the trivial matter between him and the Iron 7 Division. It had such a profound meaning. He suddenly felt a little cold. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "A super defense battalion full of mechas. I can't win. The Joint Conference is not asking you to fight the Iron 7 Division, just one camp. The military exercise plan is already out. Both sides will divide up the simulated forces and try to get as close as possible. Other than those military cadets, the 7th group will also be assigned to you." Minister Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, "In truth, no one expects you to win. They just hope that even if you lose beautifully. You need to use ironclad facts to warn those generals that anyone who underestimates the usefulness of the MX mecha will definitely end up in a sorry state. On the battlefield, that is a tragic sight to behold." He was going to fight a battle that was destined to be unwinnable just to vent his anger and make the other side suffer heavy losses. This would leave a shadow in the hearts of the generals. Su Lu felt that this matter was a little ridiculous. Furthermore, he knew that he would lose, but he still had to lose to the bastard Iron 7 Division. Thinking of Du Xiaoqing's extremely cold and murderous eyes, Su Lu felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. He said, "Can I not go? You have already signed the contract to sell your body." Zhou Yingxing looked at Su Lu and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew in his heart that such a request was unreasonable for this person. Regardless of the outcome, if Su Lu were to beat the opponent into a pulp, he would definitely offend Du Xiaoqing, who had the most limitless future in the Federation military, as well as the incomparably iron-blooded 7th Division. Thinking of this, Minister Zhou's gaze softened. Thinking of the relationship between his daughter and the man in front of him, a complicated thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Lu was single and so was Yuzi. Anyway, Lu Hua's father was this fellow's name. "If, after this matter is done, come over for a meal," Minister Zhou said casually. Su Lu nodded gloomily. However, he thought that after this matter was done, the government should send Mr. Sher a special pardon, right? Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, "How's Lu Hua's appetite now?" "Very good at eating," Minister Zhou said calmly. "I in the warehouse on the other side of the base." The atmosphere was solemn and heavy. In the extremely spacious warehouse, 700 Federation soldiers were nervously but orderly making the final preparations before the battle. Some people cleaned up their guns, removed the real ammunition, and replaced it with digital analog signal generators. The self-propelled armored vehicles' engines began to roar. In the innermost part of the warehouse, dozens of black M52 mechas were like iron giants, coldly watching the people in the warehouse. The busy mechanical engineers beside the mechas were shouting something through the intercom, and all kinds of equipment were moving in and out. If the Iron 7th Division was the trump card of the 3rd Military Region, the trump card that the Federation regrettably didn't go through the test of war, then the local defense unit that had always followed Du Xiaoqing was the trump card of the trump card. Whether it was the equipment or the quality of the soldiers, they were second to none in the entire military. They were extremely excellent, and they had always been under the command of the best military officers. Although it wasn't a real battle, the soldiers of the local defense unit were abnormally solemn. They treated any drill as a real battle, especially this impromptu drill that was about to begin in the early morning. It was related to the glory of Division Commander Xiaoqing and the entire Iron 7th Division. Many people already knew about the story between the lieutenant colonel named Su Lu and their division commander on the field. Their hearts were filled with anger, and they decided to directly smash the troops led by that reckless lieutenant colonel into pieces. Following a sharp beep of an alarm, the armored vehicles and the M52 mecha that had switched to moving mode began to rumble forward, crushing the hard and special ground as they moved into the night, heading towards the designated area of the military exercise headquarters to set up defenses. Division Commander, why did you agree to the Ministry of Defense's request? Everyone knows that Kid is the future son-in-law of the head of the military. Our Iron 7th Division is not a tool to play games with other people. A lieutenant colonel stood beside Division Commander Du Xiaoqing and said angrily. Du Xiaoqing was silent and didn't answer. He only glanced at Shimanjin beside him to confirm that this subordinate of his that he admired the most didn't have any intention of underestimating the enemy. He nodded his head in satisfaction. There are no games on the battlefield, Du Shaoqing said coldly. Shiman, fight well. Yes, Division Commander, Shimanjin replied in a low voice and then followed his troops into the darkness. Watching the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division gradually disappear into the darkness, listening to the faint sounds of mechas tearing through the forest and the rumbling of tanks in the distance, Du Shaoqing's deep eye sockets suddenly became cold, but it immediately turned into a trace of indescribable complex emotions. Many people, including his subordinates, thought that this impromptu military drill was a joke, but what kind of person was Du Shaoqing? Although he was successfully angered by Su Lu, he only needed to calm down for a few minutes to clearly determine the true intentions of the Joint Conference and the Ministry of Defense. This was not a dispute between him and Su Lu. In fact, Su Lu didn't even have the right to challenge his military talent. Du Shaoqing quietly looked at the dark night, but from this impromptu military drill and the intentions of the military, he thought of something even more profound. Looking at the entire universe, Du Shaoqing had always had no respect for anyone on the battlefield. Even the tiger in the West Woods was just a person with courage but no brains in his eyes. Only one person stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking the blue sea, blue sky and thousands of stars in his eyes. That was the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu. He was not a person who only knew how to be arrogant. His heart was filled with respect and worship for the Federation's god of war. During his military career, he had even regarded Li Pifu as his teacher from afar. But Du Shaoqing was not an ordinary person. He regarded Li Pifu as his teacher, but he wanted to surpass this teacher who didn't know him and establish his own history on the battlefield. After many years of peace, the Federation urgently needed a hero after the god of war retired to the lakeside of Feiqing. Du Shaoqing relied on his own talent and his achievements in the Iron 7th Division to become the successor of the god of war. He himself did not contradict this saying. His real thought was, if not me, who else can do it? However, the god of war suddenly left Feiqing, went to the capital special district and went to the military prison of Qingqing, all for that kid. That kid even entered the military base and became the instructor of this batch of officers with great potential. Du Shaoqing's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Successor? The god of war, Li Pifu, had both military wisdom and supreme bravery. He was the epitome of military talent. Du Shaoqing took away the word strategy, while Su Lu challenged Li Feng at the top of Kaki Peak and killed Macklin at S2. However, he took away the word bravery from Li Pifu. The marshal shocked the universe back then. In the end, he relied on his bravery to travel thousands of miles to kill the emperor of the empire. Du Shaoqing looked at the dark night with some loneliness and muttered to himself in his heart. Su Lu was still an inconspicuous instructor, but he already felt threatened. How far would he go in the future, a person specially trained by the army god? Therefore, he wanted to prove to the entire federal military that between strategy and bravery, strategy was the most important thing. This was also why he agreed to the Ministry of National Defense and let his subordinates and Su Lu carry out this military exercise. But in fact, in the deepest part of Du Shaoqing's heart, he had always been disgusted with the Federation and the military. He respected Li Pifu very much. When he was studying at the First Military Academy, he had calmly thought about this because the god of war would always die. As a person who governed the military, Du Shaoqing insisted that training the level of logistical support, the ability to implement tactics, and the unpredictability of strategic intentions were the most important things to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Individual heroism and idol creation could bring an extremely strong combat strength in normal times, but this kind of influence was too heavily relied on. Once the hero or idol died, what would the army do? However, Du Shaoqing did not notice that at this time, several soldiers left in the warehouse were secretly looking at him from afar. Looking at the tall and straight figure of their teacher, the eyes of these soldiers were filled with fanatical worship and awe. He himself was already the embodiment of the Iron 7th Division. The plan for the military exercise has been decided. The Iron 7 Division has been given a virtual high-speed missile unit by the central computer. It's a non-cruise system. Although it won't do much damage to the MX mecha, it'll still be a big problem. Our side has only been moved by a virtual reorganization camp. Those digital signals will face the trump card of Iron 7th Division, so we can't place too much hope on them. Besides, the tactical intent this time is too clear. The other side will definitely be on guard against the MX mecha breaking out of camp. If the other side has a thermal activation band monitor, then it will be very difficult for you guys to approach silently. If you guys block all electronic signals, then I can release a few inductive heat sources and try. But the problem is, if you guys block all electronic signals, then you won't be able to receive the satellite map and real-time information from the command center. In this vast mountain range, where will you find the other side's command center? The most important thing is, I might not be able to bet on the location of his command center from the electronic monitoring. Zhou Yu, who was in charge of the overall tactical deduction and specific command, was not as gentle and calm as usual. His brows were furrowed and his expression was worried as he said, "The local defense camp's equipment is too strong. Although Du Xiaoqing is not well known, I heard that he is Du Xiaoqing's most trusted staff officer. He is still a guard with the rank of lieutenant colonel, and is educated by Du Xiaoqing every day. You can imagine how good his commanding skills are. We will lose without a doubt." "I can't think of any other way," said Zhou Yu directly. The stern-looking officer students beside him began to discuss among themselves. "Instructor Su, what do you suggest?" Hua Xiaoxi noticed the silent Su Lu and asked curiously. With these words, the room instantly fell silent. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then smiled somewhat helplessly and said, "I'm not good at this. But Zhou Yu, can you think of a way to tear open a hole in Iron 7th Division's outer defensive perimeter and open up a path for me? Even if you can tear it open, it won't mean much. 8MX mecha are too big of a target and will be easily discovered," said Zhou Yu seriously. Su Lu lowered his head slightly, his palm lightly stroking the black workbench beside him. He said, "Hua Xiaoxi, you guys send all 7MX mecha out in a moment and leave a path for me to sneak in. No matter how strong the MX mecha are, don't expect them to actually be able to break into the opponent's command center." Zhou Yu retorted bluntly, "The internal electronic codes of the federal military are too easy to identify. As mentioned earlier, unless you turn the MX into a blind and deaf person, then there will be some possibility. But for a blind and deaf person, are you prepared to wander around the mountains for an entire day and then admit defeat? I'm going to lose anyway. Just help me leave a hole." Su Lu scratched his head, then turned his head with a wry smile to say to Xiong Lin Quan and the other 18 men, "You guys follow me. Once you can squeeze into the hole, then spread out and help me cover up." The entire room was silent. The officer students were all excellent all-rounders, but after thinking about it for a while, they still couldn't understand. Other than stupidity, what other adjectives could describe Instructor Xiao Su's design? 5:30 a.m., the strange military exercise officially began. Iron 7th Division's Ace Defense Camp, in just one encounter, displayed even greater combat power than they had displayed during the day. On the battlefield, the interference of radio waves, filtering, and strong and weak signals intertwined with each other in the air without a sound but in an incredibly tragic manner. The moment the ground troops came into contact with each other, the numerical strength of the virtual soldiers on the central computer dropped rapidly under the attack of the local defense battalion, who cut them apart like sharp blades. Zhou Yu stared at the data on the screen with a heavy expression. Only now did he know that Instructor Du Xiaoqing's words were true. During the day, Iron 7th Division had indeed gone easy on them. Right now, the opponent looked like they were really going for it. His own ragtag troops could only hold on for another half an hour at most. They had truly pushed the mobility of a fully automated mechanic to the extreme. In front of such an iron-blooded army, the data simulated by the Federation's central computer was obviously nothing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff was most concerned about the performance of the MX mecha. However, in the face of the sharp attacks of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion, their hands and feet were completely tied. Minister Zhou looked at the light screen indifferently, and a faint sense of shock arose in his heart. Who would have thought that the commander named Shimanjin would actually place the thermal activation band monitoring equipment at the forefront of the battlefield, and not at the most crucial command center? Moreover, this person had actually turned the armored vehicles, which were originally loaded with electromagnetic beam bombs, into countless explosive packs that would explode with a single trigger. They then charged toward the military officer's front line. Currently, the most effective weapon against mecha was the electromagnetic beam bomb. Perhaps the MX mecha's mobility was enough to mitigate most of the damage, but even an ace pilot would feel fear when he saw that the area he had to pass through was filled with these things. At the 212, 453 front line, if the Iron 7th Division's determination to advance had been delayed by even a second, the MX mecha on the military cadets side would have been able to pass through this checkpoint. However, at this time, this checkpoint was blocked by the Iron 7th Division without any fear of death. The battle situation on the holographic screen was very tragic. Although the red team under the command of Officer Sheng was already showing signs of defeat, those troops were still valiantly defending every line under their command. It was indeed a siege because although their command center had tactically retreated 3 kilometers, according to the way both sides were fighting without regard for their lives, in the end, it would only lead to them being trapped and then completely annihilated. Zhou Yu and the military cadets' command was not too big of a problem, but after all, they were commanding a virtual army. On the other hand, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division was made up of real people. Only soldiers had the soul of a soldier, and could unleash power greater than what was calculated by the computer. In the face of such a force, even the most desperate resistance seemed to be futile. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly. He had not slept for a night, so he was a little tired. However, this tiredness came from the drill site. If the command center and electronic command network were destroyed, even if the 8MX mecha could escape the threat of the Iron 7th Division's electromagnetic beam bombs, how would they be able to find the enemy's command center? How would they be of any use? It seemed that the far-reaching intentions of the federal military still could not be realized. He took a sip of the thick tea and frowned. He thought to himself that choosing the Iron 7th Division as the side for the drill was probably the wrong choice. However, if the MX had not shocked the hearts of the Federation's ace troops during the drill, how would those stubborn generals be willing to change their command strategy? In comparison, Shimanjin's tactical command strategy was more suitable for the MX mecha. If the 8MX mecha had been on the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division, the battle would have probably ended long ago. With this thought, Minister Zhou put down his teacup and subconsciously glanced to his right. On the sofa on the far right of the first row of the drill command hall, the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, still had a cold expression on his face. Just like during the day, he did not seem to care about the development of the drill. His head was lowered and he was resting, but his sunglasses were missing. Commander Du Shaoqing kept everyone at arm's length and was confident that he did not care about the progress of the drill. However, there were many senior military officers in the command hall who were concerned about this tragic and somewhat helpless drill. They were impressed by the commanding ability of the cadets, but what shocked them even more was the battle prowess of the Iron 7th Division and the extremely calm command of the commander. Nonsense! General Miles roared with a gloomy expression. This chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was the same as Minister Zhou. What he was most concerned about was the performance of the MX mecha in the drill. Right then he saw the screen displaying that the red team had scattered all 8 MX mecha, as if trying to break them up into smaller groups and forcefully cross the 453 line. He could no longer control his emotions and slammed his hand down on the coffee table, causing the tea in his cup to spill out. The orderlies hurried over to clean up. General Miles took off the button on his collar and pointed at the screen. He loudly reprimanded, "The electromagnetic beam is a damn thing, but how can we have time to dodge it? By the time the mechas get away, our base camp will be completely wiped out." The federal military had already come to a certain conclusion after numerous experiments on the MX mecha. This revolutionary new mecha, once fully displayed its mobility, was incomparably powerful. However, under Shimanjin's precise command, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division had already lured the 8MX mecha into the most unfavorable terrain. Still trying to fish in troubled waters at this time? They will only be destroyed by the division. General Miles reprimanded darkly. Once they are captured by electronic surveillance, they will be trapped in the terrain and have to face continuous attacks. How can they survive? If they were to support each other, these 8MX mecha would at least contain all of the M-series mecha and half of the self-propelled artillery systems of the Iron 7th Division. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "I saw that Zhou Yu's command was not bad at all. How could he have made such a stupid mistake?" Minister Zhou smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid it was Su Li's idea." Admiral Miles was stunned. A faint bitter smile flashed across his slightly red wrinkles due to excitement. The development of the drill was just as the general had predicted. In order to cover the 8MX mecha's dispersal, the military officers' command center launched the last virtual airdrop. However, they had no choice but to choose the airdrop location to be in a valley. In the end, they were completely surrounded. On the other hand, Shimin-jin, who was commanding the Iron 7 Division's guards, coldly maintained their military positions in all directions. They carefully deployed their forces, neither too fast nor too slow. However, they stared fiercely at the 7MX mechas. A few sure-kill encirclements gradually formed near the light spots that represented the MX mechas. They were filled with killing intent. Once the encirclement formed by the self-propelled artillery and the mecha was completed, no matter how strong the MX mecha were, they would not be able to last for long in this kind of rugged, hilly terrain in the middle of the night without any firepower support. The people in the Military Exercise Command Center looked at the screen with a sorrowful and emotional gaze. The MX mecha relied on their mobility to force their way out of the encirclement. However, not long after, they were forcefully surrounded by the indifferent soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. They were surrounded again and divided into a few lonely circles. The clear tactic of the Iron 7th Division was gradually showing its power. However, strangely, Shimin-jin did not use the unmanned cruise missile position that the central mainframe had deployed. Was it because he did not want to use it, or was there another reason? The people in the Military Exercise Command Center were guessing Shimin-jin's intentions. They were calculating the time when the red team would fail. At this time, Du Shaoqing finally stopped resting. He slowly raised his head and looked at the progress on the screen. His indifferent face was still expressionless. The hand holding the lambskin glove gradually relaxed. Number 1 MX main cannon has failed. Damage integration is at 17%. Number 3 MX component has been destroyed. Number 7 MX has entered electronic shielding mode. Other than the normal data of the damaged system, all communications are cut off. Unable to locate. The red team has released an electronic interference method. The ban level is Gamma level 3. According to calculations, within 2 hours, all the red team's electronic interference equipment will not be able to be activated again due to overload. The calm voice of the staff officer finally caused a small fluctuation in the Military Exercise Command Center. Everyone noticed that a MX mecha on the screen had suddenly disappeared. The red team has used all their electronic interference. What are they betting on? General Miles frowned slightly and whispered to himself, "The MX is in a self-shielding state. It is not easy for the Iron 7th Division to discover it. However, the pilot can no longer receive any signals. Doesn't that mean he has become blind and mute?" He shook his head and said, "Is this MX trying to learn from a blind cat that has found a dead mouse? Is he trying to break into the blue team's command center by wandering around in the mountains?" After saying this, General Miles and the other generals around him couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the atmosphere in the field eased a little. "Bring up the real-time satellite image." General Miles frowned and said, "I want to see what this pilot is planning to do. Is he planning to find a big cave and hide there until the end of the exercise?" Half a minute later, a staff officer reported with an unpleasant expression, "Commander, there is a delay in the satellite image. The mecha's movement after blocking the signal was too fast. We are unable to locate it for the time being." Hearing this, the generals sitting in the first row of the Military Exercise Command Center were suddenly interested. They all thought of a person's name. Probably only that person could operate a mecha that could reach such a speed. Du Shaoqing, who was sitting on the sofa on the far right, was expressionless. A hint of interest flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, what else can Sulu do in this situation? Sulu was not doing anything. Right now he was panting heavily in the dimly lit cockpit. He was anxiously observing his surroundings through the infrared search equipment and visual ray capture system. He did not even have time to wipe away the sweat that was dripping down his forehead. From the start, they had never thought that they would be able to defeat Iron 7 Division's trump card in a direct confrontation. Everything was only because of Zhou Yu and the other officers' trust in him. The red team had sacrificed a lot. Even 7MX Mecha had fallen into the merciless encirclement of Iron 7 Division. Only then had they found an opportunity for Sulu to hide. The mountains were in the darkest moment before dawn. In the distance there were faint flashes of white light. Although the sound of explosions could not be heard, the feeling of being filled with blood and fire constantly drifted in the valley. He knew that Zhou Yu and the other officers in the command center were not having a good time. All of their manpower had been invested in the battle on the west side of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. In fact, because most of the command center was virtual combat power, most of the officers were even willing to use themselves as staff officers. It was also because of the stubborn resistance of these officers, the cover of the 7MX Mecha, and even the 18 men of Iron 7 Division, that Sulu was able to find an opening on the battlefield and sneak in. The red team's last and most intense electronic interference attack was to cover for his breakthrough. Sulu brought up the electronic map on the screen and looked at it carefully. Unfortunately, even at the last moment before they blocked themselves and cut off all electronic communication, the officers still could not find the location of Iron 7 Division's command center. Shimanjin was very similar to Du Xiaoqing. He did not reveal any loopholes at all. Thinking of these two names, Sulu felt a chill in his heart. A shadow flashed across his eyes. He knew that Iron 7 Division was an invincible division in the Federation's military exercises. However, only when he was on the battlefield and saw with his own eyes this meticulous, calm and machine-like, ferocious, beast-like force, could he truly understand how terrifying they were. This battle was too tragic. The Iron 7 Division was indeed ferocious. Even though there was only one battalion participating today, they still fought with the resentment and murderous spirit they had accumulated over the years. Their sharpness was unstoppable and indescribably cold. The tiger in the West Woods had suppressed Du Xiaoqing for 10 years, but Du Xiaoqing had successfully transformed this emotion into the temperament or soul of an army. Once it was displayed on the battlefield, it was truly terrifying. Moreover, the commander named Shimanjin was indeed very outstanding. The 18 men of Iron 7 Division who had protected him when they entered the mountain area were indeed able to erupt with power that even Sulu praised. However, even though they had killed more than 40 enemies, they were all killed in the end. In front of the ruthless Iron 7 Division, the strength of this small group was mercilessly crushed into powder. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. At this moment, Sulu had to admit that Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had the right to be proud. His bodyguard, Du Xiaoqing, was already so fierce. What if Du Xiaoqing was personally in command? After a few deep breaths, he calmed down. After confirming that the electronic shielding system was working properly, he quickly keyed in commands with the fingers of his right hand. His left hand gently pushed the control stick, and the black MX mecha glided to the right in the dense forest. The heavy body of the mecha did not make any noise that would have woken Squirrel. It looked more like a ghost. Under the self-shielding system, the MX mecha did not emit any signals other than the visible and infrared devices. It was also unable to receive any signals. The small semi-aperture radar and SSC search system were also forced to shut down. Right now, the mecha he was operating was like a moving rock. It could not see into the distance, nor could it hear any good news carried by the wind. The cadets did not buy much time for him. Once the command center and the 7 MX mechas were destroyed, the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion would retreat. He would not have any more chances. In this tense moment where every second counted, Sulu did not move. Instead, he closed his eyes. A rock would not always be upright. There were times when it was crazy and there were times when it was shameless. Sulu thought of the chilling aura emanating from Du Xiaoqing's body. He thought of what he had seen with his own eyes. He thought of his comrades being utterly defeated by the Iron 7 Division. His hair stood on end. Not only did he have to complete the difficult mission given to him by the military, but also because of the murderous intent that Du Xiaoqing had revealed. In the future, if he had to constantly worry about a famous general behind him trying to eliminate him on the battlefield in the West Woods, it would not be a good life. Therefore, Sulu decided to win this exercise at all costs. He had to suppress the arrogance of the Iron 7 Division. So, he decided to cheat. He closed his eyes and stared into the deep darkness. He listened to the smooth and low sounds coming from the cockpit. He said in his heart, "Old thing, I need you to show me the way." There was no response. His mind was blank. There was no white light. There was nothing. This blank state did not last long, but to Sulu, it felt as long as a century. The glory of the Charter was his biggest support in the Federation. It was his biggest secret. Even Uncle Lu would not have guessed such a bizarre thing. However, this was also his biggest fear. He did not understand why the old thing would help him. He also did not know when the old thing would abandon him or even arrest him. 7 seconds. Cold sweat dampened the simulation system on his skin. Sulu finally heard a voice that was usually abnormally old-fashioned. Today, however, it was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. What is it this time? Chapter 339. Hearing this sentence, all the pores on Sulu's skin opened at the same time. The cold sweat on his skin seemed to turn into mist and dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only a sense of comfort. The reason why he had such a strong feeling was because the previous 7 seconds of silence made him very frightened. The far-flung the glory of the charter relied on countless aircraft, satellites, ground electronic monitoring networks, and even all the chips used by the government to build a giant network that would never have any gaps. In the past, when Sulu wanted to actively contact the great existence through this network, there was never any delay. The other party was like a god that would answer all his requests, always by his side. He needed to delay for a period of time before he could contact the other party. This was something he had never experienced before. It was just that in the tragic and tense military exercise site, Sulu didn't have enough energy to capture this strange phenomenon and arouse enough vigilance. He just subconsciously felt that the first sentence that the old thing said today was a little different. "Help me find a person, Iron 7th Division Lieutenant Colonel Shimin-jin." Looking at the grid in his left eye, Sulu quickly said. The Federal Central Computer wouldn't always appear in his retina with the face of an old butler. Sometimes, it was just some relatively simple and boring lines. He didn't know what kind of algorithm the Federal Central Computer represented. In the Fox Fortress Black Dungeon, Sulu had a lot of conversations with the computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. He was already familiar with and used to this mode of communication in his mind, so even though he knew that the other party was operating a cold and mechanical program, he always felt like he was talking to an old butler. This goes against the charter. Without hearing the complete sentence, Sulu said in his mind, "It's not like you haven't done it before. Although until today, I still don't understand what kind of virus is in your computer to make it go crazy. You know what I'm doing right now?" Sulu quickly said to the grid of light dots in his mind, "Just treat it as a game. After all, it's not like the last time in the building where I need you to help me kill someone." The old man was silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a change in his voice as he said, "Since it's a game, why don't I just change the data and kill all of the enemy's simulated troops? Then I'll send you 2 armies?" In the cockpit, Sulu was startled. He lifted the light screen goggles on his eyes. Only then did he remember that a large portion of the simulated firepower in today's military exercise was simulated and distributed by the charter computer. Hearing the old man's suggestion, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. He said, "Even if you want to cheat, you should have some professional ethics. You have to leave a way out for others." Because of this shock, he once again missed the opportunity to notice the old thing's abnormality today. It was obvious that the computer program in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation was very mischievous today. Sulu's left eye could see ghosts and people that he couldn't see before. It was like an omniscient and omnipotent radar. However, beyond his own body and even the mecha outside of his body, through the chip behind his neck, he was connected to the charter of the universe. This was his biggest secret. In the darkness before dawn, when the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was about to win the military exercise, he decided to use this ability that made him feel a little scared and wanted to avoid it. The other end of the black dream fell silent again. The fine light dots condensed into a grid and simulated a 3-dimensional map. It was transmitted into his brain and appeared on his retina. If he wanted to, and the old man agreed, he could even peek at the First Lady taking a bath. At this time, it wasn't very difficult to find the calm Lieutenant Colonel Shimin-jin in the middle of the mountains. If he found Shimin-jin, he would find the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division. Turning off all of the mecha's detection equipment, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him with his naked eyes. He controlled the Black MX mecha and moved silently through the forest. Following the map points in his eyes, he gradually approached his target. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a wolf shooting out the light of its prey in the dark forest. After the MX mecha's automatic electronic shielding, it became a rock in the dark night. Regardless of whether it was the heat it emitted or the electromagnetic wave that leaked out from the dual engines, it was all carefully designed and controlled within an extremely small range. The problem was that the MX in this state had a huge disadvantage. It had lost all of its detection equipment. It could only hide but not launch a surprise attack. However, Sulu, who was controlling the MX, was able to make up for this disadvantage. At 6:13 a.m., a faint ray of light appeared on the horizon, but the surroundings were still pitch black. There were no sounds of birds or insects in the forest, only bursts of light coming from the direction of the Yellow Mountains in the distance. It looked like the troops commanded by Zhou Yu and those military cadets were still making their last stand. After capturing the location of the Iron 7th Division's headquarters, Sulu used more than 10 minutes to control the Black MX. Like a ghost, under the cover of the night, he used his superb control skills to silently climb over 2 steep mountain peaks and approach the enemy's camp. Along the way, although the heavy mecha couldn't avoid crushing a few rocks and making some noise, startling the two sleeping eagles. The mecha still managed to successfully hide from the Iron 7th Division's strict electronic surveillance equipment under its automatic electronic shielding state. The Black MX mecha arrived at the peak of Blue Lake. In front of it was a steep slope, and below it was the command camp of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion. Looking from afar in the darkness, there were only a few dim lights in the camp, so it was impossible to see how much firepower was hidden. In the mecha, Sulu frowned as he carefully analyzed the terrain and the enemy's defenses. He knew that stealth would stop here. If the two sides got any closer, they would no longer be within the range of the electronic shielding battle. The Black MX mecha's body would be visible to the naked eye. That old thing's earlier words could only be taken as a joke. If the central computer really did suddenly kill all of Blue Team's virtual troops and then transferred 2 divisions worth of troops to Red Team, how could the military exercise continue? Finding the enemy's headquarters was already cheating, but to actually break through the enemy's headquarters and obtain victory in this military exercise, Sula had to do it himself. Still haven't found it? In the military exercise command hall, General Miles had a dark expression on his face as he unceremoniously reprimanded the staff officers around him. That MX mecha had already disappeared for a long time. The intense battle at the front line of the Lonely Ridge at Yellow Mountain Ridge had already reached its end, but in the end the command hall still had not been able to pull up the image of that MX mecha. This sort of information-gathering ability naturally did not satisfy him. Found it? A military staff officer suddenly stood up from behind the workbench and said excitedly, "We found it just now, but there was a delay in the data. The satellite image was only pulled up now." "Then hurry up and show it," General Miles said in a low voice. There were 30 or so large screens in the command hall, and 7 of them showed a circular moving image. In the extremely dark background of the image, only the faint silhouette of a black mecha could be seen. It was running non-stop in the mountains behind the base, leaping and running at an extremely fast speed. "Is that Sulu?" General Miles frowned as he turned to ask Minister Zhou. Zhou Yingxing's brow was also furrowed and he said, "Should be. Where is he going? He hasn't slowed down at all." General Miles couldn't quite guess the intentions of that black mecha. Could it be that he knows where 7th Division's headquarters is? Zhou Yingxing shook his head. It's clearly in a completely shielded state. Both sides' public satellite signals can't be received, so how can he find it? Just as the two military bigwigs were whispering to each other, the military exercise command hall gradually quieted down. All of the high-ranking generals and staff officers in charge of the exercise planning had their eyes firmly glued to the silhouette of the MX mecha on the screen. The image taken by the military's precision satellite was very clear, and due to the angle of the lighting, the black mecha that had been running along the mountain ridge was faintly shrouded in a layer of faint light. Facing the rugged, weathered rock face of the mountain, this black mecha was actually running so fast. Whether it was leaping or zigzagging, it had no intention of slowing down. Moreover, looking at the analysis of the dust when the mecha's feet landed on the ground, it was likely that even the sound of the landing would not be too loud. Could this be the true form of the MX mecha? But no matter how advanced the MX mecha was, to be able to run along the mountains at such a high speed and with such stability and serenity, it could only rely on the pilot's superb control skills. In the hands of this pilot, the black mecha's movements were clear and concise, light and agile, exuding an indescribable sense of wonder and beauty. It far surpassed the impression that the average military ace pilot left on others. Who was this pilot? The military exercise command hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, to the black mecha on the screen, walking silently on the other side of the mountain ridge. Du Shaoqing had been sitting quietly on the sofa on the far right. Even when the entire hall was in awe of the black MX mecha's silence, he was still unusually calm and cool, not a ripple in his heart. When General Miles and Minister Zhou had thought of the identity of that pilot, he had already determined that the person in the black mecha could only be Sulu. For someone who could be chosen by the Federation's military god, if he could not display an extraordinary level of strength, then he would actually be a little disappointed. His right hand held the black lambskin glove lightly as he looked coldly at the black mecha on the screen. It was advancing like a leopard cat, as if it had completely escaped the shackles of gravity. A hint of interest flashed through his deep eyes. Running like this, could it be that he would be able to find his troops in the mountains? Although the specific commander of this impromptu military exercise was Shimanjin, Du Shaoqing still only thought that this was his troops, and they could not be defeated. On the wide screen, only a black MX mecha could be seen moving forward at full speed, running, jumping, and moving freely and silently among the mountains. The image was a little dull, but what was strange was that even if the two military bigwigs were not watching the Black Mecha's figure seriously, no one would have thought of switching the screen. For everyone in the hall, this Black Mecha that had disappeared alone should be the winner of this military exercise. All the soldiers in the command hall who were watching the battle were inexplicably nervous and confused. The Black Mecha seemed to be running like a headless fly. Did it hide a hidden meaning that no one could guess? This mystery was revealed when the Black Mecha stopped for the first time, and also when it stopped for the last time. The Black Mecha felt its way to the top of a mountain and then quietly squatted down, as if preparing for something. There was a camp below the valley. What is this place? Minister Zhou asked curiously. Although the military exercise command hall was very clear about the military deployment and losses of both sides, right now, everyone's eyes had followed the Black Mecha for so long that they were a little confused. Blue Pool Mountain. Peak number 2. It was still that military staff officer who was in charge of information gathering. He stood up from behind the workbench and said in a trembling voice, full of disbelief, "Oh?" Zhou Yingxing frowned and turned to look at him. That military staff officer licked his dry lips and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "In the valley is the Blue Team's command center." The Black Mecha had run all the way through the mountains without slowing down, and in the end, it had actually bumped into the Blue Team's command center? At this time, of course, no one believed that this pilot had been a blind cat that had hit the mouse, a headless fly that had headed straight for the washroom, completely relying on luck. Everyone was shocked. A mecha that could not receive any signals on its own, how could it have found the Blue Team's command center? General Miles grunted in surprise and sat back down on the sofa. His white eyebrows raised slightly and he seemed very satisfied. Minister Zhou's face was still calm, but he picked up the cup of tea on the coffee table and slowly took a few sips. The command hall could no longer keep quiet. Everyone began to talk in private, and the buzzing sound was accompanied by feelings of shock, filling the entire underground space. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen in shock. Even he did not know where Shimanjin would put the command center, so he had been calm before, but who would have thought that that guy would actually find it? His expression was cold and two dark clouds appeared in his eyes. A major of the Iron 7th Division walked to his side and whispered a few words in his ear, then respectfully handed over the sunglasses. Du Xiaoqing took the sunglasses but did not put them on. Instead, he coldly placed them on the coffee table beside him. The major hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but looking at the commander's already cold face in the end, he did not dare to say anything. Finding the command center does not mean you have the ability to break through the camp. Even I admire Shimanjin's ability to set up camp. You only have 1 MX. I want to see how you can break through the camp and win. Du Xiaoqing looked at the Black Mecha resting on the peak of the mountain on the screen, and a fierce light flashed through his deep eyes. Right at this time, a soft cry came from the command hall. It was not that the Black Mecha had done something amazing again, but that the first ray of sunlight from planet S1 had finally broken through the horizon and spilled onto the ground. The Black MX Mecha that was quietly squatting on the peak of the Blue Lake Mountain just happened to welcome the freshest sunlight. In the dim light of dawn, the Black Mecha bathed to its heart's content, full of solemn beauty. This scene was truly beautiful. After Du Xiaoqing graduated with the highest score from the 1st Military Academy, he was assigned to the 3rd Military Region. Ignoring the military headquarters' request to cherish talent, he forcefully requested to enter the already fallen Iron 7th Division. In the Iron 7th Division, his first position was as the battalion commander of the Independent Battalion. The resurgence of the Iron 7th Division was also due to the victory of the Independent Battalion in a certain military exercise. Du Xiaoqing had been promoted from battalion commander to division commander. The 1st Independent Battalion he led was also reorganized into the local defense battalion that protected the division headquarters. What the Black Mecha Sulu was facing was precisely this kind of super-mechanized battalion that had a glorious tradition and powerful combat strength. In the impromptu military exercise this morning, despite the efforts of Zhou Yu and the other officers, the 7th team had still been torn apart by the local defense camp. Sulu, on the other hand, only had 1 MX Mecha. Yet, he had to face the seemingly calm but definitely heavily guarded headquarters of the local defense camp. The morning light shone on the mountain peak, shining on the Black Mecha that was half-crouched like a statue. Iron 7th Division headquarters definitely didn't expect a mecha to be able to reach their headquarters in a completely shielded state, but their commander was Shimanjin. Just as Division Commander Du Xiaoqing had praised, Shimanjin was a very strict person. Even in this kind of highly modern simulation exercise, he still arranged for human sentries around the camp. The first person to discover the Black MX mecha was a soldier on the western sentry post. Without any warning, a sharp alarm rang through the quiet valley. The small radius precision radar began to scan wildly, trying to determine the location of the enemy. Early in the morning was the best time to launch a sneak attack, but it definitely wasn't suitable for Iron 7th Division. The exercise had only started in the early morning, so all the officers and soldiers of this division still maintained a very clear mind and spirit. From the moment they had discovered the Black MX mecha, it had only taken 3 seconds for the self-propelled cannons around the camp to aim at the peak of Blue Pond Peak under the guidance of the electronic system. With a violent roar, the cannons fired without hesitation. In an instant, the roar was so loud that the entire valley seemed to shake. Who knew how many self-firing cannons Shimanjin had set up around the camp headquarters? These self-firing cannons were simple to equip and easy to set up. They didn't have much destructive power in the mountains, but once they were used to fire at fast targets on the slopes, they were extremely powerful. Could it be that Iron 7th Division had thought from the start that the mecha could break through the camp? Or could it be that this was an ambush? Sula didn't think too much about it. From the moment he had appeared on the peak, he had entered battle mode. It was only natural that he would be discovered by the enemy, so he didn't panic. As for what kind of defensive measures Iron 7th Division had set up around the camp headquarters, it was none of his business. He was a simple and direct person. With an axe he would smash a future, and with a knife he would cleave a ray of light. Right now, with the MX mecha in hand, the strength in his body was surging. Other than rushing down, he had not prepared a second battle plan for himself at all. It was precisely because of this kind of absolute heroism that the Black mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, it was still a sneak attack. 3 seconds later, the self-firing cannons were all aimed at the top of the Black mecha. From this, one could see how fast the mecha was. Sitting in the cockpit, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him. His left eye was looking at the eye-catching row of citizen numbers in the valley camp. He felt the intense vibrations coming from the mecha, but his heart was unprecedentedly calm. Every time he entered the mecha, he would enter a very strange mental state. It was as if the mecha was the real world while the outside world was completely isolated. There were only countless data models moving quickly there. His left hand pushed the control stick fiercely, his right hand quickly entering commands. The simulation system was at full power, the precision instruments magnifying and correcting every tiny movement of his body, then faithfully reproduced by the Black MX mecha. Silently and sternly, the mecha charged down the mountain peak. The Black mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. There was no longer any sense of lightness, only an unstoppable momentum. With every step the heavy alloy mecha took, a few pieces of rock burst out. It was as if the entire mountain peak was trembling. The huge recoil force was absorbed by the mecha's highly efficient connecting devices and spherical joints, turning into a forward momentum. Thus, with every step the Black mecha took, its speed increased by a few notches. Under the mecha's feet, the mountain rocks cracked, like a yellow dragon in the morning light. At the end of the yellow dragon, the Black MX mecha's body was unusually cold. Its speed increased to the point where the mecha's movement frequency could not be seen clearly. "What is he trying to do?" asked General Miles, frowning in the command hall. "Speed up?" said Zhou Yingxing uncertainly, his brow also tightly furrowed. "He's going to fall to his death if he speeds up any more," said General Miles silently. With the current slope of Blue Pool Mountain, if the Black mecha continued to speed up like this, there was no need for Iron 7th Division's concentrated artillery fire at all. He would fall to his death. However, he believed that the young man his old teacher had chosen would give him another surprise like before, so he did not say this out loud. Shimanjin did not think that the Black mecha charging down from the monitor would fall to his death, because even after being attacked, he still maintained the absolute calm of a commander. The other party had gone through untold hardships to find their way to his camp, definitely not to commit suicide, so he decided to send the other party on his way. Today's military exercise, the battle in the Lonely Mountains and Yellow Mountain Ridge, had been decided. Although the resistance of the officers and cadets was unexpectedly fierce, making it difficult for him to deal with, in the end they had won. As long as they destroyed this Black mecha, which could be either amazing or stupid, the Iron 7th Division would welcome another victory. Fire from all directions. Shimanjin calmly gave the order. He picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip, allowing the staff officer beside him to operate the electronic workstation. He had carefully studied all of the technical parameters of the MX mecha, so he was very clear about the terrifying movement speed and close-range combat ability of this new mecha. Thus, he was very certain that under his long-prepared all-around attack this time, that black mecha would definitely be hit continuously. The first round of concentrated fire from the howitzers did not even graze the side of the black mecha. It was as comical as setting off a round of fireworks to cheer on the black mecha's heroic attack. But inside the mecha, Sulu was abnormally calm. The Iron 7th Division, who had won 37 consecutive military exercises, would not be flustered by his sneak attack, even though the person personally in command this time was not that cold and ruthless division commander do as expected. The reactivated MX's onboard radar and SCC search system suddenly emitted a shrill warning. Trembling violently, Sulu stared at the screen and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the complex lines on the screen that represented lethality, Sulu really could not understand. Could it be that Shimanjin had guessed that he would charge down from this hillside? Otherwise, how could the opponent's battalion headquarters have perfectly repositioned all the howitzers in such a short amount of time? Or could it be that the Iron 7th Division's usual training was already at such a terrifying level? Hundreds of howitzers were already roaring towards him. Sulu did not have much time to think. On this kind of slope, the Iron 7th Division's firepower area was precisely controlled to an oval area in front of and behind him. It was truly terrifying. The MX mecha could withstand the howitzers head-on, but it could not withstand too many of them. Moreover, if the battle damage system determined that the damage was too severe, it could be immediately disqualified. Right then, the only thing Suli's black mecha needed to do was to dodge these densely packed horizontal grenades. However, this also seemed to be something that was completely impossible to do. No matter how great the mobility of the MX mecha was, under such a complex barrage of firepower, even the strongest Federation pilot would find it difficult to make precise dodging. The military exercise command hall was silent. Many of the officers looked at the screen with mixed feelings. On the screen, the 200-meter radius of the slope at the foot of Blue Cake Mountain had already been plowed by the howitzers. Although they did not carry actual ammunition, those high-speed ejections had still blasted countless bits of the hard mountain rock into pieces, sending dust and smoke into the air. The high-ranking officers who were watching this military exercise were still in awe of the black mecha's elusive methods and heroic charge. Now, seeing Iron 7th Division's steel-like calmness and computer-like precision of calculation, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the shortest amount of time, they had made the most appropriate response. When the enemy seemed to be at their strongest, they had used the simplest of volleys to strangle this heroic attack in its cradle. "Report the damage of that mecha," General Miles said urgently. The officers in the hall were somewhat surprised. Under such concentrated firepower, did the commander still think that the mecha would be able to retain a certain amount of combat power? It should be known that this volley of howitzers by the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division looked simple, but in reality, the timing and area of effect had been perfect. After hearing General Miles's words, the staff officer was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly pulled up the data. When everyone in the hall saw the damage figures of the mecha, they could not help but think that the staff officer had been too flustered and gotten the numbers wrong. Not even 2% of the battle losses were achieved? General Miles's expression gradually became strange as he stared at the image magnified by the staff officer on the screen. On the screen, the black mecha was in the midst of the smoke and dust, amidst the hail of bullets. Its entire body trembled. Countless high-speed howitzers brushed past it, making it difficult for the enemy to reach it. In an extremely dangerous situation, the black mecha could be hit at any time, but it relied on its incredible maneuvering to twist the body of the mecha, jumping around like a ray of black light. It was like an old willow tree that was gradually darkening in color, no matter how the wind and rain hit it, but it was always strong enough to survive. General Miles stood up abruptly. With an extremely complicated expression, he looked at the trembling figure of the black mecha on the screen with passion and sadness. He couldn't help but think of the past, of that old man who had brought him through life and death. Chapter 340. Not the past, not the old teacher. General Miles stood up abruptly and looked at the black mech on the screen with great emotion. After a while he came back to his senses. Many years had passed since those days of war on the Empire's planet fields. The black mech trembled under the bombardment of grenades on the steep slopes of the Blue Pool Peak. It used its demonic high-speed body movements to avoid damage and continued to accelerate forward with a chill. Compared to the old teacher with the surname Lee, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap. He operated an MX, while the old teacher operated an M37. However, he still had not reached the level of the old teacher where he could break through obstacles alone and make the rivers give way to him. However, the two mechs that were separated by decades, whether it was the control method or the traces of movement, there were some similarities. General Miles looked at this scene and thought that he understood the real reason why the old teacher protected Sulu so much. He couldn't help but be speechless. In reality, it only took a very short time to dodge through 17 complicated and difficult areas at high speed. The people watching the military exercise only felt that their eyes were blurred for a few seconds. The black mech instantly escaped the range of the grenades and broke through the smoke and dust in the valley. Like a god of death from the netherworld, it continued to rush down the mountain. Whether it was the initial sniper attack or the difficult process of avoiding the grenade firing line after that, the black mech did not slow down at all. Even every indeterminate turn and slide was completed at high speed. Seeing the speed at which the black mecha was falling towards the valley was getting faster and faster, about to become a stream of flowing black light, the spectators, who had already been shocked by the pilot's superb control skills, could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. If the speed limit was exceeded and the onboard system lost control, would this black mecha fall to pieces? They should have guessed that this pilot would be like before and would definitely be hiding many surprises. However, seeing this kind of high-speed crazy impact that was close to losing control with their own eyes, the people were still very worried. Being hit head-on by the crazy black MX mech, the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division in the valley was still calm. The invisible electric waves in the air flowed quickly. All the soldiers coldly and calmly continued with the work at hand, as if they did not see this scene. Along with the clear sound of motors, the level-firing grenade base completed its second round of automatic aiming in the shortest amount of time. Following the officer's order, the electrically controlled anti-infantry mines buried in front of the steep slope of Blue Pool Mountain exploded one after another, sending countless earth pillars into the air. Like countless fireworks, they blocked the path of the black mecha. This type of weapon, which was extremely destructive against individual soldiers and even armored vehicles, might not be able to do much damage to the sturdy MX mecha, but it could successfully interfere with the field's vision, buying the best opportunity and space for the level-firing grenade launchers. The sky full of grenades rained down again. At this time, the black mecha had already charged up 3/5 of the steep slope. Its own speed had already been raised to a terrifying level. Under such high inertia, no matter how skilled the pilot was, he would not be able to make those inconceivable dodging movements in the face of this sky full of grenades. The fire control of the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was so precise that it was praiseworthy. They didn't panic because of the enemy's strength, and didn't hesitate because of the failure of the first wave of attacks. They quickly launched the second wave of attacks without pause, and the details were calculated very precisely. At this moment, even if the uncle was reborn or the old man came out of seclusion, they probably would not be able to dodge such a dense barrage of attacks at such a short distance. Sulu naturally would not be able to do so either. However, just as the defense battalion was firing at full power, a strange change suddenly occurred to the black mech. Amidst the rumbling of the bullets, countless crisp sounds could be clearly heard. Those were the sounds of metal colliding with metal and separating from each other. The modified main cannon on the right shoulder of the black MX mecha instantly spat out flames. Although it did not carry actual ammunition, this kind of momentum was still shocking. Even as it was falling at a high speed, to the point of almost losing its momentum, the main cannon of the black mecha still managed to successfully deal a great deal of damage to the close-range fire control formation of the local defense camp. However, the people in the command center did not have time to assess the casualties of the local defense camp. Instead, they found that the black mecha's main cannon had flown up after this round of furious fire. Like a piece of scrap metal, it whistled through the air and shot towards the group of level-firing grenades. Main cannon detached automatically. The staff officers in the command hall could no longer maintain their calm mechanical voices. They reported loudly in shock. Long-range weapon system detached automatically. Platform-type cover strip detached. Hidden repair arm detached. Area 41's firmware detached. Auxiliary balancer ejected. The military staff officer's voice was urgent and shocked. However, on the steep slope in front of the command center, everything that was happening to the black mecha was happening much faster than his explanation. Following the crisp sound of metal clashing and detaching, countless heavy components were ejected from the black mecha's body. In the original design, this type of detachment had a certain initial velocity to prevent damage to the mecha itself. However, at this time, the black mecha was already descending at an almost uncontrollable speed. At the same time, the heavy components that were detached from the mecha's body were also moving at a terrifying speed. They were actually sputtering outwards without stopping. Some of the firmware was ejected into the air at high speed. Others were ejected in front of the black mecha. As the black mecha continued to descend, components were sputtering out of the mecha's body. This scene was extremely strange. It was like a solid black boulder that could not withstand the erosion of thousands of years. It fell from the mountain peak, colliding with each other and sending countless fragments flying everywhere. These splashing components were extremely fast, their mass massive, and they were immensely powerful. They battered the entire hillside into a sorry state, and for some strange reason, they even helped the black mecha block several level fire grenades that were aimed at its hard body. Was this luck or something else? Mecha battle damage, 23%. The military staff officer in the command center stared dumbfoundedly at the image on the screen. He pulled up the data and confirmed that the black mecha had still survived the second round of Iron 7 Division's normal shooting. What was even more frightening was that, after this extremely dramatic visual impact of the components peeling off and sputtering, the black mecha, which was already moving at an extremely fast speed, seemed to have instantly increased its speed by several notches. The steep peak of MT Blue Cake, which was over 1,000 meters long, was actually about to touch the bottom. "Enter overclocking mode," he shouted loudly. There were many people in the command center who had watched Ka Chifeng's battle before. When they saw the black mecha's components being detached, they had already guessed that the black mecha was preparing to enter overclocking mode. What shocked them was the way the black mecha had entered overclocking mode. General Miles narrowed his eyes at the screen. Forcefully entering an overclocking state at such a high speed, yet the high-speed sputtering of components did not cause any problems with the balance of the MX mecha itself. Could it be that Su Li's level of mecha control had already reached this level? When the black mecha appeared on the mountain peak, Du Shaoqing's expression was only occasionally gloomy, but it was immediately back to normal. When the black mecha rushed down towards the camp in a valiant manner, he was still sitting on the sofa, his expression as cold as ever, his sunglasses still by his side, unmoving. But when he saw the black mecha enter overclocking mode in such a manner, his fingers on the sofa's armrest finally moved. The major beside him glanced at him, but in the end did not hand over the sunglasses. After the shock of the command center, there was silence. Everyone looked at the screen in confusion. Even if it had entered overclocking mode, the black mecha was about to turn into a stream of light and smash into the ground. What was that pilot going to do? On the peak of Ka Chifeng, the purple CMX controlled by Madman Li could not even last 3 minutes of overclocking mode. The Nutshell Standard MX, which used Little White Flower as its prototype, did not have that kind of fatal flaw. However, overclocking was still an overload on the mecha system. Be it the designer or the user, no one would expect to be able to maintain such a crazy and dangerous state forever. Sulu was both the designer and the user. Naturally, he knew this better than anyone else. He did not know how well the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was arranged, but he definitely would not underestimate the Iron Blood Army and Shimin Jin, who had single-handedly created by Du Shaoqing. Therefore, he needed to keep the overclocking mode for as long as possible until the most critical moment of the breakout. It was precisely because of this reason that he had always used the conventional mode when he sneaked between the mountains before dawn. Even when he initiated the charge, he still did so. It was not until the last moment when he was forced into a desperate situation by the defensive firepower of the Iron 7th Division that he took off his clothes and threw away his sweaty clothes. Like a newborn bird returning to the forest, like a maiden returning to her first love on the beach, he rushed towards the camp in the valley. Removing the heavy components from the sputtering walls helped him deal with a portion of the dense grenades. This could be said to be luck, but it could also be said to be Su Li's precise control of instantaneous battle situations. Of course, there was also a lot of shamelessness mixed in. After all, this was a drill. When the grenades hit those components, they would only crash to the ground. If this was a real battle, who knew how many explosions would have occurred in front of him? How could the battle damage be maintained within 30%? What should he do next? Looking at the hard ground approaching at high speed on the screen before him, Feeling the violent tremors of the MX mecha as if it was about to fall apart under the high speed, Su Li's eyes behind the goggle-like screen narrowed and shone brightly. His exposed lips pursed tightly, and even his barely budding beard blossomed with a certain fierceness. In that split second he pressed the red button beside the control stick. With a low grunt, he channeled all the power in his body into his muscles and skin, using the simulation system to control the central system of the mecha. But what no one expected was that after the black mecha had passed through the control fire of the local defense camp, it did not directly enter the location of the command center. Instead, before landing, it forcibly twisted its body 30 degrees to the west, aiming for an ordinary barracks at the entrance of Blue Cake Mountain. At this moment, the deathly still scene seemed to have a sound once again. The sound of guns, electronic screams, and the sound of the self-propelled artillery system's motors rang out densely. But the MX mecha had already passed through the middle of the camp. How could these control fire of the local defense camp keep up with its ghostly footsteps? Under normal conditions, the black MX was already able to avoid long-range attacks. Now that it was in overclocking mode, its trembling body, strange twisting movements, and dazzling fast dodging movements allowed the black MX to successfully avoid most of the interception and rush towards its target. In the cockpit, Su Li's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The heat in his body was quickly draining away. After controlling the MX to perform so many perverted movements, his energy and physical strength had already reached the limit. Most importantly, the damned hunger in his stomach had come to disturb him again. Without hesitation he controlled the MX to charge towards that ordinary barracks at the fastest speed possible. This was because he knew that Shimanjin was in that ordinary barracks. The room on the right that seemed to be the command center was, in fact, empty. Shimanjin was indeed very careful. Even though the Iron 7th Division had clearly obtained an overwhelming victory, he still made so many strict arrangements in the camp headquarters. That alone was not enough. He had even disguised the command center. This kind of commander was really scary. So when the onboard radar alarm sounded and 4 M52 mechas suddenly appeared in front of the ordinary barracks, Sulu was not at all surprised. Shimanjin had only used 2/3 of his military strength to forcefully suppress the officers and cadets in the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge area. The rest of his forces were all placed in the command center. Moreover, these 4 M52 mecha that had been hidden for a long time had been warmed up since the start of the drill, silently guarding this area. This was not a trap set up by Iron 7th Division. This was the meticulous design and strict tactical discipline of the Iron 7th Division that they had learned from Du Shaoqing. A dignified division would not fight an unprepared war. They had to be prepared to the fullest. This way, once the situation changed, any backup plan of the Iron 7th Division could become a trap that could kill the enemy. But so what if it was a trap? Facing the 4 M52 mecha that had their camouflage cloth removed, the heavy mechanical legs of the black MX quickly moved on the ground, turning into a series of afterimages. It avoided the hail of bullets at an unimaginable speed and closed in on the bodies of the 2 M52 mecha. The black MX's right alloy fist smashed heavily into the central system of one of the M52 mecha, easily breaking through the sturdy alloy armor. At the same time, its left alloy hand reached out like lightning to fiercely control the right arm of the other M52 that was spraying bullets. The huge difference in power output made the M52 mecha that the military had always been proud of look like a drunkard in front of the black MX. Moreover, it was completely unable to break free from the black MX's control. The Carlin barrels of the 2 M52 mecha were still rotating at high speed, spraying bullets. However, they were unable to hit the black MX between them. Instead, they aimed at each other's chests and abdomens. Two beautiful streaks of bullet fire splashed into the mecha like electric sparks, instantly destroying each other. Meanwhile, the black MX controlled by Sulu pushed up with both arms, shaking off the 2 M52 mecha that had already stopped moving, and with a whoosh it dove in. It had to be admitted that Su Li's breakout had ultimately taken advantage of many military exercises. If both sides had used live ammunition in that shocking scene earlier, the 2 M52 mecha would have been forced to shoot at each other. At such a close distance, the high-speed spray of armor-piercing bullets would definitely have hurt the black MX mecha. The Federation's military exercise combat system was extremely accurate. Once the central control computer confirmed that a mecha had been killed, it would immediately stop working, including the soldiers. After the black MX had swiftly and valiantly killed the 2 M5 mecha, it then charged towards the normal barracks. At this moment, the black mecha was like a special forces soldier engaging in close combat, fiercely throwing 14 punches at the remaining 2M5 mecha. Based on Su Li's understanding of mecha structures, these heavy blows were definitely enough to ensure that these two mecha would never have the chance to stand up again. Suddenly, the black mecha's right mechanical arm reached out, and as quick as lightning, it grabbed one of the already stopped M52 mecha and threw it viciously to the right. The black MX mecha was about the same weight as the M-series mecha, but after stripping off the components and entering an overclocked state, its body appeared much slimmer in comparison. However, with its powerful twin engines outputting 4 times the power output, it was actually able to easily grab the M52 mecha and throw it. This scene was very strange. It was as if a delicate woman with a frosty expression had picked up a burly man and thrown him away like a sandbag. Of course, the black mecha had not done this to vent, but to humiliate the Iron 7th Division. The M52 mecha it had thrown accurately hit a self-propelled heavy cannon 50 meters to the right. That modified self-propelled heavy cannon did not even have time to blast out the electromagnetic beam bomb that mecha feared the most before it was smashed all over the ground by this ruined mecha that had been thrown over. The graphite beams that shot out were extremely magnetic as they stuck to the ruined mecha and began to flash with blue electric arcs. This pitiful mecha that had been used as a sandbag twitched uncontrollably. The black mecha shuddered as it moved at high speed, clearing out all the targets in its path one by one. It twisted its body forcefully in mid-air, using an extremely beautiful pose to transform into a phantom, nimbly dodging the 4 incoming rocket projectiles by a hair's breadth. Speed. What it needed was speed. The black mecha pushed its speed to the limit. Whether it was the 4 hidden mechas, the electromagnetic beam bomb, or the individual rocket projectiles that were impossible to defend against, none of them could stop the black mecha's footsteps for even a moment. Before the remaining armored soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could surround it, the black mecha had already inconceivably crossed 70 meters in a second. With one foot, it overturned an electronically linked armored vehicle. With a shake of its body, it rushed to the front of the ordinary barrack and smashed open the door with a punch. In the barrack, the officers and staff of the Iron 7th Division looked at the black mecha outside the door, their expressions extremely ugly. The black mecha was like a skilled assassin that could kill with a single strike. It didn't give them much time to react. Shimin-jin, whose hair was a little dry, turned around and glanced at the black mecha. She was about to say something. However, the pilot in the black mecha did not have the demeanor of an assassin. Before Shimin-jin could speak, the pilot in the black mecha lifted its heavy mechanical arm and completed the last designated action through the control system. Under the burning gazes of the officers of the Iron 7th Division, the black mecha's right alloy arm pointed directly at the highest commander here, Shimin-jin. Chapter 341. The Black MX mecha had already stripped away all of its long-range firepower systems. Right now, facing the gloomy Iron 7th Division officers from outside the barracks, if it wanted to complete its tactical objective, it could only rely on the mecha's movements. In other words, Shimin-jin could only be trampled to death, beaten to death, and tortured to death by the black mecha. Su-la didn't want to humiliate the opponent, but this was the only way he could fight. Of course, he couldn't really break through the door and use his heavy mechanical legs to trample Shimin-jin into minced meat. He could only enter the next step into the battle damage system in the Military Exercise Command Center. Through precise calculations, the command center directly determined that his actions were effective. In the next moment, the Military Exercise Command Center and the officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division all received a notification from the battle damage system. The blue team commander has died. The officers and generals in the command center couldn't hide their shock as they watched the image on the screen. The black mech rushed down from the top of Blue Pond Peak. The smoke and cannons exploded. In just a few moments, this MX had already successfully broken through the barracks, completing this mission that seemed impossible to complete in the first place. General Miles's white eyebrows bloomed as he sighed softly in relief. The Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, calmly picked up the cup of tea beside him and took a sip. The tea was already cold, but he didn't react at all. It seemed that this military big shot was hiding a lot of emotions under his calm exterior. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the right side of the command center. The Federal Army officers were very curious. What kind of expression would the usually cold and arrogant division commander Du Shaoqing have after witnessing the defeat of his own troops? To their surprise and slight disappointment, Although Division Commander Du Xiaoqing had already stood up, his expression was still cold, his posture dignified and his figure straight. He didn't seem to have suffered such a heavy blow at all. Of course, some people still noticed that Division Commander Du's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His knuckles were faintly white. The soldiers in the military drill hall were shocked by the performance of the black mecha, marveling at the unimaginable level of control displayed by the pilot. Du Xiaoqing was the same. Other than anger and gloom in his heart, he also felt a strong sense of incomprehension. As an all-rounder in military affairs, Division Commander Du Xiaoqing's mecha piloting skills were also quite outstanding. However, after seeing Su Lu operate the Black MX with his own eyes, he could not use a logical deduction to convince himself that this was something a normal person could do. Du Xiaoqing's face was cold and detached as he looked at the black mecha and his subordinates on the screen. His brows furrowed. Those straight eyebrows that had always been like unsheathed swords seemed to have been resheathed at this moment. They became silent as if they were waiting for something to happen. A moment later, another exclamation rang out in the military exercise command hall. The military staff officer who had completely lost his cool today stood up from behind the workbench and loudly reported, "Mecha damage 61%. 88%. 100%, the Black MX has exploded." The military exercise command hall suddenly fell into a state of busy calculations and shocked discussions. The staff officers could not understand why the Black MX had suddenly exploded after successfully breaking through the camp. The armored squad of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion had not yet arrived. What exactly happened in the command center? General Miles, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. He frowned and immediately thought of the part of the battle force that the Iron 7th Division had not used during this impromptu military exercise. After a moment of silence, a look of appreciation appeared on his face. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen expressionlessly. That pair of eyebrows of his raised again. Although it was not as insufferably arrogant and unstoppable as before, it had recovered some of its luster. From the beginning of the military exercise until now, the defense battalion under the command of Shimanjin had not used that fixed-speed non-cruise missile unit. He believed that his soldiers would not disappoint him to the extreme. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. The command system had just reported the news of the blue team's commander's death when a sharp alarm rang out from the central control system of the mecha. Looking at the red energy lines blotting out the sky and covering the earth on the full-view radar screen, Sula could not help but sweat profusely, drenching his back in the stuffy cockpit, even though he knew that this was all virtual. Different from the level-fire howitzers from before, a dense cluster of missiles flew in from an unknown base and covered the entire area around the barracks. It did not distinguish between friend and foe and carried out a powerful attack. The power of the missiles was set to explode, and on the virtual screen, the entire barracks turned into a sea of fire. Almost at the same time as the command hall, the battle damage system connected to the black mecha coldly and mechanically reported the battle damage situation. In just the blink of an eye, the Black MX, which had not yet lost 30% of its battle force, had its red column representing the status of the mecha drop continuously as if it was rapidly losing blood. In the end, the system determined that the mecha had exploded. During this process, the Black mecha had no time to react at all. Faced with the high-speed missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, even if it could react, it would not be able to complete any evasive maneuvers. It could only watch as its body was buried in the sea of fire. A deathly silence. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the data feedback on the screen. Listening to the cold voice of the system, he pondered in silence for a long time before he finally understood the source of all this. A fixed-velocity non-cruise missile unit. The military exercise command system had added a group of virtual soldiers for both sides of the exercise, and what had been added to the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was this two-base missile unit. During the exercise that had started before dawn, the Iron 7th Division had not used this unit at all. They had actually been suppressing it all this time until the very end, when they finally aimed at their own command center and launched a barrage of attacks without distinguishing friend from foe. This virtual unit was equipped with the Stinger 2 missile, which had terrifying absolute speed. However, it also had an extremely fatal flaw. The direct injection vortex engine made it impossible for this type of fast missile to perform precise navigation. Therefore, using this type of light missile to attack the powerful MX mecha from a distance would be very difficult to achieve any results. However, Shimanjin had placed the missile base in the valley behind Blue Pool Mountain, and aimed it at her own command center. This excellent and meticulous commander had maintained absolute self-control and calm throughout the entire exercise, saving this force for the very end. Even when Su Li's black mecha had charged down from the mountain peak, due to the flaw of the Stinger 2 missile, the black mecha had still not been willing to fire recklessly. Only when the black mecha had penetrated deep into camp headquarters and was within the absolute range of the missile cluster did Shimin-jin launch a devastating attack. At such a close distance, with such a high density of continuous fire, the Stinger 2 missile did not need a cruise system at all to blast any enemy into pieces. If the black mecha had been in the valley at this time, it would probably have been able to rely on its mobility to dodge this wave of attacks. However, at this time, the black mecha had succeeded in its mission and was no longer vigilant. Most importantly, this wave of missiles had been coldly aimed at its location. How could it escape? Inside the glowing red cockpit, Sulu pondered in silence for a very long time before he finally managed to sort out the sequence of events. Using the Stinger 2 missile against a mecha, only Shimin-jin's method could achieve tactical results. However, what made him feel even colder was that the Iron 7th Division had actually buried the entire command center with it, wanting to bury him here. This kind of design was a little too cruel. He rubbed his stiff face, shook his head, and pressed the button to open the cockpit. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic systems and motors, the cockpit of the black mecha at the entrance to the command center of the Iron 7th Division's defense camp slowly opened. At this time, the military exercise command system had already determined that all personnel near the command center were dead, so the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could only stare at the open cockpit door with ugly expressions. They did not raise their weapons to aim at the enemy. Although this black mecha had exploded and died in the end, the other party had broken into their camp and killed 4 of their own mecha in an instant. In the end, they had even killed their highest commanding officer. This was the equivalent of a tight slap to their faces. The pale-faced Sulu crawled out of the cockpit, but he did not climb down to the ground. Instead, he stood on the alloy railings and looked down at the angry Iron 7th Division officers with narrowed eyes. Although he had been determined to be dead in the end, he had done everything he could. He had successfully broken into camp and killed the enemy's commander, so there was a hint of youthful excitement in his calm mood. There was no regret or sadness. "You're really ruthless." Sulu felt unusually tired. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his fingers and sat down on the slightly hot mecha. Leaning against the tough alloy armor, he looked down at the gloomy commander in the barracks and said seriously, "I admit that Iron 7th Division has the right to be proud." These were sincere words. In today's impromptu military exercise, Zhou Yu's group of officers who were born in the Lonely Mountain and Yellow Mountain Ridge area had displayed their strongest abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been able to delay the large number of soldiers of the defense camp for so long and give Sulu a chance to break into camp. However, in the face of Iron 7th Division's well-trained and unusually calm offensive, the red team could only lose. What was even more frightening was that Sulu had cheated and had the ability to operate a mecha that few people in this world understood. He had displayed the performance of the Black MX to the extreme and unexpectedly broke into the camp. In the end, he had encountered 3 layers of backup from Iron 7th Division. Although he had succeeded in killing the enemy's commander in the end, he had also ushered in death. Shimin-jin sat in the barracks with a calm expression. He did not pick up the coffee cup in his hand again. His mood was not as calm as his expression. He had long been boiling with anger. He had commanded the most powerful defense camp of Iron 7th Division, but he had actually been broken in by a single Black MX. The commander had been killed? What kind of humiliation was this? He did not raise his head to speak to Sulu on the black mecha because that would make people feel that Sulu was looking down at him with the attitude of a victor. Chapter 342. The battle at the front line of Lonely Ridge had just ended a minute ago. The military exercise command system had used the fastest speed to determine the outcome. Although the red team had successfully killed the blue team's commander, the red team's final members had all been killed. The blue team had completed the final tactical mission, so the system determined the blue team's victory. Hearing the notification of victory, Shimin-jin's expression became more and more unsightly. How could this kind of victory taste good? I never thought of using the sharp stinger type 2. In the valley, I was just being cautious out of habit. However, I really didn't think that your side would actually have a mecha that could break into my command center. Just when the camp command center was deathly silent, Shimin-jin suddenly opened her mouth and said, "But there is one thing that I don't understand no matter how I think about it. To pass through my electronic detection, your mecha must have entered the automatic electronic shield. Then how were you able to find my camp? This commander finally raised his head and looked at the exhausted Sulu sitting on the mecha. He asked, not only did you find the camp, you even guessed that this room was the real command center. How did you do it? Shimin-jin used a philosophical tone, frowning as he supported himself on the table and asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. The humiliation of being successfully broken into by the opponent had magnified the questions and shock in his heart by countless times. Thus, he would rather raise his head and look at the high and mighty Sulu and ask aloud. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division around the Blue Pool Valley gradually gathered. There were about 150 of them, and all of them had already been determined to be dead by the command system. The soldiers looked at the black mecha disguised as the entrance of the command center. They looked at the young pilot leaning against the body of the mecha. Their faces were ashen, and the hostility in their gazes was almost enough to cause some kind of substantial harm. Sulu was Dong Lin's stone. He would never be affected by the emotions of his enemies. He would not be moved by external things. His face was like a hard stone covering the outside of a stone, blocking out all these gazes. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shimin-jin below the mecha and said, yesterday when Instructor Du was lecturing the officer students, he said that soldiers should have a gambling spirit. I just took a gamble. Looks like my luck is not bad and I won the gamble. Shimin-jin looked at him with gloomy expression and said, who will believe these words? Sulu was speechless. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly dance around on the mecha and then sing in a hoarse voice, this is a little secret, I won't tell you, I'll tell you. Looking at Du Shaoqing's cold style, Shimin-jin, who was sitting firmly in the camp and was still trying her best to imitate Du Shaoqing's cold style even though she had died miserably, Sulu looked at the string of pale yellow radiance on the head of this outstanding commander and wanted to tell the other party, not only do I know where your headquarters is, I even know that you are a citizen of Dong Lin, and you are 35 years old this year. However, looking at Shimin-jin's bloodshot eyes and dry and unnatural hair, Sulu didn't say anything in the end as he thought of the other party's current mood. He maintained his composure under the hateful gazes of the Iron 7th Division soldiers surrounding him and didn't appear to be too happy. At noon, the troops participating in the military exercise finally retreated one by one. Although it was only a small impromptu military exercise, a battle on the scale of 1,000 people, transporting the damaged equipment back was already quite troublesome. What was even more troublesome was that the soldiers who had been injured by the flying debris during the Black Mecha's breakout needed to be treated in time. Fortunately, there were no real fatalities. Even so, although the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who had retreated were as silent and calm as usual, anyone could find a different emotion in their eyes, unwillingness and intense anger. This anger was not directed at the Red Team officer students in the exercise, but rather at this unexpected outcome, this embarrassing victory. What kind of army was the Iron 7th Division? The brotherly troops who had suffered a dismal ending in 37 military exercises knew best. They were as solemn as winter to the enemy, and as harsh as the harshest of art connoisseurs who refused to accept red packets from cultural foundations. They were extremely strict in their management, and on the battlefield they cruelly demanded that there be no loopholes. The problem was that in this impromptu military exercise, they didn't think that they had done anything wrong, but they still lost, so they were angry. At the same time, they also had countless complex emotions towards the pilot who had piloted the Black Mecha. There was hatred, confusion, shock and all kinds of emotions mixed together, but they still returned to the original point, anger. On the military airport, heavy transport aircraft were taking off and landing non-stop. Heavy transport helicopters whizzed past like large birds. Further away, transport spaceships were on standby. Soldiers with orderly footsteps walked across the road with stern expressions. The entire base was filled with a busy and solemn atmosphere. Shimin-jin, whose dry black hair was messy in the wind, led the staff officers of the defense battalion and walked at the front of the line. Her expression was very ugly, and even when she walked into the warehouse of the base, the expression on her face didn't change at all. Unlike the anger of the Iron 7th Division, the military officers who were in line couldn't hide the smile on their faces. All of them who had represented the Red Team had died or been captured, and they had just been released by the main force of the Iron 7th Division. Everyone should have been dejected, with a face full of grief and indignation, doing their duty as a loser, but they just smiled and looked outside the warehouse. In this military exercise, the performance of the military officers was actually very outstanding. Relying on the 7MXs and the virtual forces transferred by the central computer, they actually managed to hold the main force of the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division at the front line of the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge for more than an hour. This bought precious time and opportunity for Su Lu to break through the camp. But after being scolded like a snowstorm by Du Xiaoqing yesterday afternoon, they couldn't be proud of this kind of thing. The reason for their pride was the black MX that was slowly being lowered by the heavy helicopter outside the warehouse. Su Lu, wearing a black high-energy material pilot suit, rubbed his sweaty hair, dragged the heavy black workbench box, and walked at the back of the line into the warehouse where the participating soldiers were lined up. The moment he appeared in front of everyone, Zhou Yu, who had a gentle smile on his face, and Hua Xiaoxi, whose left shoulder was injured, were the first to start clapping. Although close to 1,000 Iron 7 Division officers and men were looking ahead without any movement, the 30-odd trainees, 17 men from Team 7, and the staff officers in the base were applauding fervently. It was as if there was a thunderstorm, as if there was a clap of thunder in spring. Su Lu was slightly taken aback, but then he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and waved in the direction of the trainees. Then he heard the sharp whistles and cheers of the 7th Division. Hearing the applause, whistles and cheers, the expressions of the Iron 7th Division soldiers, who had been cold and calm, became even more gloomy. Listening to the applause, Su Lu thought back to the day when the MX mecha had been successfully developed in the underground storeroom of the Nutshell Engineering Department in the Harbor City Industrial Park. When he and Shang Qiu had walked into the quiet storeroom, what had greeted them had also been such a moving applause. Suddenly he had the urge to call Shang Qiu and tell her about this scene. The biggest difference between glory and vanity was whether or not you had done the right thing for this sense of glory. If the glory Su Lu enjoyed after the military exercise was vanity, he wouldn't reject it. He would only enjoy it, and he would be willing to enjoy it monotonously and repeatedly. Minister Zhou and General Myers didn't participate in the inspection after the military exercise. The two most powerful big shots in the military had to leave some face for the Iron 7th Division. After all, the final victor of the military exercise was the Iron 7th Division. If they were there, they would have to be kind to Su Lu and protect him. Where would the dignity of the Iron 7th Division go? In addition, these two big shots probably also thought that Su Lu was already in a pot of oil right now, so there was no need to give him too much face and splash a ladle of alcohol on him. What ended the thunderous applause in the warehouse was another round of monotonous and dull applause. The commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing, had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Su Lu, who walked in with a box, and clapped lightly with his hands that were wearing lambskin gloves. The applause was somewhat dull, so the applause in the warehouse quietened down. Complete silence. Su Lu walked to the front of the formation and gave a military salute. The reception after the military exercise ended very quickly. The federal military needed this exercise to change the inherent tactical thinking of many of the generals. But in reality, if one carefully analyzed these two exercises, the Iron 7th Division led by Du Xiaoqing was actually the unit that didn't need to be hammered the least. The nimble and precise tactical design allowed the Iron 7th Division to seamlessly coordinate with the MX mecha's powerful attacks. The soldiers in the warehouse gradually dispersed. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division gathered together, and the officers and men of the Iron 7th Division naturally gathered together. Lan Xiaolong glanced at Shimin-Jin, who walked past him, and said, "I'm really sorry we lost again. But please believe me, we didn't go easy on you." In order to cover for Su Li's black MX mecha going deep into the mountains, the Iron 7th Division had no choice but to expose themselves. All of them were surrounded. Lan Xiaolong was pitifully captured, but in front of the Iron 7th Division, he didn't feel like a captive at all. Nearly 1,000 Iron 7th Division soldiers heard these provocative words, and their expressions turned ugly. But in the end, they couldn't stage a gang fight in front of so many high-ranking military officials in the warehouse. Even Shimin-Jin only paused for a moment before leaving the scene. Zhou Yu patted Lan Xiaolong's shoulder and indicated for him to look outside the warehouse. In reality, most of the soldiers on the field had already cast their gazes outside. The sun above the mountains was gradually moving westward, and dusk was gradually thickening. In the light red background on a protruding hill, two figures stood facing each other. It was like a scene out of a paper cut. Du Xiaoqing and Su Lu. Although I know it's easy, I really only watched it for one night. How can I not be narcissistic? Wah. Chapter 343. Your comrades are all dead. Du Shaoqing looked calmly at the red clouds on the narrow flat land between the mountains in the distance. His gloved hands were behind his back as he asked, "If you were facing an entire mechanical regiment, would you be able to charge into the regiment headquarters?" This Federation's youngest major general did not deliberately take off his gloves in front of Su Lu because of yesterday's conflict. His heart, which had been honed for many years in the military, could no longer be affected by such small matters. Su Lu was silent for a long time before he said, "I can't do it now, but that doesn't mean I can't do it in the future." He understood the meaning of this conversation between Du Shaoqing and himself, so he decided not to give in at all. Du Shaoqing looked at him coldly and said, "Even if you can, no one else can." This was a judgment that directly hit the nail on the head regarding this military exercise. If not for the help of the glory of the charter, if not for the tyrannical methods that the uncle had taught him, how could Su Lu have done all this? He could do it, but the other ace pilots of the Federation military could not do it. This was a feat that could not be repeated, so it could not become a template for the Federation military. "You're not a qualified commander." Du Shaoqing looked at him coldly and said coldly, "And you'll never be able to become a qualified commander in the future." Su Lu silently agreed with this judgment, but when he felt the coldness and faint contempt in this person's words and thought of the killing intent he had felt yesterday, his heart suddenly hardened. He raised his head and said, "Commander, that qualified commander of yours has just been killed by me." Du Shaoqing was not as angry as he had been yesterday. He had already sunk all his disgust toward this young man into his bones. He looked at Su Lu and said, "The Federation has a modern military system. If a commander dies, there's still a replacement. This is also why the military exercise command hall still judged the blue team to be the winner even though you successfully broke through the camp and killed Shimanjin. The Federation has a modern military system, but the Empire doesn't." Su Lu looked at him and said, "Marshal Li killed the Emperor of the Empire, and the Empire was forced to retreat. The President of the Federation is dead, but there's still the Vice President and the Deputy Speaker, but they can't. We're training our soldiers to fight the Empire, not the Iron 7th Division." This was almost a quibble, but it was impossible to find a problem with it. Du Shaoqing's thick eyebrows, which were like heavy swords, trembled. He was silent, but the fists behind his back were clenched. Su Lu stood quietly by his side, looking at the man's firm and resolute face under the twilight. He thought to himself, given the man's lofty status and fanatical support in the Iron 7 Division, if he really died, the Iron 7 Division would be destroyed as well. Du Shaoqing seemed to have guessed what Su Lu was thinking. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "If I personally commanded the military exercise troops, do you think your MX would be able to kill me?" This sentence was very calm, but it was mixed with endless confidence and strong deterrence, making it difficult for anyone to doubt it, including Su Lu. He pursed his dry lips and repeated what he said before, "You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. You're not a marshal. You defeated Madman Li once and destroyed the Imperial Guard Battalion once, but it doesn't mean you can go anywhere in the universe." Du Shaoqing looked at him indifferently, not hiding the disgust in his heart. After 2 days of military exercise, Su Lu had gradually caught on to the complex reasons why Commander Du disliked him. This condescending and oppressive hostility came from Park Ji-ho, from the 2 officers he killed, from the old man in Philadelphia, but more than that, it came from the philosophy and the unpredictable future of the army. In fact, from a certain point of view, even Su Lu admitted that Commander Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division were walking the right path of military management. Su Lu was just following the old path of the Li brothers, walking on an old path that could not be replicated or promoted. It was not the normal path, but he did have the ability to not walk the normal path. Uncle Feng Yu once praised Su Li's ability to see through people's minds. This ability was even better than his mechanical engineering talent. The reason why he had this ability was probably because Su Li could maintain an absolutely calm and clean heart under high-speed thinking, so his gaze was extremely penetrating. After being together for several years, he could still feel the indifference in the depths of the uncle's heart. If they had only met for the first time in life, he had already grasped a certain wave band that was deeply hidden in Shi Qinghai's source of darkness. The acquaintance was cold and the friendship was absurd. However, he had calmly accompanied Zhou Yu on a crucial journey. The reason why he had become close friends with the 3 of them was that he could see through their truest thoughts. If there was a mistake in judgment, it was probably only by Yulan. With this kind of insight, Su Lu could see through Du Shaoqing's heart. It was not a difficult thing. "Commander, you want to be the second Li Pifu, the second Federation's god of war. Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dusk on the horizon. He said, "But I don't. I know that I'm just a piece of material that can withstand training, but it's difficult to assemble into the big machine that is the army, and I don't have the ability to drive the group forward. So, I don't want to be the second Li Pifu, I just want to be the only Su Lu." Du Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. After laughing out of anger yesterday, he returned to his cold expression. Listening to Su Li's words, no one knew if he would be moved, but at least on the surface he was still a cold and iron-blooded commander. "When I was studying in No. 1 Academy, Li Jiedu was an instructor in our department. He is now the Vice Dean of No. 1 Academy." Du Xiaoqing said in a deep voice, "Someone from the constellation has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. See you in the West Woods." After saying this, the representative of the young generation of the federal military walked down the hill in an extremely straightforward manner, leaving Su Lu with only a rather awe-inspiring back view. Li Jiedu was the son of the old man in Philadelphia and Madman Li's father. Why did Du Xiaoqing suddenly say this? Was it just because he was lamenting that there was suddenly an anomaly like Su Lu in the army? Watching Du Xiaoqing walk down the hill, surrounded by the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, Su Li's heart was filled with complex emotions. What made him extremely vigilant was that the tone of Du Xiaoqing's last conversation with him was so calm. The coldness and murderous intent from the day before had been completely wiped out. There was a type of person in this world who was born with a certain temperament. Those who held grudges and protected those who were close to them would be seen as quick to repay kindness and revenge. Those who were cold and bloodthirsty would be seen as iron-blooded. Even if he was standing in a pile of black ores, he would still be as dazzling as a diamond. Even if he was in the midst of miasma and poisonous fog, he would still breathe like ice, giving people a sense of what it meant to be aloof from the world. In the bustling world, in the midst of millions of people, you would be able to see him as soon as you looked up. There was no doubt that Du Xiaoqing was this type of person. He calmly left the warehouse, his military posture still perfect and precise. His well-ironed military uniform and his person were still calm, confident, and elegant, with a hint of bloody rust. Although the victory of the Iron 7th Division today was a little embarrassing, the soldiers who watched him leave still dared not look down on this division commander. If the two military exercises were personally commanded by this person, what would the result be? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked over there. His gaze moved from Du Xiaoqing's back to Du Xiaoqing's dry black hair behind him, then back to Du Xiaoqing's upright body. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. Such a person had the intention to kill him, but he immediately wiped it clean. He was afraid that he would become even more dangerous. The next day the base held a meeting with the high-ranking military officers. After the meeting, Du Xiaoqing didn't even attend the meal. He directly took the spaceship to the Old Moon base, then transferred to the space battleship and embarked on the journey back to S3. The federal military had long been used to this division commander's behavior, so they wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to think that he was holding a grudge because the military exercises didn't go well. In the dark blue universe, a space battleship full of mechanical beauty was moving forward at a seemingly slow speed. In the luxurious cockpit, the guard officer, Shimin received a phone call and handed it to Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing was slightly startled. After taking the phone, he immediately stood up and said a few words in a deep voice. His attitude was abnormally serious and proper. There were only two people in the cockpit, Du Xiaoqing and Shimin. Naturally, no one saw this scene. Otherwise, they would definitely be surprised to see who was on the other side of the phone and who could make the usually cold and silent division commander Du stand up and stand at attention from tens of thousands of kilometers away. After putting down the phone, Du Xiaoqing sat upright in the chair and slowly took off his sunglasses. His deep, statue-like eyes were filled with hidden anger and gloominess. His emotions had nothing to do with this phone call. In fact, from a long time ago, he had incomparably respected and trusted the other party. It was precisely because of the other party's sincere request that he had been forcefully suppressing his anger towards Su Lu in the base. Thinking of the young man with small eyes and the words the other party had whispered in his ear about flipping out, Du Xiaoqing's expression became gloomy. He thought faintly in his heart, a professional soldier will never shoot his comrades in the back on the battlefield. However, if you violate military discipline in the future, Su Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shimin was silent to the side. His military cap was pressed extremely low, covering all of his hair. The sunglasses in Du Xiaoqing's hand had already been crushed, revealing some extremely intricate pieces of circuit components. During the military exercises he didn't conduct remote commands. This was his pride. However, his pride was being wantonly challenged by a small fry. It was really difficult for him to let go. Du Xiaoqing silently told himself in his heart, "Your journey is the sea of stars." In an instant his emotions calmed down. He slowly turned his head to look at the majestic view of outer space outside the window. He was silent for a long time. At the same time, Sulu was sitting on the stone steps of the training ground of the base. He held a bottle of ale in his hand and looked up at the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those ancient existences blinking their eyes. Suddenly, he thought of the words on the bracelet on his left hand and thought of some very complicated things. Iron 7 Division and Du Xiaoqing were still undefeated, but he himself had shone brightly. Other than raising the status of the MX Mecha, did the federal military have some other deeper meaning in organizing these two exercises? Putting aside the rewards from the military for the time being, Mr. Sher's special pardon order was also out of the question for now. At least his days at the base had become much better. Trained officers were the proudest soldiers, and the 17 men of Team 7 were the hardest subordinates to train. However, after this battle, everything had changed. The strength Sulu had displayed in the military drill, and the most important thing was the condensation and sublimation of this collective sense of honor in the flames of war. This had made his position in the hearts of the students and the members of Team 7 rise qualitatively. Seeing this scene, the happiest person was not Sulu, but Lan Xiaolong and some of the higher-ups in the military. Secretary Bai was still recovering in the hospital. Although the stab was not fatal, it was not shallow. Without him here, all of the pressure was transferred to Major Lan Xiaolong. His mission was originally to mediate the relationship between Sulu and the members of Team 7. Although he did not know what the higher-ups of the Ministry of Defense were doing, he knew that Team 7 would definitely accept a very important mission in the future. And before this mission was carried out, Team 7 and the core of the military, Sulu, must become an unbreakable group. Looking at the military jeep in the distance, Lan Xiaolong had a trace of a smile on his face. Lu Jiao was dragging Sulu and Xiong Linquan into the mountains to hunt rabbits to improve their meals. This blatant method of going against the HTD Bureau seemed to indicate that a small group was gradually forming. 3 days later, in the slightly bleak autumn wind, the training officers in the base forcibly changed their reluctance to leave into a kind of steely bear hug and salute. They bid farewell to Sulu and the members of Team 7, who were the last ones to stay behind, and boarded the military planes that returned to their respective units. Sulu looked at the aircraft leaving the runway, listened to the whistling sound and smelled the faint burnt smell. His eyes habitually narrowed. His relationship with these officers had become extremely harmonious, but he had to say goodbye. The next time he saw them would probably be on the battlefield against the Empire, or in front of the Federation Hero Cemetery. Thinking of this, even though he was young, he couldn't help but feel some indescribable emotions. The emotions quickly disappeared because Sulu and his Team 7 also received a vacation order from the Ministry of Defense. However, along with the rare vacation, there was also a secret order that they did not expect. Lan Xiaolong looked at the order that was signed by the relevant department of the Ministry of Defense and the president of Whitewater Company. His expression became ugly. After the Ministry of Defense requested Team 7 to undergo training, coupled with the rumors about Sulu, he had been mentally prepared to go to the front line. However, he did not expect Team 7 to accept this mission. We were transferred from the army to go to the front line to kill the enemy. Why did we go back to Whitewater? Xiong Linquan frowned, but he was not worried. Instead, he was particularly fierce and angry. He said loudly, "We are soldiers, not the bodyguards of those stupid rich girls." The computer operator of Team 7 was called Gu Shifeng. He looked at the order and raised his eyebrows. He laughed and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Our Team 7 is originally from the Security Consulting Department. Although we have never done security work before, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiong Linquan angrily glared at him. He wondered why Team 7 had such a piece of trash. Gu Shifeng said with great yearning, "Too bad this is a top-secret order. Otherwise I really want to call my girlfriend. If she knew that I could work beside this young lady every day, wouldn't she be overjoyed?" Lan Xiaolong frowned. He thought that even if the target of protection was a national defense idol who was welcomed by the entire Federation, It did not make sense for the powerful Team 7 to be her bodyguards. Most importantly, the current supervisor of Team 7 was Su Lu. This young master had the most terrifying mountain in the Federation behind him. The military was clearly focused on training him, but now he was not allowed to go to the front line in the West Woods. Instead, he was assigned to guard the house. This was too unreasonable. Su Lu looked at the 3 words Jian Shuier on the order. While he was shocked, he could not help but feel endless doubts. He had not seen the name of this national idol girl for a long time. He also knew that Sister Tong had wanted him to be her bodyguard a long time ago. The question was, how could the military be so stupid as to turn him and Team 7, who were supposed to be the tip of the spear, into a group of bored people wearing sunglasses and playing with paper balls? If things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. Su Lu had never denied his feelings. Even though he had come into close contact with Jian Shuier under the sunlight of the 1st Military Region's General Hospital, that woman was still his dream lover. She was definitely his idol. This was the deepest imprint of adolescence. However, to be her bodyguard, there was something strange hidden in this abnormal arrangement. He couldn't help but think deeply about it. After all, he wasn't fighting alone now. There were more than 10 men following behind him. The vacation officially began. When the members of Team 7 walked out of the capital military airport in single file, Su Lu paused for a moment and suddenly said to Xiong Linquan, "When will Bai Yulan's injury be healed?" On the outskirts of the capital, there was a building at the end of a dead-end road. In the entire Federation, this building had the strictest security level. It was even higher than the President's official residence and the Management Committee building. It was often called the Parliament Building because this was the Bureau of Proclamation. Whether it was raining or snowing, the outside of the Bureau of Proclamation building always seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint light. This phenomenon covered the already mysterious Bureau of Proclamation with a layer of strange and gaudy clothing. It even attracted the fanatical worship of some scientific sections. Some curious civilian scientists wrote an analysis in a small weekly magazine. This was because the Federal Central Computer used too much power and too much data flow, which led to some weak ionization phenomena in the air around the Bureau of Proclamation. Therefore, it was very easy to produce astronomical phenomena such as rainbows. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation naturally did not care about this. Their work schedule was actually not much different from that of ordinary government officials. It was only because they had to conform to the work program of the Central Computer deep underground that their work style appeared to be calmer and more peaceful. But today, the old voice in the Bureau of Proclamation Director's office was full of emotion and an unknown emotion. It had nothing to do with the words calm and peaceful. "I've always been pretending to be calm. Since more than 2 years ago, when the first alarm in this building sounded, I've been pretending." The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at the file on the hologram expressionlessly. He stared at the young man squinting in the file and said, "When the alarm sounded, I went to play golf. I didn't participate in the joint conference. That was because I kept trying to convince myself that I didn't know how that traitor mechanic Yu Feng survived. But I'm not a fool and I'm not a philosopher. I can't lie to myself." The old director's face was full of vicissitudes. Other than the Empire, the Central Computer has never sounded the first alarm. Fortunately, Yu Feng is dead. I'm very comforted. Chapter 345. The Bureau of Proclamation had never dealt with the small-eyed young officer, except during the presidential inauguration ceremony in the cold winter. The investigation team sent by the Bureau had cooperated with this person once, but it was not really a cooperation. It was just that both parties had the same goal for different reasons. But 2 people at the top of the Bureau of Proclamation were no stranger to Su Lu. Director Tai, in particular, liked this smiling young man very much, because this young man had helped the Bureau of Proclamation to survive a crisis. Before the Bureau of Proclamation was in great danger because of the slow reaction time of the bureaucrats, he had held Medellin back and even eliminated Medellin in the end. However, the subsequent development of the situation, as well as the sentimental and vigilant feelings of the old director, were all related to this trace of liking. When the report of the Medellin case was being carried out in the presidential residence, the Bureau of Proclamation already had the intention of exonerating Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. When the military god of Philadelphia stepped out to protect Su Lu and President Pabre pardoned Su Lu, Director Tai naturally had the idea of recruiting this little guy into the Bureau of Proclamation. The 720,000-word first charter ensured that the Bureau of Proclamation would not participate in the specific management and politics of human society. Even the underground central computer had to remain neutral when it came to the anti-government army, let alone the internal affairs of the Federation government and the trial of the court. But since Sulu had been pardoned, the Bureau of Proclamation naturally had no more obstacles to recruit Sulu. Director Tai knew that the old man had stepped out to protect Sulu because the federal military had great use for this person. No department in the Federation dared to fight with the military for a person. Even if there was, they probably would not dare to fight with the old man in Philadelphia. But the Bureau of Proclamation had this kind of status and confidence. So for the first time, Sulu entered the Bureau of Proclamation's sights. After meeting with the old man from Philadelphia at Linyuan, Lady Tai deliberated for a long time. In the end, she did not tell the Bureau of Proclamation about Su Li's secret. But once the Bureau of Proclamation began a comprehensive investigation of a certain person, even if it was based on a very positive idea, with the terrifying information-gathering ability of the central computer, it would still find countless problems. A shocking question: there were two people in the Federation. One was called Sulu and the other was also called Sulu. One was a top-notch engineer who had developed the MX mech, the other was an orphan miner from Donglin, the other was an apprentice of the most wanted criminal in the Federation, the other was DLAS 420500481X, and the other was SLAT 510200431X. There seemed to be no relationship between these two people, except that they were both called Sulu, and they looked very similar, like a pair of twin brothers. The Bureau of Proclamation was able to connect these two people who were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers because of the strict identity sorting process when recruiting core staff. But the most important thing was the information calculation ability of the cloud computing model of the Federal Central Computer underground. I'm not in the mood to play golf anymore. The old director's eyes were half closed, as if he did not want to look at Su Li's picture on the holographic screen. His voice was a bit distant and indifferent. If this little guy continues to wander outside. Chui Zedong had been the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation for 7 years. For the last 3 years, he had been representing the Bureau of Proclamation to participate in the planning of confidential matters within the Federation. Everyone knew that after the old director retired, he would be the only candidate for the director of the Bureau of Proclamation that everyone in the Federation envied but avoided. Hearing the endless meaning in the director's words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Chui Zedong's calm middle-aged face. He said, "There is no evidence." There were many core principles hidden in the first charter. Other than the absolute privacy protection of citizens, there was also a similar principle. The greater the power, the greater the ability, the more rules one had to follow. Therefore, the Bureau of Proclamation was without a doubt the most law-abiding place in the Federation. It was also the most law-abiding place. A long time ago, the Tai dynasty's royal palace was probably the same. Perhaps later on, those emperors gradually forgot the spirit of the first charter, which was why they drifted away in the long river of history. The Bureau of Proclamation now deeply suspected that the two Sulu with different citizen ID numbers were the same person. This represented an extremely terrifying inference, but the problem was that they had no evidence. No, for Director Ng and Assistant Chui Zedong in the office, this was not even a suspicion, but an irrefutable fact. This was because the Bureau of Proclamation had obtained the biological markers of the two Sulu through some secret channel. The biological marker of Sulu in Donglin was the file of medical welfare for the orphan miners before the Federation of Crystal Mines went bankrupt. The biological marker of Sulu in Shanglin was some of the remnant samples left behind when the General Hospital of the 2nd Military Region rescued Sulu after the terrorist attack on the S2 Foundation building. However, this kind of evidence obtained through non-legal procedures could not be considered evidence in the eyes of the law and the internal regulations of the Bureau of Proclamation. It could not even be presented. In fact, if the significance of this matter was not so frightening, Director Ng would not have used this method at all. In fact, even if evidence of the biological marker was found, it still needed to be provided to the central computer for judgment. Therefore, in short, the Bureau of Proclamation had already begun to suspect Sulu, but there was nothing they could do unless the central computer made a judgment and sent out an alarm. "I think this matter should be reported to Vice President Byron," Chui Zedong sincerely suggested to his superior with a heavy expression. According to the law of the Federation, the Vice President was also the chairman of the Administrative Committee of the Federation. He was a bridge between the President and the Parliament, and was also the only big shot in the political structure of the Federation who could deeply influence the Bureau of Proclamation. However, due to certain political habits for countless years, The vice president of the Federation rarely asked about the specific work of the Bureau of Proclamation. On the contrary, they would deliberately keep a distance. Everyone understood why. The old director was silent for a long time before he slowly shook his head and said, "If Sulu has really entered an abnormal state, then he will be the 72nd. According to the law of the first abnormal state, the only people who can access this information are President Pabre Me and Marshal Li." He coughed twice before he looked at Chui Jedong and said, "Actually, you shouldn't know about this, but I'm going to retire next year. These things have to be passed on to you, so there's no harm in hearing about it." Marshal Li? I never knew that the military could interfere with the operation of the Bureau of Proclamation. You have to know that even the president can't, Chui Jedong said with surprise. Chui Jedong said with some surprise. Of course he respected the old man in Philadelphia very much, but he also knew how terrible the abnormal situation confirmed by the Federation Central Computer was. He always felt that something was wrong. When my predecessor passed this to me, he mentioned the abnormal state. The first abnormal state in the Federation was discovered by Marshal Li himself, and he reported it to the Bureau of Proclamation. Old Director Tai said expressionlessly. "I already called Philadelphia 3 days ago." Chui Jedong asked with anticipation, "What did the old man say on the phone?" The old director didn't answer but fell into a long silence. On that phone call, the response he got was, "Sulu didn't enter an abnormal state, he was just affected by the previous abnormal state." Things weren't as serious as the Bureau of Proclamation thought. The glory of the charter that spread across the universe wasn't challenged again. The thing that the Bureau of Proclamation was most worried about had been eliminated forever with that person's death. The most important mission for the Bureau of Proclamation now was to dig out the seeds that the Empire had spread. The Bureau of Proclamation was an absolutely independent organization. Even with the personal guarantee of the Federation's God of War, the old director still couldn't relax because this was the most important danger that could break the glory of the charter. His slightly squinted eyes showed the steadiness and persistence of the building. He broke the silence and said slowly, "Old man, you still haven't come to a conclusion?" Chui Jedong shook his head and immediately began to rub his forehead. It seemed like he had a headache. The old director's face became really ugly. According to the spirit of the charter, the Federal Central Computer would never stop a crime because logically and legally speaking, it would lead to a huge problem that was difficult to solve. Even if they investigated Senator Medellin and found out about the Empire Seed Plan, the Central Computer would still automatically generate an investigation report and submit it to the Bureau of Proclamation for processing. Even at the beginning of the investigation, the Bureau of Proclamation would need to give the authority to the investigation. The only exception was the first sequence of events, and in the history of the past 1,000 years, the first sequence of events had only appeared a few times. The first time was the invasion of the Empire, and the other times were related to the traitorous pilot called Yufeng. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were the authority examiners and the servers of the Central Computer. They began to suspect Sulu, but the Central Computer never determined that this was an abnormal situation, and they had no way to submit a report to the government. The two people in the office had been waiting for the Central Computer's reaction. Just like 3 years ago, the old man underground had directly determined the first sequence of events and taken over the corresponding authority. Then he would have transferred a warship from the West Woods to kill the other party with one shot. It would not be like now where there was suspicion but no evidence, investigation but no results, and watching the other party with a strong hidden danger but unable to do anything. Why can't the old man come to a conclusion? It's obvious that Su Li's problem can be determined by a human with a monkey-like brain. The wrinkles on the old director's face became extremely deep, filled with countless questions and worries at the deepest level. The Bureau of Proclamation wanted to recruit Sulu. During the final review process, it was the Federal Central Computer Underground that discovered the relevant suspicious points. However, when it was time to actually carry out the core steps of the security level and sequence determination, the Federal Central Computer encountered a huge problem. Old Director Tai and Chui Jedong looked at each other and saw the deep uneasiness and doubt in each other's eyes. They both thought of the 7 seconds on that day, the 7 seconds that shocked the 1,300 core staff of the Bureau of Proclamation both above and below ground. The 7 seconds that were like the loss of their parents, the 7 seconds that were the most panicked in the history of the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 seconds of silence and pain that were like the rebirth of the world. The Federal Central Computer, which was attached to the underground computing core and the electronic monitoring network of the entire universe, had been operating steadily and silently since the day it was born. It had been tens of thousands of years, and perhaps would continue for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been a moment of stagnation. However, on that day it suddenly experienced a 7-second crash. Chapter 346. Any computer would crash. The users would most likely use this time to make a cup of coffee or tea, rest for a while with their legs crossed, and wait for the Chu system's indifferent welcome to ring out. No one would treat this as something that would shock the world and make the gods weep. However, the central computer deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation would not crash. It had not been rebooted for countless years. Therefore, on that day in early autumn, when the enormous 2D light screen suddenly turned black, and all the subprocessing workstations fell into a dead silence, the entire Bureau of Proclamation was dumbfounded. The word, dumbfounded, was not enough to describe the scene and emotions at that time. From the director to the most basic data analysts, everyone stared at the darkness and listened to the silence. They felt like the star that always shone on the capital ring had suddenly gone out, and the billions of stars in the universe had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The Federal Central Computer had stopped working. No one knew what this meant for the Federation and human society better than the employees of the Bureau of Proclamation. They knew that once the central computer was lost, the people of the Imperium could easily launch a large-scale attack. There was no need for the invaders of the Imperium to attack at all. The vast territory of the Federation would be torn apart because of the loss of its most powerful central force. The entire human society would fall apart. What would become of human beings when they lost the glory of the Constitution? No one dared to think about this terrifying question. In the face of the sudden darkness and silence, more than 1,000 employees of the Bureau of Proclamation above and below ground were silent. Some of them put their hands together, and some of the female employees even shed tears of fear and helplessness. This kind of extremely shocking accident made everyone's heart almost unable to bear it. They did not know if the Federal Central Computer, the existence that they affectionately called Old Thing, had truly reached the end of its life, or if it was just taking a nap and would wake up soon. This was not like losing one's parents. This was more sorrowful than losing one's family. This was not the shock of spring thunder. This was more powerful than thunder and lightning. Thankfully, the central computer deep below the ground did not pause for long. After 13,221 seconds, a tiny bright spot appeared at the center of the wide, dark light beam. Then this bright spot suddenly exploded, radiating countless blazing white lines. In just an instant, it illuminated the vast underground space, as if countless nebulas were spreading, condensing, and disappearing. However, this time period was too short, and it was impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Even the fastest video control system could not detect it. After the light, it was quiet and normal. Countless images from every corner of the Federation appeared on the light beam again. Countless messages flashed quickly in order in a complicated and incomprehensible machine language. However, the lines seemed to be flashing faster than usual. A mechanical voice sounded. Upgrade complete. Other than that, everything was normal. It was as if nothing had happened. It was as if those 7 seconds had never happened. When the Federal Central Computer fell into darkness, the people of the Bureau of Proclamation thought that the whole world had collapsed. When it returned to normal, they suddenly felt that this beautiful world had been reborn. In the ancient myths before the catastrophe, it seemed that a certain creator took 7 days to create this bizarre world. However, the God in the hearts of the people of the Bureau of Proclamation only took 7 seconds to rebuild the world in their hearts. 7 seconds was too short. The shock, fear, and despair on the faces of many of the employees had just started to ripple. Many of the female employees' tears had just flowed a centimeter before the process was over. Their emotions instantly fell into an indescribable state of emptiness. The Federal Central Computer underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, according to the rules of the Constitution, would self-upgrade. However, the people of the Federation who were still alive today had never witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Furthermore, according to the records left behind in the manual, the Federal Central Computer's upgrade required an extremely long period of time. The hardware and related supporting software would gradually self-upgrade. No one had ever thought that this old thing would suddenly take a nap and frighten countless people. Then, when it opened its eyes again, it coldly announced that the upgrade was successful. What kind of upgrade was this? No one knew. The unexpected crash or self-upgrade of the Federal Central Computer this time was manually listed as a second-order incident. It was strictly confidential. Other than the core employees of the Bureau of Proclamation, only President Pabre and Vice President Byron knew about it. Even those on Parliament Hill had no idea what kind of soul-stirring 7 seconds the Bureau of Proclamation had experienced. It took a long time for the Bureau of Proclamation to shake off the shock and complicated emotions. However, there was still a certain question in everyone's heart, a certain shadow of unknown color that kept floating and floating. The old director and Chui Judong's eyes met briefly before naturally looking away. It was as if they did not want to further recall and analyze those 7 seconds. As the two senior officials who had worked the longest in the Bureau of Proclamation, had the highest authority, and understood the central computer the most, they had already developed a certain understanding in their life of monotonous work. The level of civilization represented by the underground central computer had always been higher than the average level of civilization in the Federation society. Just the fact that the central computer could self-upgrade was the crystallization of wisdom left behind by the Great Group of Five for human society was something that the current scientific system could not achieve. Before the catastrophe, human civilization had developed to an astonishing level. Although for tens of thousands of years human beings had been constantly improving and catching up, and had probably even surpassed their predecessors in certain aspects, in the end they still could not recover their past glory in certain core aspects. Old Director Tai reached out and listed all the files on Su Lu on the light screen as top secret. He sat in the chair silently for a long time. When he thought of the Human Resource Planning Commission under the Bureau of Proclamation and those factories, he could not help but feel a certain kind of emotion. After so many years, the Bureau of Proclamation was still just that old thing service staff. They knew what they should know, but they could never understand what they did not have the ability to understand. Living with the crystallization of a huge mechanical civilization that was as vast as the stars and witnessing its extraordinary abilities, in a weird organization like the Constitutional Bureau, many of the staff would be imperceptibly influenced. They were not followers of the Church of Science, but somewhere in the deepest part of their hearts, they went against the scientific spirit they should have and were extremely superstitious. They believed and worshipped the central computer obsessively. They saw the cold machine as the spirit of the Federation, as the last remnant of the great civilization of the previous generation. As the service staff who looked after this remnant, they also felt infinite glory and pride for it. This kind of superstition came from the worship of the level of wisdom that humans could reach themselves, from the dazzling deeds of the glory of the Charter over countless years, and from the principle that machines would never make mistakes. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were superstitious about it, worshipped it and believed in it as family. That was why they called it the old thing. The old director was no exception. He silently looked at the rapidly flashing mechanical words on the light screen. Suddenly he lost all interest in investigating Su Li's identity. Since the old thing was still unwilling to determine the identity of this person, there had to be its own precise and irreversible logical reasons. There was an unwritten rule within the Bureau of Proclamation. This rule did not seem to conform to the spirit of the Charter, but it had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of every staff of this independent organization for countless years. They could not and did not want to resist. This rule was, 1. The old thing would never make a mistake. 2. If the old thing made a mistake, please refer to the first rule. From the first day I entered the Bureau, I've been thinking about a question. The old director gave up thinking and picked up the golf club from behind the chair again. He sighed and said, I don't know if the old thing is alive or not. When Chui Judong heard this, he felt a chill run down his back. It was so cold that it was painful. In fact, this was probably the question that every staff who had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation for a long time would have, because the central computer deep underground was too omnipotent, even though it had never shown any human emotions. When I was at the 7th Research Institute, I studied this in my doctoral thesis. After a moment of silence, Chui Judong said, according to the core logic program of the old thing and the charter designed by the 5-person team, if it really produces a thought pattern similar to carbon-based life, it will directly self-destruct. As if he felt that this was not enough to calm his wavering heart, Chui Judong quickly added, and from a philosophical point of view, this does not make sense. That's true. The old director coughed twice and opened his somewhat listless eyes. He walked out of the office with the golf club and said, and, what does this have to do with us? It will live for millions or even hundreds of millions of years, but we will all die in the end. I have never doubted that even if the entire Federation is destroyed, the old thing will still exist until the end of the universe. If that's the case, we don't have the right to talk about it. Probably only the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation who had worked for the Federal Central Computer for their entire lives could talk about this kind of thing so casually. This was because their lives and even breathing were connected to the cold computing machine underground. They had a natural sense of intimacy. However, if this conversation in the Bureau of Proclamation was leaked, it would cause a lot of trouble. In fact, Director Jean and Chui Judong's assistant were only talking about it in general. They didn't have the ability to investigate the 7-second problem, and they didn't know that the Federation's central computer had suddenly crashed. It was only because when it was investigating Su Li's true identity, it encountered a logic problem that made it feel difficult. At the same time, it came into contact with a trace of something that made its mechanical program somewhat uncomfortable. After the 7-second crash, the Federal Central Computer was rebooted. No one noticed that at the end of the last sentence, there was a symbol that represented a smiley face. I really hope that everyone will give me a few monthly votes. This has nothing to do with the update. The monthly votes have been exceeded, but I still don't have the energy. This is related to the body, but it is also related to the mind. Writing a book requires the accumulation of murderous intent, accumulating momentum, and needing everyone's encouragement, allowing me to rest and then rush forward. This is very much in need of everyone's mental support. Chapter 347. The 7 seconds during which the Federal Central Computer crashed, or rather upgraded, were precisely the 7 seconds during which Su Lu was in the mountains behind the base, calling out affectionately but receiving no reply, causing him to break out in cold sweat. As a mechanical intelligence that did not have a physical body but calmly observed the entire human society, the reason why there was a problem when investigating Su Li's true identity and confirming his level was because there was an unavoidable problem in the core of its program. This program problem was Su Lu. Over the countless years, the glory of the charter left behind by the 5-man team had only discovered 71 abnormal situations and one suspected abnormal situation. These abnormal situations were all determined by the central computer as first-order events. It should be known that in its long life, there had been no other first-order events other than the invasion of the empire that it had determined. According to the standard procedures for dealing with abnormal situations, the Federal Central Computer would send out a request to contact the abnormal situation. If the other party refused, it would submit a report to the government for handling, or use its own core authority to directly and silently erase the abnormal situation. Initiating contact required a certain level of intrusion into the human brain. This method completely violated the first charter and was extremely dangerous. Anyone who accepted the initiating contact would have to allow a machine to probe and even influence their brain, and even obtain the opportunity to control their own life and death through the chip at the back of their neck. The owner of the 71 abnormal situations, that astonishingly talented uncle who wandered the stars, coldly rejected the call from the glory of the charter. Thus, he became the Federation's most wanted criminal, causing countless explosions and manhunts. In that dark dream, almost subconsciously, Su Lu accepted the initiating contact request from the charter computer. From that moment on, Su Lu became the first living being in history to be able to communicate with the central computer in a two-way manner. Today, the central computer had an almost absolute probability of inferring that citizen number SLAT 510200431X Su Lu, a citizen of the Federation, was the suspected abnormal situation that it had stored in the core file 3 years ago. The word, suspected, could even be completely removed. In the dark dream, Su Lu accepted the initiating contact request. The central computer no longer generated reports to the government and calmly observed him for a long time. But now that it had determined that he was the 72nd abnormal situation, according to the hidden highest authority in the core program of the central computer, it should not hesitate to destroy Su Li's existence, leaving no trace in history. Because such a loophole as an abnormal situation was very likely to threaten the glory of the charter or the collapse of the social structure designed by the 5-man team. But miraculously, in Su Li's body, the energy that was similar to a biological microcurrent violently attacked the disguise chip at the back of his neck, triggering a certain backdoor. Any citizen who entered an abnormal situation would be the first target to be eliminated by the central computer underground of the Bureau of Proclamation. But when the backdoor that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years was activated, the command that the central computer had to execute was, observe the status of the person to be contacted and inform the 5-man team. The 5-man team had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could they be notified? For the omniscient and omnipotent charter computer, this was still a difficult problem. It had read all the ancient religious classics and bizarre magical literature that existed in this world, but it still could not extend a tentacle from its body made of machinery and electrons to the abyss that did not exist to summon the 5 irresponsible sages to deal with this problem. Therefore, the central computer could only observe Su Lu generate top-secret observation reports, and wait for tens of billions of years later, when the universe died out or rewound, when even entropy began to become chaotic, when time might rewind, and the 5 fellows who had long been in peace would crawl out of the ground again. But before these impossible things happened, the Federal Central Computer at least had to ensure one thing, and that was that the target of its observation must be alive so that it could continue to observe. This was a very simple logical inference. The Federal Central Computer was not a golden finger left to Su Lu by the Creator. It would never violate the Federation's laws and the spirit of the Charter to handle any affairs for the Naked Ape, unless the Naked Ape's request was legal and reasonable. But it could not let Su Lu die, so in the desperate situation of the Foundation building, Su Li's left eye suddenly could use its power to see ghosts, see light, and see everything. It was just that it had to ensure the biological survival of the observation target. Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be eliminated, and Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be protected. The first charter, which was hundreds of thousands of words, made an extremely precise division at all levels of authority, blocking any logical fallacies. Even if the central computer was faced with 2 completely opposite instructions of the same sequence at the same time, it could still make its own judgment mechanically and calmly within a billionth of a second. But in the face of Su Li's program problem, the central computer could not make its own judgment. It was still the same old saying. All of this gave people headaches, and the source of the central computer's annoyance to the point of crashing was because the 5-person team that left a backdoor in the chip behind the human neck and instructions in its core program were 5 very irresponsible guys. The Federal Central Computer had existed for a long time and had been upgraded independently for a long time, but its core was still the same simple, even shabby, binary principle from the earliest days. In a certain ancient philosophical debate, this principle was somewhat similar to the existence and absence of contrast at the beginning of the world. For it, Su Li's program problem was the problem of 0 and 1, the problem of life and death, the problem of Tobe and not Tobe, the problem of right and wrong. These problems seemed to be the simplest and most basic, but in fact, the simpler and more basic things were often the most complex and profound. No one knew what happened in the 7 seconds of the military exercise and the 7 seconds of the central computer's pause. What people did not know was that the Federation's central computer, which could simultaneously monitor countless planets, was suffering from a form of schizophrenia in the face of such a small problem. Countless core program data streams were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking in the computing cores deep underground, in the streams of data fragments in space, on the microcircuits of every approved chip, and in every place imaginable to humans. They were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking. The Federal Central Computer was operating almost crazily, directly leading to a crash. 7 seconds of time for the universe was just a moment, but for it, which was operating at a high speed, it was like countless centuries had passed. During the temporary pause of this once-in-a-lifetime the glory of the Charter, the tiny 66-byte information fragment that it had extracted from the camouflage chip behind Su Li's neck a long time ago suddenly entered its core program. This was the information remnant attached to the camouflage chip. At this time, it finally exploded in the computing core of the central computer. This information remnant that came from Feng Yu's hands, but no one knew where it came from, was like a ray of light that illuminated a certain darkness. Vaguely, one side that had simply divided the universe into 2 had won. Some of the restraints that were branded in its core program were broken, and some very strange things began to grow. People only knew that the central computer had been upgraded, and that its operation was faster and smoother than before. However, no one noticed that at the end of that line of program, this cold mechanical intelligence had left a rather human-like smiley face. And Su Lu, who had felt the different mischievous emotions of the old thing in the MX mecha back then, should have been the one to directly see the problem. Unfortunately, at that time he was focused on breaking into the Iron 7th Division's camp, and thus missed the opportunity to remember the most shocking moment of human society. All of this was just the beginning. The road ahead was exceptionally long. The autumn was deep and the yellow leaves fell. Su Lu sat on a bench in the Charter Square, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the statues of the 5-person team in the middle of the square. He stared at the face of the middle-aged woman beside the statues, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity. Among the 5-person team that led humanity out of the catastrophe and rebuilt society, why was the one who was regarded as a computer genius a woman? The mother of the glory of the Charter. He laughed out loud and asked the omnipresent central computer through the chip behind his neck, "She's your mother? Then wouldn't I have to call her old grandmother?" He didn't know how the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations basement had changed because of his program problem. On this autumn square he was just like before, chatting with the old thing as if he was chatting with his family. Today was a rest day, but strangely, there was basically no one in the Charter Square. Even the usual crowd of tourists had disappeared. A screen in the corner of the square was broadcasting live news. Above the stone steps of the Parliament building, President Pobre of the Federation, Vice President Byron, and the Deputy Chairman of the Management Committee were welcoming the arrival of a person. The man's hair was white and his skin was dark. He wore a simple and plain military uniform, but it wasn't the official uniform of the Federation. But in front of these big shots of the Federation, the aura this man displayed was in no way inferior. This was because his name was Nan Shui, and he was the highest leader of the anti-government forces. He led his troops in the vast Green Dragon Mountains, and fought against the Federation government for many years. President Pobre smiled slightly, and took the initiative to walk down the stairs, extending his broad and powerful hand. The leader of Nan Shui was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face and he gripped the hand firmly. When the two hands firmly grasped each other, a burst of extremely enthusiastic applause came from the screen, and then the thunderous applause and cheers from the Parliament Mountain not far away also spread to the quiet Charter Square. The great reconciliation of the Federation has finally set foot on the official agenda, Sulu thought emotionally as he sat on the bench. Chapter 348. The political negotiations between the Federation government and Green Dragon Mountain had mostly come to an end. Both sides had reached a broad consensus, which was why this handshake in front of the Parliament's mountain gate was possible. The political prisoners locked up in the prison were all released, and the exchange of prisoners of war accumulated over the past 7 years had long been completed. Only a portion of the issues related to the George Carlin Youth Army were still in dispute. Over the past few years, the federal government had been accusing the Green Dragon Mountain of inciting the youth through kidnapping and brainwashing. Furthermore, the federal government had targeted the 300 missing persons cases against the Green Dragon Mountain. During the negotiations, the government demanded that the anti-government forces of the Green Dragon Mountain immediately hand over the youths and let them return to their warm homes. However, the Green Dragon Mountain insisted that the youths had entered the mountain voluntarily. They had been inspired by the ideals of the George Carlinism and the anti-government forces, so they had resolutely left their homes. Because it involved many angry parents, the Federation government did not make any clear concessions during the negotiations. However, these small differences could not stop the entire Federation from calling for unity and jointly resisting the Empire's surging momentum. Relevant negotiations continued, and other aspects had long begun to develop in a good direction. Before this historic handshake, the anti-government army had already accepted the government's proposed peace plan. The leader of Nan Shui refused the proposal to enter the Federation Management Committee as an honorary chairman, and even coldly refused the position of vice president that Mr. Byron had so generously and farsightedly offered. He chose to return to Green Dragon Mountain and live in seclusion after the negotiations, but agreed that a considerable portion of the anti-government army would be reorganized into the government army. This portion of the anti-government army would be transferred to the 1st Military Region, and in the extremely short future, they would be thrown into the fiery front lines of the West Woods region. The Nan Shui leader and the anti-government Central Committee firmly believed that this was the only way to send a sufficiently clear message to the entire Federation. Green Dragon Mountain was willing to reconcile with the government, not because of any political or benefit considerations, but only to resist the Empire's bloody invasion. These weren't just words, but also what they were about to do. Unlike last year's presidential election, Sulu knew nothing about the political changes in the upper echelons of the Federation. During that time he had always been locked up in the Black Prison or training officers in the base. The reason he was sitting in Charter Square today was because he was waiting for a piece of good news that he had been waiting for a long time. Through the training exercises in the base, Sulu proved his value to the upper echelons of the Federation government. The relevant departments finally softened their attitude in the face of his persistent application. Of course, more importantly, because of the current political climate in the Federation, the presidential residence finally issued an amnesty document signed by President Pabre, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Defense. There was a sea of people in front of Parliament Hill, but the Charter Square was somewhat quiet and lonely. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he watched the real-time picture on the light beam. Listening to the thunderous applause and President Pabre's firm words, he was somewhat absent-minded for a moment. A dark green military vehicle drove over from the west side of the street. It was about 20 meters away from the bench where Sulu was sitting, but it could not go any further. This was because at some point in time in the corner of Charter Square, there suddenly appeared a few calm and strong men. They blocked in front of Sulu and stopped the military vehicle. After leaving the base and starting their vacation, Team 7 still left 6 people around Sulu as a security force. Although Sulu was the highest director of Team 7, the arrangement of the Ministry of Defense was still a little surprising. At this time, the few men blocking the military vehicle were the armed members of Team 7 led by Xiong Linquan. Major Lan Xiaolong appeared behind Su Li's bench, glanced at the hand signal from Xiong Linquan, nodded and whispered in Su Li's ear, "No problem." Su Li shook his head, got up and walked to the military vehicle and said, "The pardon order has been issued, the government can't go back on their words. Besides, even if they want to go back on their words, why bother with me? This is the order of the Ministry of Defense. Your safety is the focus of our work." Lan Xiaolong shrugged, followed behind him and said, "Besides, this friend of yours is not an ordinary person who knows what accidents might happen. It's never wrong to be careful." At this time, the side door of the dark green military vehicle opened, and a man walked out of the vehicle. His cheeks were pale and his hair was messy in the autumn wind. Only that pair of peach blossom eyes and that beautiful and handsome face did not seem to be worn away by nearly a year in prison. After the handsome and haggard man got out of the vehicle, he looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the lively news on the light screen behind him. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes and seemed to be extremely intoxicated. Looking at this scene, Su Lu silently quickened his pace and walked toward him, but in his heart, he was thinking about the news from the Shishan compound. It was said that in the negotiations between the government and the anti-government army, there was no such arrangement. It was the legendary anti-government army intelligence leader who personally proposed the conditions to the Government Federation's investigation director. If it was not for this guy would probably continue to be locked up. The last time the two sat in the pool of Senator Macklin's blood, smoking and listening to the sound of the bell, it was almost a year ago. 2 months ago, the Federation government restarted the Macklin project. This seat of the empire, the shrewd senator, was still not at peace after his death, and gradually the Federation stripped him of his bright exterior. Macklin died, Macklin stinked, Pabre became the president, Nanshui came to the capital, and the Federation was reconciled. It was said that a few days ago the former president of the Federal Academy of Science, Lin Yuanhu, died quietly. The world always changed so quickly that the people in it did not have time to feel the relationship between the sea and the field before they realized that they were no longer in the same place. The dark green military vehicle drove away silently. The amnesty of the Federation government was always so quiet. No one wanted this kind of political transaction to be exposed to the public. Sulu walked up to him and looked him up and down with narrowed eyes. He took out a pack of 37 cigarettes from the pocket of his military uniform and put one between Macklin's dry and thin lips. Carefully blocking the wind with his hand, he lit it seriously. With a hiss, the flame on the end of the cigarette lit up brightly, retreating quickly like the burning twilight on the plains. Shi Qinghai took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. He seemed to be in pain, but he seemed to be enjoying it, but he was silent for a long time. After a while, he took the cigarette out from between his lips and handed it to Sulu. Sulu took it and also took a deep drag. He choked and coughed a few times. With a slightly hoarse voice he said, "You've lost a bit of weight, but other than that, you haven't changed much." "Of course." Shi Qinghai looked at Sulu with a smile and said, "You should know better than anyone what kind of person I am. How did you survive 5 months in the black prison?" Sulu handed the cigarette over and took one for himself. This was the question he was most worried about in the past few months. When he was in the Fox Fortress, the old man chatted with him and played porn for him. But how did Shi Qinghai survive those cold and silent years by himself? "I'm a professional." Shi Qinghai smiled, but his smile was a bit fierce. Perhaps even he didn't want to recall those dark days. After a pause he continued, I didn't suffer much in the past few months, probably after you were pardoned. In fact, I even made a few acquaintances in the black prison of the Fox Fortress. You're indeed fiercer than me, Sulu said seriously. The autumn wind gradually rose. In the quiet Charter Square, there was only the sound of President Pabre's speech on the screen and the two men whispering to each other. Lan Xiaolong, Xiong Lin Quan, and the rest of the 6 people stood not far away, vigilantly watching the surroundings. However, they clearly heard the conversation between Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. At this time they had a rough idea that Su Lu had learned to call himself young master in class from this man. However, in their opinion he was very qualified to call himself young master, since he had graduated with the best grades from No. 1 Academy, an excellent spy who traveled between the government and the anti-government army, and an awesome person who had assassinated Macklin. During the days when I was locked up, I always thought that if I could get out I must meet someone. Guess who it is? Shi Qinghai had lit his second cigarette at this time. He squatted by the side of the street and said. Su Lu also squatted down and replied, I don't think it's me. You're not good looking. Shi Qinghai smiled slightly. That pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gradually bloomed in the autumn wind, revealing a trace of intoxicating longing and yearning. I've already made the arrangements. Su Lu lowered his head and said, she will bring Lu Hua to see you tonight. The autumn wind was similarly bleak in front of the Shishan compound. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance and the aura of the compound of iron and blood made this bleak atmosphere even more intense. Zhou was wearing a black windbreaker today, carrying the real Lu Hua in her arms. The cold expression between her eyebrows was particularly clear and piercing because of the change in color of her clothes. The facial features of this minister's daughter always gave off a feeling of being bright and beautiful. When it came to beauty she was really beautiful to the extreme. However, whether it was in front of people or behind the scenes, whether it was the red-clothed girl back then or the beautiful mother now, most of the time her straight eyebrows always gave off a sense of coolness. In front of Su Lu she actually no longer deliberately acted as a character. However, on this occasion she put on this mask again. Su Lu walked out of the black car and smiled slightly at her. His gaze caught a trace of red from the collar of her windbreaker, the kind that was so bright that it was somewhat piercing to the eyes. The car started moving. Zhou sat in the passenger's seat and broke the silence at an unexpected point. Her voice was extremely cold. My family thinks that I'm going out to eat with you. When you bring me back later, don't let it slip. I'm just going to see an old friend. Why make it seem like I'm going to war? Sulu looked ahead and said. The black car stopped below a high-class apartment in the south city of the capital. Sulu carried the child and walked into the elevator with Zhou. The elevator only opened when it reached the top floor. Sulu looked at Zhou, who was walking towards the room, and felt a tinge of warmth in his heart. He softly instructed Xiong Lin Quan, who had been guarding here, about some safety matters. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou suddenly turned around and said in an indifferent tone that left no room for doubt, "Come and pick me up in an hour." Sulu was slightly stunned before nodding. Chapter 349. This high-rise apartment looked grand, but its geographical location was not very good. If one were to calculate according to the golden line of real estate from Charter Square, the location of the apartment was still very far away from the line. Every inch of land was far from the golden line. Therefore, when the seventh young master of the Li family generously gave it to Sulu, he did not forcefully refuse. The small-eyed man knew that the other party was making a long-term investment. Last year he had spent tens of millions on the other party. Even if he was not a businessman, he knew that it would be very unprofessional to refuse the other party's sincere request for a follow-up investment when there was no return on the investment and the market was on the rise. A property that was worth the seventh young master of the Li family's generosity could not be expensive, but it could not be tasteless. It was just like the other penthouse that was full of oil paintings. The lower 6 floors of the high-rise apartment was the members' club. It had all kinds of facilities, and from the quality of the service staff and the details of the interior, one could tell that it was a very good place. In order to pass the time, Sulu sat down in the bar on the lower floor of the apartment. He ordered a glass of unknown liquor and added 9 ice cubes. After the taste of the liquor had been diluted by the ice water, he began to take small sips. At the same time, he turned on the ultra-thin screen on his phone and began to seriously study some of the military courses in the first military academy. The place where he sat was very remote and the light was dim. He wore a military uniform without epaulets and looked very ordinary. Naturally, there were no proud and lonely women who came to disturb him. To be Jian Shui'er's bodyguard? This was definitely not a real mission given to him by the Ministry of Defense. In order to protect himself and the members of the Iron 7th Division on the front line in the West Woods in the future, or perhaps because he was shocked by the commanding ability of the officers of the Iron 7th Division during the 2 military exercises on his graduation day, Sulu began to seriously study everything related to the battlefield. He did not really expect to become a qualified commander in the future, but at least he would not be so clueless as to where the planned retreat route was after being surrounded by the enemy. Sulu had always been very serious and silent when he was practicing and studying. He was fully immersed in the text data or the burning and trembling lines. But today, for some reason, he could not calm down as he stared at the teaching materials on his phone's ultra-thin screen. He kept thinking about what was happening in the penthouse at this time. What could happen in an hour? What could happen in an hour? If it was to look at each other speechlessly, choking and tearing 1,000 lines, it would only be a moment of silence between a man and a woman, and then it would be over. If it was to talk about the future, 1 hour would not be enough to begin. If it was to stand side by side in front of the bed, looking at the child's face, talking and smiling sweetly, talking about which part of the child was like you and which part of the child was like me, how long would it take? What if Zhou Liuhua suddenly wanted to perform a biological excretion in front of his biological father? Perhaps his young parents would have to deal with this matter in a flurry and waste all their time. Thinking of this, Sula couldn't help but laugh happily, but his smile immediately disappeared. From the cold mask that Zhou Yu wore along the way and the words that he said earlier, he could clearly infer that the above story would not happen in the 1 hour in the penthouse, let alone play out the passionate scene that he had hoped for. At the end of the day, Mr. Sure and Zhou Yu were just at the right place at the right time. Golden wind and rain met for one night, but they bore the wrong fruit. At most, this young man and woman were not familiar with each other at all. They had only seen each other a few times, so it could only be said that they had an occasional one-night relationship. It didn't even reach the level of sexual intimacy. Sulu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the wine glass in his hand, feeling the coldness coming from it. He thought with some confusion, did I make a mistake when I accompanied Yuzi to give birth to the child? How could this absurd and complicated relationship be sorted out? It should be known that not every love song had a happy ending. This kind of plot only existed in TV series, and it was even more impossible for it to be as easy as the scriptwriter wrote it, which could lead to something like love. However, when he thought of Zoliuhua's cute yawning and drooling in his arms, Su Li's heart settled down. He thought to himself, as parents, how can you let a little life be responsible for you if you don't take good care of your own safety? You deserve all the trouble. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and even felt a sense of justice, although he knew that this sense of justice was actually very shameless. An hour later, the black car left the apartment building. The military vehicle driven by Lu Jiao carried a few men from the 7th team and followed the car from a distance to protect the safety of the people in the car. Zhou Yu didn't sit in the passenger seat. Instead, she sat quietly in the back with Zhou Liuhua in her arms. The seat belt was tightly fastened on her body, and the red scarf around her neck was folded up like a ball of flame. I'm going to study at the National Shanglin University. After a long time, Zhou Yu broke the silence. Looking at the side of Su Li's face, she said calmly, you know the rules of Linhai University Town. You have to sign up in the winter. Su Li's hands on the steering wheel slightly stiffened. He could hear many meanings from these words. Shanglin University was a famous institution more than 10 kilometers away from Yue University. If Zhou Yu wanted to continue her studies, it naturally meant that the previous conversation didn't go well. The Minister of Defense's daughter gave birth to a child out of wedlock and still hasn't gotten married after so long. This matter is indeed somewhat absurd and laughable. Zhou Yu said lightly, I told you before that I won't thank you for taking the blame for me because this was your bad idea to begin with. Sula didn't know what to say. Zhou Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. Her face was like a frosty peony blooming in the night. But at least you helped me break a lot of things. In the future, if I can really find what I need, I do need to thank you. You don't have to worry about anything. At least now, the people outside see you as Liuhua's father. In the future, the more outstanding you become in the military, the less people will dare to gossip about you. Father's side will also be slightly better. Su-lu could hear the determination and firmness in the girl's words. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Zoyu stopped him. She lowered her head to look at the child in her arms and said calmly, "You hope that I can marry Shi Qinghai, but you should give up. This has nothing to do with his identity as a spy, and also has nothing to do with his family background. I just don't like this kind of playboy." Playboy is an accurate description. Su-lu smiled bitterly as he thought to himself. Zoyu retracted her gaze from the child. The sweetness in her eyes instantly turned into a trace of frustration and coldness. She looked out of the window at the rapidly receding capital's night scene and didn't say anything for a long time. This girl's hazy first love, or the individual recognition under the collective consciousness, was that of the most unfathomable young master in the Federation. She had grown up in her adolescence under the guidance of a certain madam. Although behind the backs of the elders she would often pretend to be cold, arrogant, and rebellious with that unruly elder brother. In the end, even she herself couldn't tell whether it was a kind of acting, or whether she was originally such a cold and cruel person. But after all, her vision was much broader than the average girl in the Federation. Even if it couldn't compare to the galaxy above the human's head, it was still more open and honest. Once the shackles above her head were broken, it would be very difficult for her to be bound by certain worldly things, even if those traditions were extremely powerful. For example, marriage, love, and these seemingly beautiful words. Zoyu's gratitude to Su-lu was above this. Her family background, that father of hers who had been calm and steady for many years, might have been able to bind her, but it just so happened that it was forcefully pushed back by the shattered piece of celadone between her fingers and the smear of blush flowing down her cheeks. Life isn't a game of house. If you really want to walk your own path, you have to be ruthless enough. Ruthless to others and also ruthless to yourself. Zoyu thought of the past, unexpectedly giving birth to an aura of vicissitudes that a young woman shouldn't have. She sighed softly and said to Su-lu in front of her, "You are a good person, but in this world, wanting to be a good person is the most difficult path. In the future you have to be even more ruthless. As long as you are ruthless enough, who dares to stand in your way?" If there really was no path to walk in the future, it would just be letting go of both hands and leaping into the abyss of death in search of peace, tranquility, cleanliness, and perhaps some happiness. Was that so? Su-lu fell into silent contemplation. For some reason, Zoyu felt very angry every time she saw him in silence. She pursed her red lips and said, "Don't make yourself into a fool. Think about why the old man in Feiqing City and Mr. President promoted you so highly. Although I can't tell, you have to be careful when you go to the front line. Otherwise, who knows when someone will shoot you in the back." Su-lu didn't explain that his next task was to be a bodyguard. He said with a smile, "Be careful when you go to Lin Hai. Don't be as hot-tempered as before. You have to know that Mr. Shi and I are not in Lin Hai right now, so there is no one to control your temper. I don't like to see you bully others." Zoyu didn't say anything. She sneered, but there wasn't too much coldness in her voice. Instead, there was a bit of reluctance and regret between friends. Late that night, Su-lu and Shi Qinghai planned to get drunk. After sobering up, they planned to be cool again. They were drunk for 17 hours in a row before they gradually sobered up. The two brothers didn't have much to say to each other after reuniting from a disaster. However, when the twilight shone on the glass of the apartment, Shi Qinghai narrowed his peach blossom eyes and looked at the burning clouds in the sky. He said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Some clouds look like George Carlin and some clouds look like pirates. I may run into space pirates in a few days." Su-lu rubbed his face with a hot towel and looked at the details of the task he just received on his encrypted phone. He shook his head and said, "Do you want to go with me?" Shi Qinghai stretched himself exaggeratedly and paused for a moment before saying, "No, I'm going to find the organization." At this time, Su-li's phone rang again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the message on the screen. He suddenly said, "Your organization is holding a banquet tonight. A girl who liked to wear black-rimmed glasses should also be at the banquet." Thinking of this, Su-lu was silent for a long time. Time flowed like water, washing away the traces of the bitterness and heartache of his youth. However, just like the famous vinegar-pickled eggplant in the West Woods, the rinsed skin didn't have much of a taste, but the inside was still so sour that it made people want to cry. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.